How are you doing today?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. You're looking my.
This is what you chose to put my head on top of?
I mean, it's suitable.
I mean, it is. Did you trace that, or did you draw this, or did you pull this off the internet?
This is it is a trace of the Chad meme. That
Okay.
Chad meme had like a photo shoot, and one of them he was leaning forward. So I just put the right head on the body. You know?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh god, this is kind of perfect. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh yeah, no, it's quite something. Yes. No, I actually put that together about an hour ago.
And
I'm not a
this is my
procrastinator.
heads. This is not what I expected to be put on top of. So
I mean, look, if you give head, I'm going to do my best with what is given.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I'm sorry.
Give a head. Sorry. You gotta give a head to get ahead.
Fair enough.
Or
So
something.
I might be a little low. Can we turn? I
Oh,
don't know how to turn
can't
this
do the
up.
guess. Man is quiet. All right, let's boost you. Count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
Excellent. All right, I think that's better.
All right.
All right,
All right. Fair
everybody.
enough.
I'm just saying now that Joe, before the broadcast started, I reached out to Joe and I said, "Hey, could you please send me a selfie of yourself? I need it for scientific reasons." And Joe sent it to me, and this is just an accurate representation of what I saw. Like I traced his selfie.
Me and my fat head, and then a buff body. It's perfect. Honestly,
I mean,
I wish I could look like this.
you never skip whole body day.
No, I wish.
All right. But yes, thank you for joining me, Joe. This has been a long
Happy to
time
be here.
coming.
Yeah, it has been. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
When did we talk about this? Like months ago?
Oh yeah.
I'm just glad we're getting to do it finally.
Oh yeah. No, like this has been in the works for a while, but then it was genuinely at the very beginning of my pertussis. It was that Wednesday. We had it set up to do this, and I was kind of laying in bed, like wheezing and suffering, just choking, like Joe, I'm not gonna make it. Joe, go on without me.
You got pertussis in like the year of our Lord 2025. I had to like Google what the heck pertussis was. I never heard of this thing before.
Well, actually, I was vaccinated for it in elementary school because everybody up here is required to have the vaccine for whooping cough. But it only is effective for 10 years. And it was like 13 years ago when I got it. So I was also kind of shocked that I was able to catch it.
It's impressive. I'm very impressed by that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, but
So what are we here for today?
what are we in for today? Well, we're in for some academic artwork discussions. I've harvested some files from your PC. I'm sorry about that, by the way. I didn't think to ask, but I felt like, you'd probably be all right with me digging into your files. What an interesting art references folder, by the way.
Yeah, but Dan, I can't believe you actually brought that up on stream. But yes, I've got folders of art references ready on hand for drawing.
Yes, yes. But yes, I've got the PSD files here. I will, we'll have some nice conversations about the state of the art industry, and you can walk me through your illustrative process if you would be so inclined to.
Of
And
course.
in general, it's just going to be a wonderful, chill thing, and we'll go through your process. I'll discuss my process. And we went through the art school system at different points in time, so it'll be interesting to compare and contrast our experiences. And eventually, sometime during the broadcast, I'm also going to talk about what I did for my degree, which was organic artwork, which is a fancy way of saying organic or archival artwork, sorry, which is a fancy way of saying that I pioneered a technique for preserving blood as oil paint. And so I was going to get
Wait, that's kind of
footage.
sick. Wait, your blood as like oil paint and everything?
Blood in general, different blood has different kind of properties. But specifically, human blood is what I was focusing on, and I
God
wasn't
damn.
harvesting it from myself. But in all my
Okay.
experiments, I used pork blood because it reacts the same way. Chat is asking if you can marry them.
No, but you know what? I'll draw fan art of whatever you want me to. I can do
That's a
that.
dangerous game. Don't say that. They'll say
Okay,
shit.
maybe with some maybe with some like restrictions, but
With some
I guess.
restrictions. I'll do anything except anything.
Yeah, you know what? I'll draw something.
Yeah. No, but we'll go through the process of that some point during the broadcast as well. I was actually going to do a hand cam of the process, but unfortunately, my supplier is not local and I was not able to get enough blood in time. You need at least over a quart. And it wasn't able to arrive today. So I will take us through the process, and eventually I will actually upload a video to my channel in a very clinical, not scary edgelord way, where I go through physically the process with you guys, and we can create some artwork.
Sick.
I don't
That
know,
sounds
maybe I'll
awesome.
draw Joe here in blood.
In blood. I feel like that's gonna doom me to like eat like hell or something if you do that, like some kind of hex. I maybe draw something else.
Maybe draw something else. Maybe we'll think. I can draw a little duder ball or something.
Yeah, draw a duder. Send the duder.
Send a duder to the pits. All right. All right, all right. But yes, thank you for joining me this Wednesday. I'm very honored to have you
Of
here.
course. Well, thank you for having me.
All right. So let's start off nice and easy. You are known for your beautiful graphic and very juicy illustrative style. It's what drew me to
Juicy.
you.
Jesus. Juicy.
Okay, it's fine when I say it, but when you say it, it makes it sound weird.
I mean, sure. Like I was like, I like the nice, I like the graphic. Then juicy comes out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, we can pull back a little bit on the compliment.
I'm trying to what's it? Saturated. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, sure. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
In my mind, those occupy the same space.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Anyway,
But anyways, yeah, I do art. I love to draw. I've been doing it for years, and I've been doing it professionally for like a couple more years, I guess. So, yeah, that's all I'm about, just drawing. That's it.
it's crazy. You were professional before you were drawing.
Yeah,
That-
I'm just that fucking good. I don't know what to tell you.
Honestly, you know what? I need to get on that grind set for real.
Get paid before you do the thing. That's the most important part, actually.
I
Some people would
mean,
call that a scam. I call that it's a scam, actually. But
we call it Silicon Valley tactics, you know?
oh, I fucking love Silicon Valley. I love tech
I
and
love
tactics. Let's go.
tech, yes. You can raise money for those machines. Wasn't there that woman in Silicon Valley that had like a fake blood testing machine? She raised like a fuck ton of
Sure.
money. And she was like, hey guys, we can instantaneously figure out what diseases you have with this machine. And all the tech bros were jacking themselves off over donating to it. And then it came out that she was actually lying, and she made off with like $1 billion.
I mean, yeah. I mean, scam. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot, man. Like, in some ways, I'm like, oh, I want to condemn that, but also I'm like, that's a lot of money, man. That's kind of awesome.
I mean, you know what? If people are dumb enough to not look into your scam, then you've kind of earned it.
True.
Yeah,
But
Theranos. Yeah, that's what it was called. She's in jail. At least, no, she actually got out like a year or two ago, and now there's like a Netflix documentary about her. Lol.
oh, nice.
Anyway,
just
enough about scams. This artwork is interesting to me specifically, and I wanted to start off with it because the old artwork that it is referencing, like a whole year later, this was the first artwork of Joe's that I ever saw.
It's the first one I ever made.
You never drew before this at all? That's crazy.
No. Well, I never drew you before that.
No, but I remember seeing this and like cartoon eyes jumping out of the sockets awooga moment, you know? Like I was enamored. Like it was just like I never thought that something that represents me could look so cool before.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think I'm in a I have a lot of friends who are into VTubers. I think I got them into VTubers actually.
Ah.
But one day my friend just texted me. He's like, "Oh, yo, like this one VTuber looks really cool. I think you'd like them." And it was one of your shorts. I forgot what you were talking about. It was something crazy. But I was just
That
like, I
doesn't
don't know,
narrow it
something
down,
about
man.
like yeah, I know. Something about this like golden VTuber glowing in like the void and then talking about the most random shit. I was like, "Oh, this is actually really cool content." And like the glowing hair, I mean, I just love bioluminescent like anything in general in designs and I was like, "Okay, this is a sick design." And like I had just finished a gig and I was like, I should draw something. So let me draw you and I'll just post it out there. And then yeah, and that was it. That was the first one I ever drew for you.
Yeah, no,
But
and
I like that. I don't know. I like the military-esque outfit, the tie and
mhm.
everything. It's very subtle, I guess, subdued.
When I was designing Midas, the thing that I had in mind was I wanted to do a restricted color palette because personally, as an artist, I tend to lean on the crutch of overindulging in too many things and things get lost. So it was like, okay, this is
Yeah.
a character design challenge for me. Can I make a good design with a color that I never use, which is yellow, which is so ironic because now it's like the main color I use for everything. But like up to that point, my main color was red because red's my favorite color.
Mhm.
uh, um, but yeah, no, the Midas design came out of an art practice.
I think the really striking part about Midas, and this is for me, but I think it also applies to like a bunch of the other duders and a lot of the other people in like the VTubing scene, fan scene, is that like what you do with Midas is very simple, but it works so heavily into your favor, especially for fan art, because I'm just like, it's so simple. It's a jacket, tie, glowing hair. I would say sunglasses, but I think half of my fan art, I actually forget the sunglasses a
Well,
bunch of times.
I mean, to be fair, I don't wear my sunglasses 3/4 of the time because they clip into
True,
my
right?
head.
At this point, the sunglasses is just an accessory. It's not part of the
Hmm.
main design.
Yeah.
But the simplicity of the design kind of makes us focus on the parts that are there. And I'm strictly speaking as a fan artist, it definitely makes me want to draw you more just because like I can dish out the piece right away and I don't have to be bogged down in details. And like we'll get into it later with some of the other pieces I sent you,
Hmm.
but so I love VTubers. Big surprise. But there are so many VTubers out there that I'm like their designs are so complicated and I think they're nice. It's not saying that they're bad designs. It's just they're so complicated that I'm gonna sit there for hours drawing the details and I just don't want to do that. And so I'm like, I just don't want to do the fan art in general, and then I just don't do it.
Oh yeah, no, that's again, I also follow that principle as an artist whenever I design things. Sometimes more so than others, but typically I like to keep it as simple as possible. I like to follow like cartoon design principles. Like if I personally wouldn't want to draw it over and over and over again, like keyframe style,
Mhm.
other artists also will not want to draw it. So unless the detail is very important to the design or integral in like building what it is, um, I usually only restrict myself to one intricate design element per design unless there's a specific reason I can't. And
That's true.
for
I
Midas,
used
the
to.
intricate
Mhm.
part was having both the skirt have stripes and having overly strappy boots.
I mean, those are really good designs. Even then,
Yeah.
too, like it's 3 straps per boot. You know what I mean? It's clean. The brown stripes are like large on the tie and on the skirt. Like they're not bogged down in extra details. And
Oh
you
yeah.
were just talking about like drawing, like for animations, like because I've done work as a character designer on animated shows, or for concepts, and it's like I've had my directors straight up say like I know it, no one's gonna draw this, like nobody wants to draw this, and I was like, oh shit, is it bad? Like did I fuck up? Is it bad? It's like, well, first of all, yes, it is bad because nobody wants to draw it, but also it's bad because it's so complicated. Like we
Hmm.
can't draw all of these like little trinkets each and every time. At that
Oh
point, we
yeah.
might as well have made it like a 3D show or like a puppeteer 2D show where the assets
Oh
can
yeah.
stay. But like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Overcomplicated designs are just kind of it's a lot.
They're nice in theory, but in practice, they definitely do nerf a person's potential.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially you just spend too much time just working on the same drawing, which I
Oh,
mean, I'll get into
absolutely.
that one again later, but
Yeah. And that's also why I'm almost done with this point. That's also why if I do create complex character designs, I usually give them multiple forms, if that makes sense. So forms
Mhm.
that are transformative that take off layers. That way there is still potential for them to have easy transformability, easy drawability. Um, and again, Midas being very simple was intentional because if there's one single color, that means if I swap the colors and the shapes are still recognizable as themselves, that gives a whole new angle to the character. So, like having
Sure.
green, I'm still recognizably Midas, but now there's
Mhm.
a whole new feeling behind it. There is actually like normal reading glasses that toggle with it too, but they had the same problem of clipping, so I don't have them on. And
That's
same
fair.
with pink. Again, gives whole new feelings.
Twin tails.
Twin
Perfect.
tails.
Perfect design, honestly.
Perfect design. Peak, truly. Actually, the twin tails were Ayumi's idea.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well
Yeah.
then Ayumi's a fucking peak designer and
Oh,
she should design
absolutely.
more VTubers, honestly.
Yeah. No, it was although I feel like it was like 80% of her just joking because I was talking
Mm.
about Miku and she's like, "Oh yeah, you and your artistic obsession with Hatsune Miku. Why don't you just give yourself Miku twin tails?" And I'm like, "Wait, that's peak."
I mean, it is peak. I mean,
It is
Miku's
peak.
always been a peak design in general,
Oh
so
yeah.
anything that like references it, perfect.
You can't fix perfection. Anyway, enough self-glazing like a bakery donut. Let's go through the
Oh,
lines.
nice analogy. Yeah, let's go through the lines.
Yes.
So, for this one, I I mean, this is a more recent piece, right? So, in terms of like evolution, I kind of did this one from feeling, if that makes any sense.
Hmm.
Like, I literally, I just drew a stroke. I don't even know if you can see it here.
Is that
But
red
I
one down
basically
there?
just did like a yeah, like those reddish lines. I kind of just designed a flow to the piece that I wanted, and then I was like, okay, there's that. And then this is specifically supposed to be like a 1 year later redraw of like my first Midas piece, and I'm like, the first one focused a lot on your hair, and while that's still a big part of your design, the thing that's always gotten me, and I know a lot of your fans mention it, is that your eyes are so expressive. Like we are always drawn to your eyes. So I wanted to make that the focal point of the sketch. And then if you if you look on the layers tab right above it, there's a thing that's called structure. This is where it gets really stupid.
Yes, I can
If you click
see.
that,
Okay, let's make these. Oh,
yeah. So so as soon as I got my sketch down, I was like, okay, I don't want this to be like this is an anniversary piece. This is not going to be haphazard. I want to really take this seriously on how I compose it. So I basically recreated a Mondrian spiral, or I think that's what it's called, the
yeah,
golden
the golden
ratio
ratio.
spiral. So those green and blue lines, that's me just to find the third on the canvas, so I could make the spiral. And then as soon as I made the spiral, I shrunk it, then I adjusted it so that it would line up. The spiral lines up with the eye, and then I could like add elements. So if you look at the illustration, I might be too big. Am I blocking the
Here,
drawing?
let me hold on. Let me just there we go.
No. Ah! Ah!
There we
What is
go.
that?
We can see it a little easier now.
Ah, did you put me in a maid outfit?
What are you talking about? You walked in like this.
You gave me a boob window.
And you're complaining?
I, I on myself, yes, yes, I would complain if it's on myself. I'm
You have
so
your
hot. I want to
God-given
draw fan art
assets
of
and you
myself
won't
now.
flaunt them. That's crazy.
I think I got to do fan art of myself now after this, actually. But if you follow if you follow the spiral, you saw that I moved the hand. I drew the arm so that it follows that flow into the leg and then into the final piece. That it's all built around the spiral. That's what I wanted this to go for. Same thing with all the hair. All the hair is very wavy and curvy, as all the lines of the hair go to where your eye is basically as
It's
well.
masterfully done, actually. I
Oh, thank you.
love like wavy and living hair. It
Yeah.
gives it its own character. That's why even though like personally I'm actually a little bit butthurt about the Studio Ghibli AI trend because Ghibli always had like that peak hair movement for
Oh
me.
yeah, yeah. Like emotional hair. Like it rides with the emotions and the character's
Hmm.
feelings. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's always been like a very iconic part of Ghibli's design, and that's something I definitely wanted to tackle in this piece. Because if you go back to the original one that I did like a year ago, it was kind of flowing, but it's also kind of flat because I was kind of afraid of breaking your design too much. Like, oh, it still kind of has the shape of your original. I guess would you consider this pre Midas or like out Midas 1.0 or something?
Um, Midas in general has always kind of like had a almost a mushroom shaped haircut, regardless.
Mhm.
So yeah, this definitely captures that.
Yeah, and so now that I've drawn you for like over a year at this point, I was like, I'm gonna break a lot of it and just let you like float in space.
And
and I want
honestly,
all the
it
hair
works
to like
so
kind of
well.
like yeah. What was some of the imagery that I thought of while doing this? I thought of the Ghibli hair was one of them. I thought of uh what was it called? Have you ever heard of an anime called Kill la Kill?
Oh my, I can see it.
Yeah, like that kind of hair opening up and being colorful underneath and like that flowiness. I think it was the mom and the two main character girls also had that, but like
But yeah, no,
specifically
it
like the
was most
mom.
extremely the mom, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of wanted to capture that, but yeah,
But yeah.
that's definitely. So if you want to go back to like the structure stuff, you can open the final. You can turn off those two layers, and we could just go right into the final illustration
Okay, all of
if you
these
want
layers
to.
are done, so I'm gonna have to turn them on one by one.
Sure.
Okay, so give
I
me
think
just a moment.
no problem.
Oh,
I think if you just click the tab, the folder that just says Midas first, yeah, right there. You can see, yeah, see how this is how all of what I'm going for. So this one, so I did the line art, right?
mm-hmm.
And I'm I don't know. This is a weird middle ground. I try to be very precise with my inks, but at the same time, I feel like my inks are kind of messy. Uh,
Excuse
I
me
don't
while
know.
I so rudely zoom in.
It's okay. I feel like I concentrate a little too hard on inks, and yet at the same time, I feel like my inks aren't clean enough. But
I'm
well,
looking at your
we'll see.
strokes, and you use like a hard brush with a little bit of texture on it. It almost reminds me of not quite like a pencil, but I don't know. There's
I
a
use I use a brush pack from Kyle Webster.
ah.
It's the Belgian brush. I like to go for a brush that has a little bit of texture while still being relatively clean because
I
I've
also
used really
personally like
textured
that.
brushes and it gets a little too messy for me, and I kind of like
I like the
I don't know, I have to
control
be
of like the
structured.
hard black, but this also allows it to feel a little more not alive, but like it gives a little bit more motion.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I think part of that was just like learning over time as an artist, just like controlling my line weights. So
Mm-hmm.
what you saw before though is that I had a layer that was just pure yellow. That was something I actually learned in the last couple of months from another art friend who I really
Oh,
admire. Because I was saying like my colors are just so rough, and I have such a problem picking it out. And she said to me, just place a color down and then feel from that the vibe you want to go for. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. And I applied it to this piece where I was like, okay, Midas, yellow, but it has to be like yeah, Midas is yellow and it's got to be like this pale glowingness. It can't be. I mean, I said right now it can't be warm at this stage. I'll make it very warm as we continue with the process. But I was like, let's establish yellow as a color and then we'll start building off of that.
right.
And so yeah, right there I apply my flats and then there's like a term and you might have heard it too. It's called local color
Yeah.
and I'm so guilty of it. Is the idea that when you color something as it exists in real life. And I am a huge victim of that. Like if a tree is green, I'm going to use the color green.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
without like the
think.
context of the
Right, and I
yeah.
don't think about, like, the way, like, "Oh, where are the blues in the green? Where are the yellows?" I have such a hard time grasping that, but I've been pushing myself to, like, break out of that. So when I look at your colors, at least from the original Midas design, if you want like, if you go back to the original drawing, you don't have to, but, like, the original drawing, it's just I made your clothes black. Maybe a little bit of gray in there for lighting, but it's black. And
Black
I
with a
was
little
like,
green and all that. But no, I get it.
"Yeah."
It's one of those things for sure. It's one of those things that before I went to university, I didn't learn this from university, but I learned it while I was at university. That says something about the state of the education there. But
Oh, nice.
um, I really learned to fall in love with misusing color, so to speak. So, like, instead
Mhm.
of ever using a flat black, always using a blue, for instance. And always shading a yellow with green or shading a yellow with purple just because it always gave such like a fun like sharp contrast. But it also meant that when I was putting together color palettes that I was able to put together things that were a little more pleasing. Like the 3D model I'm using, it is
Mhm.
my illustrative design. It's just been style matched. But when I was drawing this model and I was putting together everything, all of the grays, all of the greens, when I like was sketching out the reference sheet, all of it was like this deep blue, this deep blue. And as I was
Mm,
going on, I was desaturating it and adding layers of more and more paleness. So I tend to
yeah.
work backwards in that regard.
Nice. That's the thing I'm still trying to this day to like really figure out. Like every piece I'm trying to do is like a little mini lesson for myself to like pick up something. And for that, I think this one was really local color and vibe. So right away I was like, okay, the darkest parts of this are going to be the void. So I cannot have any like really black colors on you. So exactly, I make your hair is straight up blue. I have your yeah, all of your outfit is basically tinged in various colors of blue. I add a blush and then I add yellow specifically so I can I always have a separate for your illustrations. I always have a separate yellow layer, so I always have that on hand if I need to adjust. Uh, then I have a layer called brown, literally just adding the stripes, shadows, and then so shadows is when I you were just talking about it. If I color yellow and I got to shade it with green, I said, okay, I'm gonna do the same thing too, but I go for a yellowish green, so I'm not leaving. It's not too contrasty. Like we're still in the realm of
Oh, yeah.
like the yellow color.
It's still adjacent on the color wheel.
Exactly, and I want to keep that as close as possible. Because the idea of this entire piece is that it's you glowing and you shine in like a darkness, right?
Right.
So everything about you has to like be super cohesive and completely contrast the environment. And so I think I just add extra layers of me just adding a little bit of like subtle tone and gradient into the illustration so that
Well,
what do
that's
you
kind of
notice
terrifying, I'm not gonna lie.
what you'll notice with this is that like until I added those gradient layers, there's just giant spots of light, but I still want to concentrate the light around your eyes and hair, so I started adding gradients to bring down the brightness everywhere that isn't your face. And then I double it up by adding lights, and then I add another yellow tone, and then I overlay it with an orange color
I
so that
will
kind
say,
of like
when you
ties
overlay that
everything
orange
together.
color, that really tied the palette together. It was quite something. What I find interesting is
Exactly.
that the brown that you started with was actually very green. It was a very green
Yes.
brown, which is not something I would have expected, especially once you add the orange overlay.
It
It's
pops,
seamless. It looks like a very
right?
warm brown. So,
Thank you. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Like I said, I didn't want to leave the yellow color palette. That's why, like I said, my friend told me start with a color right away. So I started with the yellow so that anytime I added a color, I would contrast it with that base yellow from the beginning. And then, from there, I added the eye, I added glow, and I added that like little shine highlight around your eye. Just a couple of effects
Oh
afterwards.
yeah, the effects are they get me. It's very comic book, but like in the best way possible. That's I love your style because even though I'm in the anime space, I've always had like a little bit of a reverence for really solid comic style. Like maybe it's
Mhm.
not always it doesn't always have to be naturalistic, but like it's so unmistakably your style, right? It's very round, it's very sharp. It's got lots of not like sharp isn't like edge line, but sharp isn't like crisp, if that makes sense. Your
I see
flats
what you mean. Yeah,
are
yeah.
very intentional. It's just it's good, right? Like so
Yeah.
anytime I see myself drawn in this style, it's always like "Ah."
Thank you. I mean, to what you were saying, like I grew up a lot on cartoons first, then anime second. Like I got into anime more as I was a teenager, but as a kid, it was comics and cartoons, right? So I have that very strong like American Western influence. And then when I got into what's the word? When I got into art school, I was kind of at a turning point. I'm like, do I lean more into the anime art style that I've been liking for the last couple of years, or do I go with the American style art? And what happened is that I had a lot of teachers in my art school that were comic book artists, American comic book artists. So I ended up just doing American style
Mm,
to I don't want to just say appease to them as if like I'm only doing it because I want a good grade. I was also doing it because like I also like the style as well.
right.
And so I guess undiscovering my artistic style, I kind of found myself, like you said, at a crossroads between anime and more Western style. And I think when you complimented that part of me, that really did mean a lot to me as an artist, because for years in this space, both professionally and as a fan, I've kind of felt too like out of place. Like I'm not American enough for like the Western style cartoons and illustrations. And my style isn't really anime enough to like compare to like a lot of the Japanese artists or like the really big artists in the Twitter space, the anime space and everything. So I was just like, I just feel so lost, right? And then in this moment I'm like, oh, I'm being told that what I'm doing here is in and of itself, like it's cool. And I was like, that means a lot. It made me want to like kind of hone in on that.
It's genuinely like there are some artists out here like that do style like this, but it is not very common. And I try not to compare anything that I do to Japanese anime artists because then I get discouraged. Um,
True.
but no, like be proud of what you've developed because it is not only high quality, it is emotive. It is pristine to a degree. Like it is I hate to keep saying intentional, but it's intentional. It comes out
I
really
mean, you're not
strongly,
wrong.
right?
Yeah.
And
I
the world is better off having like diversity in style like this. It's so rare to find new shit that is high quality. And this is new shit that is high quality. Like this is like I'd love to get this on my walls. I'd like to get tattoos of this. By the way, tattoos are degenerate. I would never get a tattoo. But if I'm getting tattoos, this is the kind of shit I would want on my body. Like this is actually peak.
I I really appreciate that. That really does mean a lot. I'm also just trying not to laugh because the entire time you're talking about this, I'm looking at myself in the fucking maid outfit, and it's
I'm sorry. I'm
like
sorry. You
I
know what? Let me slip you into something more comfortable. There
yeah,
we
I'll
go.
take the Joe of Midas. I
Joe
like
of
that
Midas.
one.
I don't know
I
what you
can
mean.
appreciate
That
that
you're
one.
literally me. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I guess I'm literally you. That's
Yeah.
crazy. I can't believe you are a like 29-year-old Filipino boy. That's awesome. I knew you had it in you
I
to
knew
be
you had
Filipino.
it in you. That's crazy.
Oh my god. But yeah, so like yeah, with this entire piece, I know as you know, with all the different things that you were adding on, everything I tried to do is just to kind of like push towards that central theme and not repeat things too much, if that makes any sense. Like
Mhm.
that, like the red around your eyes. I do not repeat that color anywhere else because then it would start to pull away from that impact. You know
Right.
what I mean? And then I add because I want your people to look at your face and around your face. Not only is it bright yellow, but like on your hair, the lights are like slightly green tinged, and you know they're just kind of like we're always trying to pull you towards the eye with this illustration. So,
Oh yeah. No, it draws from both art theory and a little bit of psychology, which is peak.
and those are the best kind of art pieces, right?
Oh yes. You know what? I think we've done enough Midas glazing for half a second. Let's move on to your Atlas Anarchy work.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me open this up on my screen too, so I can follow along with you.
Hmm.
But yeah, so Atlas Anarchy, that one was interesting. I've seen her in the space for like a couple of months already at this point, and I think I followed her on Twitter and YouTube. But like, just I was like, oh, that's a really cool design, a paper VTuber. That's super cool. And then one day, I get added like a bunch of times and on my Twitter feed because it's somebody's like, I'm looking for this Filipino artist. Can anybody tell me who this Filipino artist is? He looks like this, and it's like a very crudely drawn version of like my profile
Oh,
picture, but
that's
it's
fucking
also facing the
hilarious.
wrong way.
Where's this
And I was
fucking
looking at
Pinoy? I need to have words with him.
right, and like I was just looking through the feed, like I'm just like, and then they started like a small manhunt. Not manhunt, that's too extravagant. There was like 10
Manhunt.
people. It was like 10 people, but they were like, "Oh, I looked up. I've been cross-referencing Filipino artists, and I found this Filipino artist. Is it this Filipino?" It's like, "No, it's not that Filipino. I'm looking for this Filipino." And then they eventually found me, and then they added me. And I was like, "Oh, what did they at me for? Did I do something?" I actually thought I was gonna get canceled over some shit. I was scared. I was like, what the hell's going on? Why am I getting added on Twitter? And they're just like, oh, I like your art. And I was like, that's it? Like, thank you so much. for the compliment, but I was sitting there, I'm like, I'm scared. Like, why are they trying to find me?
Just straight up sweating.
Yeah, and so I was very, I mean, I was like, damn, that's very nice. And this is such a funny interaction. I was like, all right, I think I was in the middle of a project, but
Ah.
you're gonna find out there's a trend of like, oh, I have this VTuber art idea, whatever project I'm working on. I'm like, hey, I'm not gonna work today, and I'm just gonna do this fan art. So I stopped working on my current project, and then I started doing this Atlas fan art. So
Oh my god, I never
first of
even
all,
noticed that her shoes are the fucking erasers.
so that isn't part of her design. And I mean,
No, I
I
know.
guess I can
That's
get
why
into
I'm
it now.
just seeing it now and
Yeah.
being like, oh,
So
wait
I
a
did
minute.
that because I'm like, she has a pop of yellow on her, then it's
Mhm.
just white and then gray, and then a little too close. And I needed something to tie it together. Like what could be the bookend of this illustration, right?
The
And
bookend of a
so one
pencil.
bookend is the yellow jacket, and then I was like, we got to give her shoes. What kind of shoes? And then I was like, fucking eraser shoes, and we turned them into heels. I was like, oh man, I'm so fucking smart, bro. I'm like the fucking smartest character designer
You're the
ever
smartest. The smart
because
artist.
I put shoes on a character. Yeah, that's
I mean, you know
but I
what? Some
got
Twitter
mad hyped
artists
about
find that to
them.
be an absolute challenge. Putting those nasty dogs out for all to see at all times. Disgusting.
What? I mean, yeah, you're right.
Mm. I am the
So,
world's biggest anti-foot person,
word?
which is so
I
cruel
can't. I have
because
too many
half of my
close
friends
friends.
are supreme foot fetishists. So
I
it's
have friends who are
constant.
foot fetishists too. And honestly, I love my friends so much that I actually made it a journey for myself as an illustrator to be like, I have a friend. I'm like, yo, I love you. You are one of my closest friends. I will get good at drawing feet for you. I want you. I
That's
want you to look at my
crazy.
drawings and be like, damn, Joe drew this because he loves me. Because he doesn't love feet, but he did that because he loves me. And I'm like, I'm getting off track on that one. Let's just go to the sketch on this one. Let's just So that's the grid. I think there's a if you go back, there's an actual sketch layer, like the very first thing I drew.
Let's see.
And I yeah.
Got. I don't see the sketch
It's
here.
all the way at the
Oh, it's
bottom.
underneath,
Yeah, and then you could just hide the that
under the
fill layer.
fill.
So and I wanted to bring this one up because I've had some people who follow me in my DMs. They mentioned like, hey, like what's your process on posing and stuff like
Mm.
that? And so I thought this would be a good example. I'm not a good teacher. I would suck at teaching because a lot of what I say is like feeling, right? And so for this piece, I was like, she is a very tall character, but I want to cram her entire body into a piece, but I want it to feel compact. So I was like, okay, how do I get that feeling? I said, okay, what if she's crouching forward? That's a cool pose. What if she has her arms up? I'm like, just it's like piece by piece. I'm thinking, okay, this is the pose, and then
You're
I just
thinking from
draw
like the
out.
personality of the character and
Exactly.
incorporating that in.
100%. Yes, exactly. See, and I can't even articulate that. That's how bad of a teacher I'd be. But yeah, I had a feeling she's just kind of like this badass person who says, "I don't give a fuck. I'm paper. I'm punk. I'm paper punk." So she wouldn't be like standing straight. She'd be crouching over. She'd be like hands in her pockets, like "fuck you," sticking her tongue out and shit. Like I fucking hate the man, or whatever. And so I was like, okay, that's the pose. And then so from there I started adding on like everything. It's just like honestly one of those just like step 2, it's done kind of thing. Yeah, you see here, like I'm adding the colors, very, very basic colors, and then right there. I went too crazy on the shading because I couldn't think of anything proper.
Again, though,
So
I'm seeing from like the hierarchy that it's all just one shade of green, though, so that's pretty cool.
it is all one shade of green, and it goes back to like, I, not yeah, I'd say like a weakness. Like I said, I really can't see color well.
Hmm.
Like I struggle so much with color. It's one of my biggest weaknesses that I'm still, I haven't given up on it. I have been trying, like every piece, like I said, I want to try and add something and fix something. So for this one, it is a shade of green. But what I did in this one compared to like a lot of my other ones is that I'm not gonna shade it flat. I'm gonna do like subtle shading, gradients. It's going to be the same color of shade, but I gotta like adjust the values. And then I added a little pink on the bottom because I thought it just looks cool.
It's a good
But this
contrast,
is
and it
all
actually
value.
almost gives off that the shoes are like that. There's light bouncing off of the shoes.
I didn't even think about that one, but I'm gonna next time I tell somebody about it, I'm gonna say I that's what I thought because yeah. And so yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
just like how you went, oh, I made sure to include the M in your hand. I'm like, what fucking M?
that one surprises the hell out of me. For like the duders who don't
Genuinely.
know, did you know that your Oshi core of Midas has a fucking M on her hair?
So
Like the little
these
those little the little yeah, the
the
flaps of
little
hair,
hair
it
vent
spells an
part of my
M.
bangs, that was it was just put there because I liked having a little pop of yellow up there, and I thought it balanced out the design of the hair. It's like bottom heavy yellow. Well, there's nothing really on the top, so let's put little hair vents in there. Oh, but I don't want it to be symmetrical, so let's make it smooth down the side like that. And they're done and dusted. And then I didn't think anything further of it. But then Joe slips in, he just casually drops the hottest piece of unintentional lore, going, yeah, no, I made sure it was very important to me that I included the big glowing M in your hair. I'm like, what fucking M?
I can't
Chat,
believe it.
it's canon now. This is an M.
The fact it wasn't canon beforehand is just so surprising to me. I thought that was like day of. I didn't even bring it up to you because I'm like, oh, she cooked so hard on this design. Like she doesn't need to be told that this is a great design. She already knows it, but apparently you didn't. So, so
I
like,
will
what
have
else
you
can I
know that
say here?
90% of the best things I do are unintentional.
True, true. I was gonna say also if you look at this Atlas piece, I pulled a Midas on this one. I completely forgot about her hair tie, that little gray hair tie.
Yeah.
So that's just a whole separate thing. I tacked that on like at the very last minute.
Oh,
I
yeah, I
actually
could
posted
see as I was
the piece,
clipping through the layers.
right? I posted the piece and I sat there for 5 minutes and I was like, I forgot our fucking ribbon. So I deleted the post off of Twitter, redrew it. I added the ribbon in and I posted it because
Bro, you
I
sound
don't
like me.
know. It's like what I talked to you about with VTubers before. Like they all have these details, and sometimes I forget to draw them, but I don't know how important they are to the VTubers
Mm.
themselves. So sometimes we're like, oh, I'll just forsake a drawing. Not forsake a drawing,
I will
forsake like a
forsake this drawing.
yeah, I'll forsake the VTuber entirely. But no, no,
What
no,
does
no,
that
no, I
even
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do
mean?
that. I
Forsake thee.
like
Nah.
no, I don't know. I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't even know why I use the word forsake. I actually have no idea what it means, but it sounds cool.
I think it's like a semi-religious term.
It's kind of like drawing.
Mm.
Like why did you draw that? Oh, I just think it looks cool. Right? Why did you use that word? Oh, it just sounds cool. Makes me seem smarter, right?
Oh
Uh
yes, I pull that shit quite frequently.
so for Atlas here, I was like, okay, I'll add the ribbon this time. But I've drawn her so much at this point that I'm like, if she wants one with the ribbon, there's a bunch of drawings with the ribbon. I'm just gonna draw it how I want to.
Mm.
It's like you and those like bags on the side of your skirt.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes I have it, sometimes I don't.
yeah. They are. They were. Even the modeler wasn't sure what they were, and so when you look at the belt, the dark parts of the belt, those were supposed to come off with the bags, because the belt in the middle
Oh.
wasn't supposed to be attached to the bags. But the modeler didn't quite understand that, and so those black pieces end up just as part of the jacket, and the bags themselves disappear. Um, these were loosely based off of World War II military jackets, like just
Oh,
how
okay.
there was a there was a specific intention there. The code itself was not based off that, but the pockets were. Um, I
Oh,
had a
interesting.
reason. I genuinely did. But at this point, the only thing I can really remember is how I felt trying to make them stand out from the jacket. And they're a little annoying
Mhm.
for me to draw as well, but oh, I remember it was man, I never have enough pockets on my clothing. I wonder what would happen if I just added a lot of pockets. You know, if I ever cosplayed this one day, I would be so set. I could put everything in every pocket. I could put a full rabbit in my pocket. That was entirely what it was. I'm so fucking stupid.
I mean, hey, I mean, I love pockets too, so I get you. I get you.
I mean, if you can't put a whole rabbit in your pockets, do you really even have a functioning pocket?
I don't know, man. Some of the jackets I have, their pockets are so huge, I could fit like a laptop in them. That's kind
Holy
of a flex,
shit!
right?
You need to hook me up with your
It's
jackets.
yeah, I got you. I got you. I'll just draw a fucking oversized coat on you or something for like
Wig?
your next outfit or whatever.
Excellent. All right,
Excellent.
we'll move on to, we'll do the Coco and the Ame one at the same time.
Sure.
But
I
before we
mean,
do,
yeah, it's just one
let's
Togo,
take
so
a quick break to, I'm going to check
sure.
back in with chat. I'm going to catch up on supers, and there was a raid earlier, so just want to do that. And it'll also give you a moment to get some water or whatever. Or not, I'm
Oh
not your
fuck yeah, I
mother.
love water. All right, I'm gonna go mute.
Okay. All right, chat, I hope that you have been enjoying. I've been having an excellent time with Joe. Um, Let me just catch up with you real quick. We had a lot of people joining, members on YouTube. Welcome, Ratchet, the MS-DOS, Daxon, Necroleptic, what a name, Unipanda, Hello Chief, Alexander McCabe, and John Adams. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Prof Cake, thank you for the 5. Chat, did you know that the Donathon is at 7,056 right now? If we manage to get 8,000, we can force Midas to return in winter 2025. It's not so much force. I will be back, but it would make it easier for me because, okay, here's the thing. I am coming back in the winter, and I'm hoping to come back with new assets. I am going to be working with a new model artist to help me with a new Live 2D. And the final rung of the Donathon is basically helping me pay for the rigging of that. The sooner that that model is done, the sooner Midas will actually be able to return. The plan is to return, but reaching that goal is like the difference between coming back in like November or coming back in December, basically. So it is not a necessary thing, but like it's like a, if you want to help, that is there. But at this point, if I ended the Donathon now, everything that I've really needed to accomplish has been accomplished, and we're gonna have a fucking crazy 6 weeks. I guess it's 5 weeks now. That's crazy. I love how grumpy he looks when he's silent. But yes. Caught up there, and I shall catch up on Twitch real quick. I'm fawning so hard. This broadcast already my favorite. The virtue of all the art talk between two amazing artists. Farrell, I've been having a blast. I've been having a blast. Xander, by the way, thank you for the raid. It was a while ago. If you're still here, thank you, everybody. I'm joined here by JoeCanvas. You can find him on most socials under that little hashtag I've got there in the corner. This one right here. And if I've got it wrong, he will correct me. Please give him your support. Just go love his shit because I love his shit. Like, for as much as he glazes me, I will glaze him to the ends of the earth because, again, just I look up to this guy. His work is immaculate. Yes. All right. Okay. And thank you, Dynamanic, for the resub. That's one way to sign a painting. Yes. Oh, okay. Mr. Grump, you're good here and whenever? Excellent. All right. Come back in here. Your fans are missing you, Joe.
Oh god, I have fans. That's so nice.
They're clawing and clamoring. They want me to. They're booing me off the stage. They want Joe back.
That's hilarious. I don't know. The concept of like having fans is kind of like crazy. I mean, you could probably you'd relate too, right? Like literally a year ago, both of us were kind of like nobodies. I think I had like 1,000 followers last year, which I mean, to some people that's still a lot. That's perfectly fine too. But like it kind of like exploded this past year. Partly, just doing so much art for you in general and as well. But I don't know, having a fan, that's kind of crazy.
Metal says now draw her 100 pounds heavier. I will have you know if you do that, I am sending a hired hitman to your house. I spent the last year losing those 100 pounds. You better not give them back.
How $1,000 for 100 pounds? How does that?
Motherfucker, I will end you. I will get you. I mean, to be fair, I know how it is in this economy, so I won't blame you, but just know that the
Right?
crossbow will be aimed
We just
at your
gotta do what we
nuts.
gotta do. Wait, what? Was that last one? I mean, yeah. Do what you gotta do. I know. I know so many artist friends of mine who made like bank drawing stuff exclusively for furries for like 3 years, and then they got out of it.
I
But
mean,
they made
Wig,
bank.
I really can't blame them. Before you met me, before you saw Midas, I was doing a lot of Genshin Impact porn. Like drawing it, not participating in it. It made good
Oh hell
money.
yeah!
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, whatever works.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, I would do the same, but for Zenless Zone Zero, because that's my gotcha game of choice right now.
Ah,
But
I fucking love. Okay, tangent,
go.
unrelated to the artwork that we're about to look at. Zenless Zone Zero. Some people hate the way that the characters are animated. I adore it. I
Oh, it's awesome.
love the over the top, like the jiggle, the exaggerated motions. Again, it gives very American, but the fact that it's in a super anime style, it just again, it's a blend of both worlds that I wasn't expecting, but it is so good. It just hits my brain the right way.
People who hate that kind of like animation style, they don't have whimsy in their life. They don't
Right?
have
They hate
like
fun.
it's just so fun to watch. I'm like, how could you hate this? If you hate it because it's a gotcha, I cannot say anything.
Yeah, yeah,
But
fair
it's like,
enough.
oh, it's too cartoony and it's too silly. I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, that's the point. That's why it's so good. You know?
It's like
That's my. I mean,
looking into the bag that says dead dove do not eat. Right? Like if you
yeah.
look in the bag that says that, you're gonna expect to see a dead dove. These people are looking in the bag that says gotcha with titties. And they're going, oh my god, ew, this gotcha has titties, and they jiggle. Ugh. Like, okay, genius.
Just admit that I love Gooner games. Yeah, I guess so.
You don't have to, it's okay.
What can I
Guys,
say?
I love Gooner games. Scientifically, of course.
Scientifically, yeah, there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn.
Yes.
Actually, side note, jokes aside, there is a lot to learn from ZZZ's like style. I guess
Oh,
you would call it.
absolutely. Style is in movement, but as visuals as well.
Even
There has
visuals,
been
yeah.
irreparable damage to the VTuber space because of these games, though. I have to say, every design
Mhm.
got 10,000 times more complicated when Genshin dropped for no good fucking
I
reason.
it's like what we were talking about. There are so many VTubers that I really do like.
Hmm.
But when I think about having to draw some of like their extra details, it makes me tired, and I just end up never drawing the piece in general.
Entirely. Yeah,
It's
it's.
pretty rough.
Oh, yeah, you can never escape the Genshinfication.
Well, I
And
mean, also
again,
a lot of those Genshin artists are working as VTuber designers now too. I'm pretty sure.
oh, yes.
What was it, Vestia Zeta from Hololive? She literally Genshin artist is her designer, I
Really?
think.
Oh, that
Yeah,
makes
I think
sense.
so.
I know
Sure.
that, fucking not Genshin, but Fire Emblem Three Houses, that artist that designed the main characters for not Three Houses, the new game, the one that just dropped. Sh
Engage, I think.
Engage, yeah, no, that's also the character designer for Coregiali.
Oh yeah, Lamb,
Yeah, it's
right?
Lamb.
Yeah.
I
So,
can't ever remember their name.
unfortunately, I do. I'm very much a
Unfortunately.
Hololive. I'm very much a Hololive simp. I don't know.
Hmm. I am very casual for Hollow and Niji. It's more like
Mhm.
I find one person or two people I like, and it's less me in the culture of those communities. Mostly because there's just so many people at this point, it's a little overwhelming.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
completely get you. I
You thought it was Miko
Unfortunately, I do
Picasso?
know every single one of them by name,
Oh,
unfortunately.
was it Mika
But,
Picasso? Not Lamb.
m oh, Mika Picasso. Oh, and then I guess
No,
no, I
so
think Mika Picasso is, Bei's artist.
Miko Picasso. Okay, it was Bay, not okay. I'm sorry. They have similar like proportions, but wildly different coloring styles. Although they do really love
True.
their use of red, which is peak.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Imagine
Fellow red
animating them.
fanatic.
I don't. I would cry.
Yeah. That's why Life 2D is so cool because it's puppets, right? And
Oh,
I
absolutely.
when I worked in animation, I worked on some shows that were specifically puppeted animation, right? And for those who don't know, puppeted animation is like you literally have like a drawing and then you give it a skeleton that you can move in a 2D space instead of having to like animate every in between frame and being meticulous about it. You could literally just get away with puppets and tweening to like do the animation.
Yeah.
And because of puppets like Life 2D and in these shows, you can have characters that are like more detailed because you're not having to redraw everything constantly. So
Yeah.
that's just one way to get it done.
Before we get back to the artwork, I'm just gonna say that's why, even though I might not like the writing for Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, the overindulgence in complex character design is both frightening and impressive. Because I'm thinking about the poor animators behind the scenes, because that is not puppeted, that is hand drawn. And I'm like, holy fuck. Each one of these designs would be a nightmare to do for fan art, but you're animating this? Ugh.
Yeah, man. Has Been Hotel got crazy good art.
Mhm.
It's very. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it because I don't actually watch the series, but I can definitely say it's. I followed the artist for a couple of years, so it's just kind of awesome to see her having like a big show with a big fan base, like as it is when she
Yeah.
was just a small person doing indie development for a long time. So super cool, super cool.
Super cool. Zord says, what the fuck was that fetish tier list of yours? I don't know what you're talking about. I have done no such thing. Do I look like a degenerate? No, I can't be a degenerate. Look, I'm with a very
you did put me in
cute
a maid
maid.
outfit. Oh.
Would a degenerate have a fully clothed, beautiful say-so maid? Okay, sorry.
I don't know. Do I play this? I was like, do I play this straight or do I say something that a maid would say? But the cringe kind of got to me before I said it. I'm not doing it.
I don't get a single Joe Moe. It's so over, everybody. It's so over.
Moe Kyun.
Guys, I win. Somebody clip that. Somebody clip it and ship it. Tag him on Twitter. He's never escaping it.
Oh. Okay.
Joey Moe Kyun.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, so the more emotional side of things, you've done a lot of graduation art very recently too.
Yeah, and I was prepared to do another one too until I read to the bottom of your post.
I'm sorry for that jump scare, Joe. But
okay.
yes, again, it just plays to your strengths, which is framing, which is motion, which is just you really feel like the piece of like personality, right? You've got you sent me an example of an older one, and you sent me the one for Ame. If we go for the one for Coco, which is again an older art of yours,
very old.
you've still got incredible flow of motion. You're still very good with your anatomy.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. When you were putting this one together, I don't have the layers for this one, but how different was the process between these two?
A lot actually. I think the first. A lot in terms of the techniques I used, but from the frame of thinking, it's actually basically the same. For both pieces, I just started off with the character, and then I came up with the background afterwards. Not like I didn't think of the background, but like it was really, really secondary to the piece. And so I mean, like for this one, I drew this in 2021, I guess. And this was like the very first VTuber graduation, and I was a very big fan of Coco, so I was like, I have to draw something for when she goes. And so I just pulled everything I knew at the time. Like I knew how to shade via like layers and opacity. But if you compare that to like what I'm doing now, and you'll see in the Ame piece is that like my shading is extremely flat and it's all one intensity, right? If you not in this one, because I played around with the gradients more, but like in the previous illustration, it's all the same intensity of shadow from like the head to the toe.
Very graphic.
Yeah, it's very graphic. Exactly. I came at this very graphically because as an illustrator and going to art school, I mean, and I have so much to say about art school, but like I funneled specifically into learning how to ink and draw characters, but I didn't really spend a lot of my time at school learning color. And so, a lot of my art growth and studies over the last 6, 7 years since I left, since I graduated, was trying to learn how to color. Cause like literally the year before this in 2020, I have like one illustration that's colored. Everything else is black and white.
Really?
Yeah, so that was my very basically first attempt to try to do a fully rendered illustration. And so like if you look at the background, I'm like scribbling, but like messily scribbling. Like I'm not really thinking. I'm like, okay. And like we were just talking about local colors. I'm like, sakura blossoms are pink, trees are brown, so I'm gonna go
So
for
let's
a brown.
fucking do it. Yeah, brown and pink.
Stones are gray. I'm gonna go for a gray color on the stones, and the walkway, it's gonna be bluish gray because the sky's blue. And that choice was actually pretty damn smart of me at the time. I was like, damn.
It's like, I'm a bit of an artist, you see.
I'm fucking goated. What the fuck, actually?
Well, since your like home base is usually like, at least at this point in time, was black and white, would you mind if I actually slapped a black and white filter on this to kind of take a peek at your values? Yeah.
When I say black and white, I mean black and white inking, because I'm actually afraid to see. And here is an example of me not understanding color. Right? It's all very just gray and light gray, and the only things that are somewhat dark are the things that locally are dark, like her stocking and her
corset.
Vest? Corset.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And locally, those colors are dark, and that's how I've rendered them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I haven't thought about the actual values here. I'm just thinking graphically, because I always think graphically as a inker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ink in black and white, so I think in colors of just. I mean, I wasn't thinking, right? And you can see like it's all very just bright. There's no like intensity anywhere.
No. Comparing it to this, I don't even need to flip it black and white to see that your values are very, like, even if it wasn't like you're sitting down thinking, how can I make the values strategic? It's like almost like naturally, like very split evenly. It's got you've got your bright brights and you've got your saturated, you've got your dark darks, and they all balance each other, and they direct your eye focally straight to the middle, straight to the door.
And this piece actually was one of the, like I told you, like a lot of my pieces, I want to like learn something or I want to try something out. And so what I was trying to understand here isn't just light, but like glow, right? Like the hay in the front, it's like glowing, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not adding filters. I'm actually just going at this with like color. Like I'm actually just adding lighter colors, and I'm making surrounding colors darker.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm taking what I've been learning about like color theory and lighting and shading. So like, and then as I add like these like I use like a soft airbrush to airbrush like a tinge of yellow hue around it to boost up that gold, that like glowing effect. And that's just for me. Like, what I'll do when I illustrate is I'll just pull up a bunch of references. I'll open up a Pinterest. I'll just look at videos, or I'll look at anything that tackles the subject of glowing, and I want to see how are they doing it, and then try and incorporating that into like whatever I'm drawing. So like, if you can just turn off this layer and just go to the initial sketch, you can see like, I have my pencil layer on top of that by accident. Yeah. Like here, this is exactly how I thought, right? I just wanted a door.
Right.
I just wanted a door, and I wanted Ame going through it, and that's it. Unfortunately, that's it. But I thought it's too open and it's too empty, and I needed to fill something. Like there's supposed to be a warmth to it, so I thought, hey, in the daytime, the sunlight. I want you like I mean I don't know if
it feels very mystical.
Right? Would you say it has the warmth in it too? Like it feels like a sun. Can you feel
absolutely.
Like the sun
it's like the sun is beating down. I could smell the grass here, but then all of a sudden you see this coldness of like the unknown, the outer space, the galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Awesome. Yeah. And so like so that's where I kind of wanted to tackle it. And so like, because this is a very color heavy illustration, you know, you could go layer by layer to see how I like kind of like added all those values in.
Let's break it down. And by break it down, I mean beatbox. Start beatboxing while I play with
your
layers.
You can turn the sketch off so it's like a little bit more clear if you want to.
There we go.
Yeah. So I started, I'm adding the colors, the sky, clouds, and then here. So that yellow in the back goes back to what I was just telling you about. My friend says, just lay down a color and then think, like, how do you build off of that vibe? So this entire warmth in this illustration comes from that background yellow. Like that yellow was like my focal point, and anything I added had to like kind of be in that vibe of that really bright yellow color. And so, just I started using the brushstroke to just add hay, and I thought to myself, if this was me like 2 years ago, I would have sat down to like try and figure out how to do every straw in the foreground. And then I watched like 5 Bob Ross videos, and I'm like, no, I could just build up. I just gotta just keep building up from there.
Just keep
So
swimming.
shout out to fucking Bob Ross. Love
Hell
that
yeah.
guy.
Palette in chat says, "Tell Joe that I'm his best little inker."
I guess you're my little inker, I guess. Love you too, Palette.
Well, I guess you are my little pug champ. You
My
are
little palette inker.
my little inker. Your fan base name, that's crazy.
Oh no. And so here too, like the door has to stand out, so I started going in with like reds in here. So it still keeps in that warm color tone, but it pops a little bit more. And I'm just adding detail. Then the void. Again, here too. What's the vibe of the void? It doesn't want to be dark. It wants to be like an inviting unknown. So I go for like that purple lavender color.
You go
I
with
only know,
something
like, 3
bright.
purples. Yeah, something that's like exciting, even if it's a little cold. And so there's that.
Which again,
Then I
like
have my
in like a
Ame.
psychology kind of way, it invokes that feeling. It invokes the positive potential that's going to be happening here.
Yeah. And then Ame again too here. I kind of basically just referenced her actual color palette because it's already yellow. So I
Yeah.
was like, I don't need to think too heavily on that one.
Then
And
we got the grass shadows, the
yeah.
grottos.
Oh, that's actually the first pass I did of Ame because I didn't like this version actually. Because her jacket wasn't flowy enough and it wasn't big enough. So I actually ended up turning that layer off. I think it actually says do not post in final. So I'll make marks for myself to remember in my on my first draft. That was I marked it as my first draft, and then
Yeah, and then you've
I
got the ref
continued
sheet
onward.
here.
Pulled up the ref sheet, always got a reference.
Always got a reference. Yeah.
And then, man, I fucking love Ame. I think she was the first English VTuber I ever watched.
Really?
Yeah, and she wouldn't. I mean, I many others would come afterwards, and they would end up becoming my favorites. But I've always had a soft spot for Ame for kind of like getting me into all of this. Yeah. So very sad to see her go. When
It was
she
sad
did.
to see her go for sure. But you know what?
Wasn't she yours as well? Your Oshi?
She was somebody that I definitely looked up to. She wasn't somebody that I actively watched a ton of. My Oshi is Usan.
Usan. Oh, yeah.
No,
Beautiful
and
singing.
their previous life, that was like my big holy fuck, I am distraught moment when they were unceremoniously slaughtered. They were taken out back and shot behind the shed by Niji. And it was
I've
just
been lucky to have graduations, but what happened to Usan's past life was nothing short of absolutely devastating for anybody who was a fan of them.
Oh yeah, no, and that was no, it was bad. But
yeah.
Ame was definitely somebody I really did look up to in the VTubing scene, especially for all of the technological advances and the ideas that she brought to the scene. Again, she's somebody who was very unique, and she did things that nobody did. She's single-handedly the reason that every EN VTuber, and probably a lot of JP VTubers at this point, use schedules weekly. She was the first one to come up with that. Yeah.
She pioneered that.
And she single-handedly, she personally funded her entire gen to have 3D models when the people that she was working for said that they weren't going to do that. She really wanted it to happen, so she made sure it happened. Like over and over again behind this, she's the puppet master, you see.
Yeah, she really is. She's amazing.
Yeah. And so while I wasn't like constantly looking at her content, I always had a strong admiration for her and what she was willing to do.
Yeah.
And
same here pretty much.
I try to operate
I ended up finding
under that.
others. Yeah. I found other Oshis after her, but I was like, I always thought of her, I'm like, you are still like one of the most important to the scene, honestly.
A Kamiyoshi kind of.
Yeah, like a Kamiyoshi. So and then in this one here too, I just compare that to the Coco drawing. I just started really throwing in like subtle, like how can I adjust the intensity, right? Like I know the shadows underneath her are going to be darker because the sun's not there, but it's going to bounce off of the hay and the ground. So I need to meet this kind of like underglow. How do I highlight that in the jacket, everything? And how do I keep it from being so like it's supposed to be like a really intense sunlight, but like um normally if this was me from like 5 years ago, I said, "Okay, the sunlight's really intense on the left, and now I'm going to make the shadow darker on the right." But now that I'm like now that I'm like a better artist, I understand like it's the light is so big and enveloping that everywhere around it is still gonna have tinges of that light color. Even the shadows are gonna be affected.
Oh yes, like
Uh
it's something to do with like not backfill, but like light bounces off of
ambience?
different places. So
Yeah.
like the glow under the very tasteful glow under this breast,
Oh yeah.
it gives off the feeling of the grass is glowing so much that it you know is affecting there.
Exactly.
And
Mm-hmm.
the blue or the lavender here, it feels a little bit closer to like well, it's the glow from the door. We've
Mm-hmm.
got, might I say, I fucking love when artists do this, and I personally try to do it myself a lot more. Having a secondary color in their lighting and shading separation, like you've got the yellow, the
Oh, that shit
orange,
looks
and then
so
that.
sick.
It is so good. It's peak. It's peak. I just wanted to
I
say,
I love
fuck yeah.
doing that shit, but I only started doing that within the last year. Uh like again, if you go back to the Coco, I don't think I ever did that in the Coco drawing.
In the Coco one,
Uh
it's a lot. Again, it's cleaner. It's more flat. It's graphic. I do love the use of like the screen tones, though the dots.
That's just me throwing everything at the wall. To be
Yeah,
honest, there was no thought to that. I was just like, oh, let me just do it.
I,
Because
that's how you do it.
how do I describe that anxiety though? You're an artist too. You understand that, right?
Okay.
Especially when we were talking about designing, it's like you get that anxiety. Is this enough, right? And
Hmm.
so I thought to myself, like, oh, it's just boring with the lights and the do this to me. Uh,
What's wrong, Joe?
uh, uh, I so anyways, as I was saying, I was like, "Oh, I'm so self-conscious about the shading. Let me just add dots." And I'm
Mm.
like, "Oh, okay. I'm so self-conscious about like the negative space. Let me just add petals." And like
You're
this
so
was like
real
an
for it.
example of me adding things constantly to the piece because I was just so anxious because I had no confidence in any of it. You know what I mean? Like I said, this is my first time doing colors, so like a lot of this is all anxiety driven, if that
Hmm.
makes any sense.
You've
Uh,
come a very long way,
thank
like
you.
in a year, but like in multiple years.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
it's exactly. There's just like a I'm sorry, I'm just distracted by this painted
A
outfit.
commenter just said,
There's just
looking
so
at oh,
so much
Joe just
just
consumed Jostrogen.
estrogen.
Oh, that was Palette as well.
Oh hell yeah, palette, my
Palette, your
most
biggest
loyal
fan.
thinker, my biggest fan. Um, the oh god, if I could ever give one advice to any artist, professional or hobby or anything in between, it is to finish a piece. Even if it sucks, even if you hate it, you have to finish it.
Mm. Hmm.
Uh, like, and if it sucks, just like it does. And when I say finish it, you don't have to bring it to like the most beautiful rendering or anything. What I mean is, you have to yourself, you have to say, "I'm done with this piece because I didn't give up, but because I completed what I set out to do." It is the most important thing you could ever do as an illustrator, maybe even anything career wise. You have to commit, and you will always learn if you commit to finishing something because you will always learn from your failures, right? I finished that Coco drawing and I hated it from the beginning. And I finished it for two reasons. One is because, like I said, I just have to finish a piece because I started it. And two, I really fucking love Coco and I really wanted something out there before she goes, even if she doesn't see it. And I don't think she did because I think I finished it like right as she was graduating.
Ah.
Uh, yeah, it's whatever.
Here's the thing about
It's
VTubers.
about
They love to ego search. I say this as the worst of
Lord.
the worst.
Oh
Even if
yeah,
she never commented or left a like, she probably saw it while scrolling and ego searching. Because again, a graduation's a
I,
big deal, so she was probably
that's true.
scouring.
I hope so. I
Yeah.
think that's like the big thing. I think and I'm only saying this as a VTuber fan, but like anybody, any artist can kind of relate to that feeling. But
Oh yeah.
like, I think what I like about doing fan art for VTubers in general is that like sometimes it's not even about doing art for like the zeitgeist, right? I'm not doing it for the culture a lot of the times. I'm just doing it for the VTuber. right? Like I don't care if a piece, and I think that's what helped me grow too, is that like I stopped caring about the clout and the attention because I didn't care if this Coco piece got 5,000 views or 5,000 likes or anything. I didn't even care if it gave me like followers or if it didn't get me followers. Like the only thing I cared about with that piece is that I just wanted Coco to see it once, right? And then when I do fan art for like Atlas, when I do fan art for you, any HoloTuber, like it doesn't matter who else sees it. I just want the person it's for to see it. You know what I mean? And I think it's kind of like how artists had muses back in the day. And
Ah, yes.
I don't know if that is that like fucking like incelly to say. I don't
No,
even
that's
know.
not insully to say at all. I think that's actually very classy and classical.
Okay, I appreciate that,
Can
but
I
it's just
can
like
I can I
you
admit
have a
something
reason.
silly?
Go ahead.
The every time that you have made an artwork of me, I have put it on my phone and I have ran to my mother and I went, "Look, Joe drew something. Joe drew." My mother is a big fan.
So I guess I draw not just for the VTubers, but for the VTubers' mothers. Because I think Atlas said the same thing too with hers. Like I showed it to my mom, and my mom loved it. I'm like, fuck yeah.
No, this is
It's
yeah.
just it's good to find somebody to draw for because I've also seen it in myself and in other artists where it's like, I don't know what to draw. I feel so lost. I don't know what's popular anymore, right?
Oh,
And I think right? And I've been there. I was there for a long time. Even in VTuber fan art, because I'm like sometimes I was making fan art, and I'm like, it's not getting any attention, and I was like losing self. Like I stopped caring about if the VTuber saw it. I just started caring like I just want this to get popular because I drew a meme of a Hololive girl. Like, where's my
ah.
clout? And I saw that and I knew that that was a bad mentality. And then I also, in general, I'm like, oh, I should do fan art for this because it's popular. I'm like, do I even care about it? I shouldn't be thinking like this, right?
Yeah, that was
And
kind
so,
of
like I
the pit
said,
that I fell into personally. Again, with Genshin, I love the Genshin game and I love the characters, but I was desperately trying to find commissions. I was trying to make money, and
exactly.
I fell into that pit, and it was really kind of despair. And then like the AI stuff kicked off, and it's just like, well, nobody's
Yeah,
gonna want this because they didn't want it already, and now they can just replace it
yeah,
with whatever they want to generate. So what was really the point in doing any of this at all? I had
yeah,
lost the plot.
exactly. And I've lost the plot too before. I've done it. And you know what? I might lose the plot again later down the line. That's just human nature,
It's the human
right?
nature, yeah.
But if I could just remind myself that like sometimes I just want to do it for like the people I want to see it. You know what I mean? Like for my friends, for the VTubers I like. If I do fan art for a game, it's because I love the game and I want the developers to see it or I want to support them, right? It's got to be, there's got to be more.
Hmm.
And you got to like find that. And if you don't find that, you kind of get lost and you just hate yourself, like, oh, it's not doing well because of these things. And then you just start, like for me, it happened to me. I started hating my art. I'm like, oh, it's ugly. That's why nobody's paying attention to it. Just like, man, if I just forget about it and I just focus on like I want to make the art that I like for the people that I like for the things that I like, and then and if people come by, that's fine. But as long as I did that and I said I did it, I can feel good about myself,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah.
I mean, my biggest growth spurts artistically all happened when I, again, found the plot, you know? Like when I
Mhm.
started drawing things for fun, like drawing my original characters. I have a bunch of OCs that I love. Then I just doodle a shit ton. Nobody sees these drawings, but whenever I approve artistically, it's because I've brainwormed the characters I like and I draw them a billion times because it entertains me. Um, like when I got into Tokyo Ghoul, I had a Tumblr Ask blog, and I just
Ooh.
drew my favorite characters over and over and over and over and over again for the love of the game. And well, the game, the show, but the game, the
Yeah.
art game. And I went from, not understanding anatomy to actually starting to get rather decent at it. And it was a very short time period, but when you find something you're passionate about, or at the very least entertained by, when you have a reason to do something that isn't all encompassing and very doom filled, it's the most valuable growth tool of all.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, I think that's a really, really important part to it.
Hmm.
And you mentioned too, like you said, you were getting lost in the sauce because you wanted to make money. I completely get that. we're artists first, but we're also like we're professionals second. You know what I mean? Like we
Mhm.
want to make our money, and I won't deny. We got to do what we can.
Absolutely.
But yeah, like sometimes you get lost, or I'm like I only care about the money, and then I stop caring about like the art that I make, and then like you kind of when we put art because art is like a self expression, right? And when we start like doing that kind of seeing our art in a commercial way, we start seeing ourselves in a commercial
Oh,
way,
100%.
and then we kind of like stop valuing ourselves outside of what we can produce. It's a very bad road to go down.
It's very
And it's
sobering.
not like exactly. And like I said, it's human nature. I'm going to go down that road again. Like maybe next week I'm going to fall into a small severe depression about the state of the animation industry and being able to find work. And then the week after that, it's going to be some VTuber's birthday and I'm just going to be like, "Yo, this is the fucking look, I love being alive. I want to live.
I
I
want
want
to
to live."
live. I
You know,
I
like
I can see. I can fight. Yes.
so it's you're gonna be down and that's fine, but you just gotta find a way to pick yourself up. And then I think just drawing for yourself is one thing, but then drawing for yourself that is also drawing for other people, like not strangers, like people that you value,
Mhm.
right? And that's the
Yeah.
way to go. But yeah, and
All
that's this
right.
piece. I tried to channel that warmth in this piece because I love these VTubers, and when they go, it's like a somber feeling, but it's got to be warm, right? There's no
Mhm.
need to be depressed about any of this stuff. I love Ame, blah blah blah, doors and uh, fields of. I wanted to do fields. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wanted to do fields of flowers, but I got too lost in the color sauce, so I was like, "It's hay.
It's
It's
hay.
just gonna be hay now."
It's hay now.
Like,
Hey
I
now.
think you're a rock star.
Get your show
Uh,
up. Yeah.
go play.
Let's go. Yeah. No, when I was doodling my own little illustration that you saw on Twitter, the one where I'm in the field of sunflowers, it was a bit difficult because I really didn't feel like drawing, but I also really didn't want to commission somebody else to do it and let the other shoe drop a little early. But
Mhm.
also, like, I don't know, it's better when you do it yourself. It feels more personal, you know? I learned
I
that
gotta be
day
honest.
that I
Yeah.
really fucking hate drawing flowers.
Yeah,
I'm
that
very bad at it.
I don't do flowers no more because that's just too because there's so much variation and like
Oh
trying
yeah.
to think about that variation, it's just
Yeah.
it's something. But so
Yeah.
that was you who did that piece for
Yes.
your
Yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah. No,
okay.
it was
So I
it
was
was a
sitting there, I'm
speed
like,
run thing. I was like, "Fuck, I have to have
that's
something for
weird.
this. I
I
have like 4 hours. I got to pump something out now."
all right. I
It's
mean,
not
you've been
clean in
talking
the
about Joe
slightest.
glazing. This is my turn for the glazing. That is honestly one of the most beautiful pieces I've ever seen of you. And it's very funny to me that you're the one who did it. Uh it's a beautiful piece. I actually sat there. So I saw you post that piece online. I woke up. I'm like, oh, Midas posted. I'm like, oh my god, this is the most beautiful uh Midas piece. There's so much happiness to it. There's a warmth. There's a tinge of sadness. It's just it's got so much emotion and the colors are so beautifully subtle but vibrant at the same time. And then I swiped to the next one and I'm like, dear fucking god, what is this announcement?
You're like, "Wow, what a lovely ah, fuck."
I start screaming like, "Oh my god, it's happening again!" Like, oh god,
Joe, everything you touch dies.
exactly, bro. I was like, man, I don't want to Oshi anybody anymore, bro. They're all fucking graduating. Like
Yeah.
Fauna, fucking
Nah.
Gura, fucking Ame. Like,
A
oh god,
Vietnam flashback. You're never going to be able to look at flowers ever again.
bro. Seriously, I think somebody posted online after they announced Gura's graduation. It's like, bro, we got to straight up stop drawing flowers and VTubers. It's never gonna work. Like, never do that again.
Yeah. No,
So.
sunflowers are my favorite flower. That words. My favorite flower besides
Mhm.
spider lilies. I love those two. Those are my two favorite flowers. Spider lilies didn't seem very appropriate for this. And it was
Mhm.
like, well, I mean, sunflowers also go with the color palette. Let's make it good.
Yeah.
Initially, initially the plan was to do like a field of fantasy sunflowers where everything was blue. So like blue sunflowers. But I don't know. I liked the warmth of the gold better.
I also love the use of purple.
Mm.
I think the one standout part of this was the purple to me. Like
Again, gold and
It's
purple
just
just
really
go
good.
really well together when done right.
Purple is a really good color combo, very royal feeling. I also love I'm just looking at the piece right now on my side screen.
Ah,
The fact that you put the purple in your hair and you just let it be a solid color is something that I don't even think of when I do this. When I color, I'm like sitting there, I'm like I'm floored. Like it's very fucking beautiful. Uh
I'll pull it up on screen real quick.
yeah, do
Um,
that.
just give me
So
a
it's not like I'm just talking about air at this point.
let's.
It's just a really good piece. And the
Yeah, no, it
smile, the
was.
expression is good, the fangs are
Thank
great.
you. It was
Yeah.
it was very messy. Like I would have spent more time refining it, but I was out of time because I didn't. I did plan okay. So this announcement, I had this planned like 2 months in
Mhm.
advance. The artwork, I literally left for the last second. I could not be, but I did want to make sure that it was done right, right? But no, I wasn't lying
It's
when I
really
said that I like designed like I did. This is a style match to my style. This is my art. Yes.
yeah, it
Mm,
really is. It's nice.
thank
It's
you.
one of my favorite pieces from you. Uh, double sad the context, but I mean it's beautiful. It's
Thank you.
honestly really, really strong.
Yeah. One of these
Colors,
days, I'm gonna go back and refine it just a little bit more because this is still kind of a sketch stage. It's not
I
very
feel that.
clean, but
I've had that feeling, but
yeah.
I also, like I said, finish something. You finished
Hmm.
it, maybe just channel that into making another piece that you address the same issues. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, 100%.
yeah, because like I've also been in that where I like, oh, I could have done this piece better. You know what? I did the piece anyways. Let's be proud of
Exactly.
like what we made that moment. So,
All right. Let's take
all right.
another break, and when we come back, we will do your work for Cecilia, which I am personally very excited for because I love Cecilia. So when you posted this, I was like,
Oh, I fucking love Cecilia too,
ah,
bro. And she used it in one of her that she
yeah.
I achieved a VTuber goal, bro. When I saw my friend, he was just like, Joe, wake the fuck up. Go look at Cecilia's stream. She's using your art. And I was like, what the fuck? And it was like for one of her member streams. And I was like, that's the fastest I ever just dropped $5 to join a membership. So I could just sit there and be like, oh my God, she's using my art as a thumbnail.
That
But
is so peak.
yeah,
All right,
that's
go
sick.
take
But
a
yeah,
break.
go
Go
take a
drink some
break.
water.
I love water, actually. It's so
Yo,
beautiful.
I'm water's biggest fan.
Fucking love
I,
hydration. It's so good.
bro, you a big water. That's I can't believe you're a shill for big water. Me, on the other hand, I'm a shill for gamer subs. Use code Midas
No
and
fucking way. You just turned this into a
10%
fucking Gamer Subs
off.
ad.
Go drink. Go drink to forget. I'll go address the chat. All right. Hi, everyone. All right. How's everybody holding up? I'm gonna catch up on supers. I'm gonna catch up on just chat with you for a hot second. And how are you guys doing? I've been having a great time. Hopefully, you've been enjoying yourself too. I always use compliment as you should. Brubblade, thank you for the 10A. Enjoy Midas. I always am constantly enjoying Midas, but I will also enjoy the gift. Thank you. Smell my finger, kill yourself. Alexander, thank you for the €5. What's up? What's up? What's up? I have seen that we had a few Donathon pings, so I'm just going to pull that up real quick. Dingus Khan, here is a signature on your petition. Thank you for the 50. My petition has been signed. Thank you. And these happened off broadcast, but Praj, me last dollar. Thank you for the 5. Thank you. Taco Lord 94 for the 100. Thank you. Thank you. Midas, you've done amazing things, and I'm sure you will continue to be amazing in whatever you do. Glazing. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Kirby B. Choco. Fuck it! Get some love! Get some views! Stay yourself, you amazing and cute crazy woman. How dare you call me crazy? I'm the only one with a drop of sanity. But thank you, and thank you for the 15. And I think we are caught up there. Based. And just a quick check on Twitch. Boss, my hand hurts from writing notes. Help. Tank, thank you for the 100 bits. And have you ever considered doing hard drugs? I hear that does wonders for wrist pain. Face hurt, cutie. Thank you for the raid 23 minutes ago. I do appreciate it, and I'm sorry that I missed it. Welcome, welcome in. I hope if you're still around, anyway. And for those who came from the raid, welcome in if you're still around. All right. Okay, I think we are good to be back.
I fucking love water. It's the best thing ever. They should make water sups, if anything.
They should have. If water's so good, how come there isn't a water 2, huh?
I think if Gamer Sups made a water, that would be water 2.
Water 2. My Gamer Subs flavor is just water 2, and it's yellow, and it's it got a seal of suspiciousness on
it. Yeah, honestly, advertising you on a Gamer Subs label with the freaking caution symbol might not be the best advertisement possible, but...
I mean, they have a flavor called Grandpa's Ashes. I think I'll be fine.
Do they fucking really?
Yeah, they also have a flavor that's glow in the dark. And I'm pissed because I wanted to do that.
Damn. Wait, does the powder glow in... So when you put the powder in the drink just glows in the dark and stuff?
I have not had that flavor particularly myself. I know that it's advertised as glow in the dark, though.
Impressive. Yeah. I'm like thinking, how is this gonna react to my body? Am I just gonna piss and it's gonna like fucking glow under UV or some shit? Like
toilet bowl is just like you go in the middle of the night for your nightly ritualistic piss, and you know you're not the best with your aim. To your horror, you see from your extravagant inability to aim that you've left beautiful glow-in-the-dark paintings all over the walls. Postal 2 style.
Walls? You play too much Postal. I miss the bowl and pee on the walls. My God.
I mean, you really needed to go. I mean, nothing stops like the pressure the hose, right? Like
I'm surprised you even reference Postal after a 15-hour stream.
I mean, it's all that I've got on my brain right now. I genuinely want to fight the devs. I don't know if you were around for that part of the broadcast, but there was a point where I stopped. I was so angry, and I went to their website and I found their social medias. I found their Twitter, and I started writing an angry rant.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. No, I was having my good 7 hours of sleep is what I did.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you were.
I tuned in for the last 3 hours of the stream. Every time that you were like, oh, it's the last day. Oh, it's the last boss. Oh, it's the final segment. Oh, it's the last boss. I'm like, oh God, we're here for a while longer.
In my defense, every single time I genuinely thought that it was the last thing. And so every time a new thing came up, it was more and more defeating. And I'm like, oh my God, please, no, please.
Yeah, I saw your mini crash out during the last boss, and you're just like, this would have been so cool if it wasn't the most bullshit thing I ever had to do in my life.
No, the salt on the wound for that final scene after the boss was defeated, them forcing you to go all the way through the massive fucking map, and then they tractor beam me, so I had to do it twice. No. That was the point where it was like, I might actually rewrite that rant.
Love it.
All right, so let's go through the Cecilia.
Yeah, Cecilia Emmer Green of Hololive English Gen 4 Justice. I fucking love this person, by the way.
She is so talented. Straight up,
she's so chill and fun.
Like, she's chill, she's fun, she can play the violin.
Yeah. Oh, I love people who can play instruments. It's like the best thing. I have one small anecdote about her, because I recently, on my Discord, I like to join VTuber Discords, and I'll just post the art if I do fan art of them. That's how I joined the Duder Den. Yeah. So I joined Cecilia's to post this illustration recently, and her fan Discord has like a separate German only chat. Where you speak German, and I was like, oh cool, that's so interesting. What are they typing in the chat? I want to see what they're talking about in German. And I look, and the first thing I saw was the word Hühnerjockey, and I was like, Hühnerjockey? is that fucking chicken jockey in German? It's fucking chicken jockey in German. That's what they're fucking talking about. They're fucking talking about
Humans
the
are the
Minecraft
same
movie.
across every culture.
I was just like, oh my god, in their jockey, like
Inner jockey.
in their jockey. Oh my god. Ugh. Anyways,
Can't believe you got fucking
Cecilia Emmer
chicken
Green.
jockey.
This piece. I mean, she's a fucking automaton with doll joints. It has to be a model kit. And so, I mean, it was super easy. Just draw a model kit tray, and then I should be good to go, right?
Right.
But
Something
this
tells
was
me
like a
that it wasn't that
rendering
easy.
nightmare. Yeah, just rendering everything was like a nightmare, honestly.
To be
Uh,
fair, like a plastic texture is like deceptively complex
right,
because
'cause
it's
it's
not a
all
fabric and
gradients.
it's not a
Mhm.
metal. It's something else.
Yeah. So this time I was like, I gotta trace. So I traced like her assets, like basically one to one,
Right.
and then I colored it and then I rendered it. Just so they look like they're plastic things on the tray. And luckily for me, I have a couple of model kits. I'm not like a huge model kit builder, but I have a couple. So I had trays on hand to just like look at and reference it. But I was talking about it before, but this is an example of like when a character design for a VTuber is so complicated you don't want to draw.
Yeah.
I love Cecilia Emmer Green from Hololive English. That skirt is so fucking complicated. And I didn't want to do it where I just do the what's the word called? I just use a paint stroke and I do it. I sat there and I did like actual line art if you want to zoom in. Like I sat there, then I had to like make note assets and then I
Oh yeah,
took
no,
the
I can
transform tool
see
and I
almost
warped
like
it.
the metallic pipe rounding shape.
Yeah, I oh my god.
This is an instance where I'm going, damn, you must really like this person.
I do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
it's like that muse talk we said. If you like somebody enough, you'll put yourself through the ringer to make art for them that they'll like.
Oh yeah.
And I mean,
And
it
like
was
holy shit, like
rewarded.
and like the shaping of it as well. It's not even like all of it is a straight, flat, complex thing. Like she has like the loops for the metal bits as well.
I
Like
know. I know. And then I actually made a flat graphic of the gear and then I shifted that I transformed it so I could get it in space so I
oh
could
yeah.
draw that. That was, oh god.
I mean, hey,
And
work
then
smart.
work smart. And then this entire piece has like see-through, but at least at this time my understanding of like layering in Photoshop was still relatively fresh.
Mm.
So I didn't really know how to do the effect properly. So I literally just I made a whole separate layer of just that asset and then I colored on top of it and then I ran like 3 filters and then I changed the opacity, then it's just it was a lot.
You know
I
what?
literally
It
10
turned
hours on
out
this piece.
gorgeous.
Thank you. I spent most of my time on that fucking skirt though. That was just
Yeah, I can
everything
tell.
else. But then
Like fuck,
then
man.
the rest
Like
of
you
her design is
even
too
went
simple.
and did the lines of the inside here, right in the part here. Nobody's gonna see behind that fucking gear, my guy.
I knew nobody could see behind it, but I had to think. Exactly my point. I was like, that needs to be. It can't just be. It has to have like that overlay, but it's still in shadow, so it has to be colored differently from the rest of the gold. And, oh, this piece is so fucking. And I had her thing on top, and then her piece. I mean, I was gonna start complaining too much, but like
Do
in
it.
this example, it's just the way they do that in that little side thing is they just do the line art on top, or they put the overlay on top. But like
Right.
she's not actually rendering. Well, not in this one, but in the side sketches, they're not rendering the actual colors underneath. It's just the green overlay on top. But for mine, I was like, oh, I have to kind of color match what the colors are underneath it to a degree. So let me actually sit down and do overlays and
Yeah,
oh
that's
damn,
some
this was
bullshit.
long. I just realized the gear has text. I wonder if I should have done the text on the gear too. Who knows?
Bro, don't look, I say that I'm a masochist. My brother in Christ. That is how you die from an aneurysm.
I know there's so much detail.
But like if you like let's take our design in isolation and we just go like
Sure.
bust up. That's peak.
It's so beautiful. I love the wind up key, the face. I like the amount of skin showing. It's like tasteful but really nice.
Oh, absolutely.
Uh,
It's strategic. I
the
like the
red
little pop
accent.
of red as well. It balances
Mhm.
out. It red and green without it looking like Christmas is so difficult to pull off.
It's so difficult to do. Yes, 100%. I actually love that color palette of red and green, but yeah, it is so hard not to do Christmassy. I think it's proportional. I think in this
Yeah.
case too, where it's like it really is like 10% red to like the rest of it being green helps it a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah. No, if you do more than like like you can have it as an accent color, but if it becomes a main color, then it's Jover.
Yeah. If you zoom in on the top layer, I have to reference this from my actual trays, but they actually have coding. So if you look at the top of the tray, the designation for the tray is C2, which makes sense because she's CC. All right,
That's pretty
all
cute.
right.
That's
And then
pretty
it's
cute.
I actually did an embossed text of like high grade 1/144th scale Cecilia, and then I tossed in my signature at the
I
top
do like your
over
little
there.
signature. Whenever I see your
I love my
signature on the
signature too.
pieces that you do, it's like, ah, fuck yeah, this is a Joe piece.
I actually I fucking yeah. I if there's one thing I've ever done as an artist that I'm the most proud of is that I love my logo a lot. My logo slash signature because it's just so easy and I could stamp it right next to a character's face so they're saying my name and it's like readily apparent from the get-go because all character pieces are centered on the face in some way. So it's like I'm always there. And then I mean if you go on my website like joecanvas.com, it's
Mhm.
on, whatever. It's just the way that thing is arranged is that the logo also interacts with the first piece on the website, whether it's on mobile or if it's on the desktop. I'm just like, I'm not a graphic designer. I didn't go to school for graphic design, but that was like I'm a graphic design is my passion type deal right there. That
That's
was one of my
peak. Can
favorites.
you actually grab a link to your website and put it in DM so I can put it in both the chats? And while you do that,
Sure.
I'm going to go and welcome a raid that just came in because I actually caught it in
Sure.
time.
Nice. Let me go mute.
Okay. Honey, welcome, welcome, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Happy to see you. I am having an artist talk right now with JoeCanvas, the absolute godly figure. Does many wonderful pieces. We're having an in-depth artist discussion. Um, we're doing breakdown and processes. We're talking about the art community, VTubers. It's very chill, but it's been something I've been looking forward to for ages. And I hope that you guys stick around and enjoy the vibes. Make sure you get some water, have some food. Show his true form to the raiders. I mean, if I must. But yes, honey, thank you for stopping by. My favorite little police dog. Yes, yes, yes. There are no corruption. There's no corruption in the government. There's no corruption in the police. You know why? We've got we've got me and we've got you. Like, are we corrupt? Anyway, I'm losing the plot here, but know that I love you guys and thank you for joining me during my donathon. Mm-hmm. Oh, and we're gonna get into blood art later, so there's a punctuation for that, but nobody cares. All right. We are Jack, which is to say Joe back.
Did you just admit to being a cop?
No, I'm a glowy. All right.
Oh, but you're a glowy. Okay.
Yeah, no.
It's like,
The person who rated me is a cop.
I was like sitting there like, did okay. Awesome.
Awesome. Yes. But
Also,
everybody,
Joe
please choke
Ack,
out that
Joe Back,
hmm? Yeah, we're Jack.
Jack.
Yeah, we're so
We're Joe
Jack.
Back. Oh my god. I think between Jover and Joe Mama jokes is it's over for me.
It's
Everywhere I
not
go,
Jover. We've never been more Jack.
we've never been more Jack. Oh my god. Fair enough.
Fair enough. This piece in particular, I really love because, like, if you look at a reference, it is very soft and it is bright and saturated, but the greens are a little more desaturated and the reds really, really pop, heavy saturation. Her face and her hair, very desaturated. For yours, everything is very vibrant and it doesn't come off as, like, wrong. I don't know. I just look at this and I feel like the piece glows when I look at it.
Aw. You know what? Yeah, I know what you mean too. At least with her skin tone, I don't know. I definitely wanted to try and keep it all kind of like tied to like a specific like hue, I guess. That's why
Mhm.
there's like a nice yellowness to everything. Uh, but I don't know. Something, yeah. When it comes to complexions, I always struggle on that because I used to just color. What
Used
do you
to
call it?
color drop
Color.
because that's easy because then it's still
Yeah,
technically
I used to
accurate.
do that, but then it never. I mean, you color drop from a specifically white part of like the face, and then you paste that onto the whole skin tone when you draw, and then
Yeah,
they're
and
all it's
sometimes
just
it's
like pure.
not.
It
Yeah.
doesn't look nice. And so I was like, I don't think I understand color theory enough to just work around that. So I've just been picking from like warmer color palettes and working off of that in general.
Hmm.
Uh yeah, I definitely I think that's another thing I want to do like practice is like understanding like skin tone because I feel like for this one and the Ame piece, I always default to warm colors. Uh and I haven't tried like really paler expressions and stuff like that,
Yeah.
really getting into
For me,
it's
I'm
something I
quite
want
the
to try.
opposite, actually. Midas was like
Mhm.
my first foray into really like trying warmer skin tones, but the very first iteration of Midas, you can tell, was very cold because I literally made the skin paper white with gray shading. Because again,
I
first
do like that.
the V-Roid version of Midas was made in an hour, and it was made with like a booth outfit, and I wasn't trying, right? Um, Typically for illustrations, I like to fall on the crutch of, well, I mean, I like gothic Victorian stuff, so everything is going to be dead. Everything's going to be cold and corpse-like, yes. But it's been a learning curve to work with other skin tones. I find that I
Yeah.
actually
And
really recently have learned to love drawing dark skin.
mhm, mhm.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. I love drawing dark skin and tan lines and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Side note. Love that. Love that so
Hmm.
much. But I think that's what you said is a good point too. It's like you just gotta get out of your comfort zone and challenge yourself on pieces. And that's why I said like just finish a piece. Like if you choose to challenge yourself, see it all the way through, and you'll learn something. Even if it's just
Hmm.
one thing, you'll learn something. But it's always important to like challenge yourself and
100%.
attempt something that you've never done before. Like this one too. Like I would actively avoid doing detail. I should focus and do the detail in this one, right? And then for the background too, I'm like, if I do that, because it's such like thin bar lines, if I and because they're model kit pieces that are all the same color, if I try to like ink that, it's gonna look really weird and it's gonna be clustered with all of these like from the black of all the line work. So that one I just said, okay, I'm gonna put in a green color and then I'm gonna render the shit out of it to make it look plasticky. That's why and lo and behold, that actually helps pop her and her line art out more because the background is literally no lines whatsoever.
Oh yeah, no, it's in the very few places that you have the shadow of lines, like on her violin, it seamlessly
Hmm.
it feels natural, and it sells the plastic look to not have the lines.
Exactly. Yeah, and like I said, that was the challenge I made for myself here is to kind of like achieve that kind of look.
Hmm.
Uh, and I think I was successful with it, but even if you fail, even if I actually fucked up on this and I thought it was bad, like I just, I did it,
You did it,
and maybe
and you
what I
know what?
learned, I'll
Hell,
do
it
it in
became
another
a
piece.
thumbnail,
And it became a
and it
thumbnail, man.
became a
I
thumbnail.
can die happy. That is,
Yeah. Don't die.
I
I
mean,
need
that's a
you to
big one.
draw more art.
True, that's true.
I'm picking
But
you
I'm
up
like
and I'm shaking you. You're not off the
every
clock yet.
every artist in the VTuber scene has like goals or dreams, right?
Hmm.
One of them is to get a thumbnail, maybe get a schedule
Ooh.
illustration, maybe. Member wallpaper, I know is a big one too for a lot of artists. The biggest one's a collabing on a music video.
Ooh, yes.
Like
For
that one's a big
me,
one, right?
mine has always been I want to design a new outfit, like an alt outfit for someone.
Mm.
Hmm.
I would
And
love to
yeah,
design an outfit. That sounds like a lot of fun.
yes. I mean, so I've just defaulted. Part of that is how Bomi and Pixie came to be, which are I don't know how familiar you are with my syndicate members, but
I
they
watched them enough.
yeah they their designs I came up with both of them, and they were
Hmm.
you can tell I designed both of them because barely any skin is showing, but um again it was just like I want to draw character designs so bad. I need to fulfill this deep dark desire of outfit creation, you know?
Hmm.
Eh,
So what
inherent
was your
urge.
process then
My
in that case? Because I would say that your Pixie and your Bomi designs are very separate from you. And
Mhm.
obviously that seems like what you wanted to achieve because you wanted to go out of your, you just said you had like Victorian military OG fashion stuff,
Mhm.
and you want
Personally,
to
yes.
design something completely different. So like when you were designing Bomi and Pixie, what was your like thought process on like their costuming concept and stuff like that? If you don't
Oh,
mind me asking.
I did actually have I gave myself restricted rule set. I said, okay, well, because I want these to match me, but also have their own personality, they need to follow certain design rules. They need to have restricted color palettes. They can be whatever, but they have to be a very specific color palette. They cannot have the VTuber bang. They have to have a unique hair design. And they have to be minimal skin exposure. And everything else was just like it was organic. And so as I was following those rules, it's like, okay, well, the easiest way to work with a restricted color palette is to have a theme. And so for Pixie, it was like, okay, we're going to go electric butterfly. And for Bomi, we're going chocolate sheep. So chocolatier sheep. And that kind of turned into like a Maid-ish outfit. And working within those constraints, it made it super easy. And I had a lot of fun because it's like, okay, well, how do I work with these and not make it look like a carbon copy of my outfit? Because mine is just like a suit, right? Of course, I fell on the sword of my my vices, which is I like adding moles to everything, and I like everyone to have gloves, and I like everyone to have long socks and shorts. So we all
Yeah,
had
moles
that.
are fucking peak.
But
I
yeah.
actually find that so interesting. Well, first of all, you said something there that kind of caught my eye from a design standpoint.
Mhm.
What is a VTuber bang?
Oh, we're gonna do this, are we?
I
Hold
think
on,
we might have. I don't think I've heard of this before.
hold on.
Oh
If you're looking
yeah,
at the screen,
design.
if I can direct you to the screen, anime does it a bit, but VTubers are fucking notorious for the VTuber bang. Some might argue that I have it. I do not have it. It is when you've got a design. You've got, let's say this is your lovely VTuber. Let's call her Joena Canvasina, okay? Joena here is our lovely new debuted VTuber, and
Can we make her a tomboy?
I would love to make her a
Sorry,
tomboy,
continue.
but she has to have the VTuber bangs.
True, true. So I'm sorry. I'm starting to get in the way of this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You know what though? We can give her the short hair because VTuber bangs are universally horrible. Doesn't matter if they're
Damn.
feminine or tomboy. So Joena here has like, let's say she has big beautiful square glasses, okay? Um she's very cute. Okay? Now, let's say we're designing her hair. We want her to have like fun short hair. All right, we've got like the shape here. Maybe let's give her a cute little pigtail, okay? Now, gotta frame the eyes perfectly. Why not give her the VTuber bang? Between the eyes in the shape of a V, every fucking VTuber has this bang, and it drives me crazy. I have crashed out on
Oh
it
yeah.
before. No joke. Like 70 to 80% of all HoloLive English and JP talents have this fucking bang. All Niji Sanji talents have this fucking bang. So many indies have this bang. And once you see it, you can't unsee it because it's everywhere. And so it's my sovereign mission to either design characters that explicitly have the hair covering one eye or to at least have them be unique. So that's why when I was designing Pixie and Bomi, it's just like, okay, it either has to be sideswept or it has to be no bang in the middle or has to be covering an eye. So Pixie's was actually a lot of fun to do. Hold on, let me give Joena her middle bang negative back.
I
Derogatory.
just can't believe like you're right. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh fuck, I can name at least a couple that have that design.
Can I
Damn.
say that you've never looked cuter?
Thank you. Can you give me a flesh tooth or like a fang? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh my god, I love this. I'm
Now
gonna do
this is
fan art of
peak.
myself now. Oh hell yeah. Okay. Okay, I think we're cooking a little. I
We
think we're cooking a little right now.
watch as this just becomes the we designed Joe a female VTuber.
Oh god.
Let's make you a little manic, by the way. A little
I'm like
manic.
the most calm person I know. That's impossible.
All right, and you know what? Again, I'm gonna fall on the sword of my vices. I'm gonna give you a mole above the eyebrow. There we go.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, yeah.
I, I might steal that for a design. I don't
And
know.
then we're giving you your maid collar. Here we
Oh my
go.
god.
Because your true form, you know, you see, you are for
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah.
You are a
I've
maid,
accepted this. I've accepted this maid outfit.
Joanna. And you know what?
Frills.
Why don't
Frills are
we make
so
you?
hard.
Why don't we
By the
give you like
way.
a horn? Let's make you a fantasy creature. Let's make you an oni.
Oh, Oni? Okay, Joni? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
let's make you a Joni.
I'm a Joni. Holy shit.
You're the
Also,
Tom
when I did your Maid fan art, I think
tomboy.
I was streaming it for the duders for a bit, but I sat
Really?
there struggling to do frills. Frills are so hard.
Frills? I find frills very therapeutic, but I try not to do them too often because they drive me
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, it drives me crazy. Same night, by the way, I did the freaking Midas grimace, the
The
grimitis,
gritis.
the gritis. Yeah, that's peak drawing right there. Actually,
There we go.
duders who were there, they know.
There we go. I have innovated and I've turned your horrendous middle bang into this claw shape. I
I
hope
didn't even
you.
appreciate the side ponytail. That's a cute design too.
Yeah,
I'm adorable.
yeah. You got the short little. You're a manic tomboy with a horn.
I'll take it.
Hold on. Let me screenshot this legendary fan art of Joena.
Like Joena. Joena the Joni. The Joe Joni.
It's
Oh,
no
God.
joke.
Oh my god. I also noticed you mentioned about the hair covering the one eye thing. That's awesome design. And I didn't really appreciate it enough until I started doing fan art for you, but like
Ah,
I know you don't relate to the character, but it's very Tomoko coded or shy girl
I have
archetype or like the
I have
quiet
come
girl
to
archetype.
accept the Tomoko allegations, even though again it's not intentional. Kind of like how there was no intentional M in my hair.
It's so intentional. It just feels so intentional.
Okay, somebody
But
in chat said Angelina, and I vote that this is your new official name.
and Jolena, I
Yeah,
like that. I can accept that.
let's
It's not
go.
bad.
Angelina the Joni. All
But
right,
yeah, no,
we've sidetracked.
I guess so. I will say though, I part of why I was like, oh, I'm gonna keep on watching this VTuber's shorts was because I'm like, yo, she's kind of Tomoko coded.
Ah,
So
I'll take it.
I mean, now I know it's not the case, but like, at the time I was like, yeah, this is pretty
Yeah,
Tomoko coded.
after very recently, for the very first time, I watched Watamore because again, people kept saying it, so I was like, fine, fuck, I got to figure out if this is an insult or a compliment. um, you know what? I take it as a compliment. I take it as a compliment.
Hell yeah. I mean, if you, I know a lot of other tutors have mentioned this, but you really should read the manga. It's very good.
Typically, manga is better for most things, but these days, it's so difficult for me to find time to balance so many different things. I can genuinely only watch anime because I can put it on in the background while working on other things.
Really?
Yeah.
I read. I'm a fast reader of manga. I consume manga like crazy, actually. To the point that the manga deck shit fucking ruined my life
Oh, that's
last week. But
ah.
but that's neither here nor there. But like, man, if there's two constants in my life, it's that I do Wordle every day and I fucking read manga every hour. Like,
I'm
it's
going to say this um in a very derogatory way. You fucking
oh,
millennial and your Wordle.
I am fucking like 3, 4 years older than you, and Wordle is one of the best fucking games ever. Like, it is. It
I
is
bet you like
actively
Harry
like.
Potter too.
I did before the things
Fucking
happened.
millennial. Yeah.
I can accept the Harry Potter allegations, but I draw the line at the Wordle slander,
The
honestly.
Wordle slander. Jolenial.
Not the Jolenial. Oh my fucking god.
All right, let's shift gears. I want to talk about this artwork that you did for me. So at this
Oh my
point,
god.
I was obsessed with the two artworks that you had done of me at this point, and my community was like, they also loved it, and I was like, oh, okay, I got to reach out to this guy. I got to get him to do something official for me. I will be so like enthusiastic. Yes. And I had something specific in mind. I had a few ideas that I ran past you, but you don't know how excited I was when you said that you would take on doing my first official poster, because it's like, holy fuck, I'm gonna have the coolest shit on my wall.
I mean, I was shocked too. I was like, I was kind of like in disbelief. I'm like, am I actually being hit up by a VTuber to do art? That's kind of insane. And especially because like I was talking to you about art journey. Like
Mhm.
where I was last year, I was still very down about what I'm making as an artist. So like I was kind of like, oh, you want me to do something for you? Like that's kind of crazy. But
Like,
yeah, 100%. Like it didn't even matter to me. So
straight up the whole time that you were sending me whips. I was sending them to Ayumi, right here.
Ooh, okay.
The lovely little Ayumi here is just like, look what
Love
Joe
Ayumi.
did! And just in general, like, I was so fucking jazzed. And every time
dude,
you
working
added
on
a
this
new
was
little
fun.
detail, like, I was, like, looking at it and I was geeking out a little bit, like...
I know.
It's just...
There's so much. I crammed every single corner of this thing with some kind of reference to you or whatever.
Yeah, like,
Uh,
when you did, like, the crossword, I was so impressed. This was
oh,
silly
actually, if
slash
I
possible.
don't know if you saw this. Zoom into that crossword puzzle just a little bit more. And right where it says how, where it's circled how, you can see that I wrote my name.
Yeah, I noticed. I did ask
Yeah.
you to sneak your name in there a few times.
Yeah, I snuck it in there a couple of times.
Yeah,
But
I was Jim pressed. Okay, that one. Okay, I gotta workshop that one. That almost worked.
Jim Press. Yeah, that's
Impressed.
a.
Joe impressed.
We'll come back to that one, Chief.
We'll come back to that. But here
I
it's
like the
just like
manga page.
the manga page was so fun. Again, and that leans like back into your history as like a comic artist as well, which is really cool.
Hmm. I love throwing. I like details. I like hidden stuff. That's like my That's why, like, if you look at on the file, like the very top layer, it's the secret message. Because I was sitting there, and when you posted this, and a couple months have passed, I was like, nobody's talked about the hidden core of Midas. Has nobody noticed the core of Midas? Should I make a post? And so I did. I was like, hey guys, I wrote core of Midas in this drawing. Did anybody see it? I'm smart. Somebody call me smart for that.
No, when I asked you to do that initially, that was idea was is that initially I wanted to do like I wanted the lines to glow. I wanted like the print to glow, and so when the lights turned off, the core of Midas would show up. But unfortunately, the way I was getting it printed, it wouldn't work that way. So when I asked you to figure that out, it's subtle, but it is so effective.
Yeah, if you unhide the top two layers, you can see I actually included it while I was drawing the actual design notes you gave me.
Yes,
Uh,
let's
oh yeah, all the line art that I did.
so much line art. It's fun.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun to work on this illustration. I think it's just final and sketches you can turn off.
There we go.
And then you can see, yeah, okay.
Yeah, down there. The mind
So yeah, I
control
have
rays.
the notes. Yeah, I have the notes you gave me. Then the initial, this was like one of the initial one that you sent me. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this looks like it has a lot of potential for Again, this is where I come back to you with the M in your hair. I'm like, there's a giant M in your thumbnail, and there's an M in your hair. I'm like, this is completely tied together. How did you not?
It
Like,
wasn't
purposefully think that? Okay, and then so yeah, I go from there, and then I have all 4 of the sketches I did for you actually in this file. If you just go right
Ooh,
above it,
right above it.
yeah, there should be
Where?
a folder of sketches.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
this
This
was
one, I loved all of the sketches, and it was really hard to pick the direction to go into, like in the final. But you like, really, it was no contest.
True. I did like that first one though with the M. Not even just the M background, but like I love your pose, like the hand on the wall, the pissed off expression.
I think this one was
might just have
closest to
do
like the
this.
initial idea that I sent you.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
it was.
It was fun.
I don't know. I might redraw this one. This one was actually sick. I think I like that one a lot. Side note.
Side note, yes. I remember when you were going through the colorways for it. You sent me a few different variations of the overlay, and when you sent the green one, it was very exciting because to me it felt very much like the Matrix, and I'm like,
yeah, it has I referenced not the Matrix, but I was thinking about Serial Experiments Lane.
oh, okay,
There's
I
like
can
it
see
has
it.
that early 2000s Y2K green. Like that I think that's an actual term. Like the Y2K green, cyber green is like a thing that you see a lot. It was like a color palette in like the show Code Lyoko, if you've ever heard of that, or am I too old for you?
Yeah, you fucking boomer. No,
Look,
totally okay. It's been a long time since I've heard that
it's been a
name.
while since Code Lyoko, but the Code Lyoko did that. A lot of Y2K like cool actiony shit would always include like that green, like a yellowish green tinged up, and then yeah. Now here's that line art stage was the longest part. Coloring this thing was so easy afterwards, but God, we got like so many. There's so many.
You were
There's just so
definitely
many things.
going. you were less experimental with the hair shape. You were trying to be very biblical with it, which I do appreciate,
Exactly.
but like I can
It's your
definitely tell.
first piece of merch. That's why I
Yes.
didn't want to stray at all. Like I had to include everything that you're about right away.
I do appreciate that you remembered what I forgot, which was the ears.
I forget the ears now too. Days.
Like, do you on my model? Have you heard this story?
No, I
If I
haven't.
turn my head up, you can see that my model has no ears, and that's because in the reference
Oh,
sheet, I didn't include ears accidentally. And so instead of like asking me about it or adding some themselves, the modeler just, what perfect like beat for beat, she perfectly copied my artwork. And so I just don't have ears. I'm just a
wait, that's
peg.
hilarious.
Yes.
Honestly, also as a professional kind of thing, it's like, hey, you know what? They didn't say anything. I'm not gonna do it, right? I
Yeah.
respect it. I respect that
Honestly,
decision.
the fact that there was no ears, I sat there for like a solid 30 seconds going, should I do something about this? And I decisively in that moment went, no, this is too fucking funny. I love this. I'm canonically like a snake. I've got holes instead of ears.
That's that's kind of awesome. I actually never knew that.
So,
I just kind of like, oh
yeah.
man, it's the same thing with like the fact that I love your hair covering your one eye, and then like a lot of other VTubers I like also do that. Ayumi does it, Atlas does it, a bunch
Mhm.
of others. I think about this a lot to myself. Do I like something because I genuinely think it's a great design, or do I like it because it allows me to skirt not doing something?
I mean, both can be true.
Right, because like for the longest time, I really liked simplistic ink art styles, like art styles that have like minimal lines and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, those are beautiful. I want to emulate that. And part of me thinks, like, am I saying that because I do like it, or at the same time, do I just not want to draw extra lines and stuff like that? It, like you said, it's probably a bit of both.
Yeah.
But I do think about that from time to time.
Now, this is interesting. The under eye being green.
That one is because, again, when we were talking about local colors and stuff like that,
Mhm.
that if that eye was like purplish or more accurate to like your actual blush, it pops too much, and I want it to be more subtle that blends in.
Mhm.
And that's kind of the effect I wanted to go for with it.
Oh yeah, no, it comes across real well, but it's always fascinating to look at.
Yeah,
And the instant you add these hard shadows, that fucking pulls it together so nicely.
I
Like
dude. Oh man,
it's
I do that
night and
all the
day, and
time.
it's so cool.
Do you ever do that too when you draw something that you're like, sometimes I'll pull up the sketch layer, bring it to the top, and then I'll just toggle it on and off so I could be like, oh, before, after.
I do it all the time.
I'll do that for like an hour straight. I'll be like, man, like, like I'm the
Like this
fucking
is my
best. Oh, I'm
cocoa
so cool.
melon.
Yeah, this is my cocoa melon. I'm fucking balling on this shit. And then, after that, whatever.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that kind of stuff. I'm glad it's relatable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And so, yeah,
Okay,
overall
good.
coloring this piece was great. I remember I made this very far into the inks, and then you texted me. You're like, Joe, you forgot my back, the the side backs or whatever they're called. And I had to go back to the line art and redo everything because I completely drew you without that part
Oh
of
yeah.
your design.
Yeah, no, afterwards, like, just because this was the first one, I wanted to make sure that the full official design was there, but, like,
Exactly.
anything subsequent, I probably wouldn't have bothered to poke you because it didn't matter that much. But just for
Yeah,
this
I
one, it
completely
did.
agree.
But I
Yeah.
remember that. It was very funny. I was at Mandatory Jesus when you sent that update, and I was like, oh. Side note, Mandatory Jesus takes up so many Sundays. SMH.
Uh,
Are you religious?
yeah. I'm Filipino, so yes. Whether I want to be or not, I'm definitely. Also, side note, the Pope was almost Filipino.
I
Uh,
saw that.
if the Pope became Filipino, every Filipino in your life is gonna be stupidly annoying.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
no,
know
my
that because
sister-in-law,
I'm gonna be stupidly annoying.
my sister-in-law is Filipino, so my
Oh,
nieces
I
and
know.
nephews are Filipino, and I'm exposed to a lot of lumpia because of it.
Yeah, and it's great.
It's
Do
it's
you like
very good.
pancit too?
I like adobo.
Oh shit! Oh hell yeah!
Yeah.
Okay. I have a I have a white friend of mine, uh, and
I
and
like
his
how you said
favorite.
that, as if you were like you
I
held a
have to
teacup.
preface it. This guy is white. He ain't Filipino.
Mm.
He ain't like me. But his favorite two dishes One of them is called dinuguan.
Mm-hmm.
Dinuguan is a Filipino pork stew, and it's
Oh,
stewed in pork blood, and it's spicy. So it's a spicy pork blood stew,
that sounds like
and
it fucks.
he fucking loves it, dude. He's obsessed with that. And his other one is called balut, and I'm pretty sure you've heard of
No
balut.
fucking way that it's balut. I'm terrified to try balut. I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
gonna be seeing
I'm too
that
white for
friend in a
that.
couple of days, and I told him like, "Yo, my mom got the hookup. She got balut. She gave me some." And he's like, "Oh, bro, bring it over. We're gonna have some fucking balut." And I'm like, "Hell yeah, dude."
You know
Uh,
what? I'm very open to experimenting with food and trying things from different cultures. Balut just scares me just a little too much.
would okay? This is a side note. Would Sisyphus be interested in trying balut?
Oh, 100%.
100%, right? I don't know. Something about I was like, I think Sisyphus would be down for that
Oh,
shit. Actually,
she is the person who unironically in my family goes to the store and she buys fresh liver from the butcher so that she can have liver while everyone else is like
mm,
having like white bread and cheese.
oh
Like
man,
no
you
no
know
no, you
what?
guys
I
don't
respect that. I
understand.
can't do liver.
I need to have my daily iron boost, and then she's like the frying pan with liver and the
It
house is
is good.
stinking.
I know liver is good for iron, but I can't do the texture, bro. It
Oh
makes
no, I
me. It
can't
feels like
either.
I'm eating wet sand. I can't do it. I don't want to
Right?
eat it. It's
Yeah.
terrible. But enough Filipino talk. I love the little Ayumi I did in the top right corner.
That was so cute.
It's very cute. Then the next time I fucking drew her was for your maid drawing. I'm like, you guys are best friends. I need to draw you guys more often. So I gotta
Yeah.
get a couple more illustrations out of you two together at some
Thank
point.
you. Actually, when Midas was just starting, we actually lived together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, we were roommates in like
And
the
they were roommates.
legitimate sense. In the
And they
legitimate
were
sense.
roommates.
We were homies. Yeah, no.
They were homies.
We shut the fuck up. But yeah, fun
Did she get
fact.
you into VTubers, or were
No.
you like both into VTubers at the same time?
Um uh, I'll explain how I met her in just a second, but actually,
Sure.
you know how I have the stripes on one boot?
Yeah.
She has stripes on her other shoe. We
Oh, you
mirror.
guys are so cute.
Yeah, yeah,
Ah,
we
you
match
guys are
and
so
mirror.
cute.
And we've both got the bangs, and we both got undercolored hair. Although some of these matching things were slightly accidental and unintentional, but we leaned into them and we made them more purposeful afterwards. That's the
Sure.
story of my fucking life. Do I never do anything on purpose?
I guess. Wait, when did you put me in the maid outfit? I just realized. Did you do that recently? Have I been in this maid outfit this entire time I've been talking to you?
Yes.
Oh my god. It's becoming the norm for me. What the fuck?
But yes, how I met Ayumi, it was back when I was just starting VTubing, and I had no idea who she was. But she was, you know, she she is an OG EN VTuber. She's been around since day one. She was on the scene for 5, 6 years, 7 years now. Um, early days, but she just wasn't in my circle. I didn't know her. I was mainly an asset creator for other VTubers, and specifically smaller ones in my sphere. And
Oh
I
wow.
was just starting university and I needed money, and so I was going around hunting for commissions, and she happened to hit my feed on Twitter because she was having her birthday. And she said, "Hey, any artists with like a 24-hour turnaround? This is I kind of put it off to the last second. I don't care about price. Just DM me." And you know those fucking GFX bots? I DM'd her and I sounded like a fucking GFX bot. That's how badly my pitch was when I wrote to her. Like, I can give you everything you desire for a very short fee. Here is just give me your money. Just it was just dumb shit, right? I don't know how she looked at me and went, "You know what? You sound all right." I
Think I want
GFX
to make you
botted
my
my way
best
into her
friend.
heart, right? And I guess maybe she looked at my backlog and saw I was legitimate, but she commissioned me for a birthday artwork. And so I made her her birthday subathon artwork, and it was very cute. I got to design her a little outfit and everything, but I had no idea who she was. I just waited for her to send me references. I didn't do a background check. I didn't do anything, and I should have, but I just didn't think to, right? And so I DM'd her like, "Okay, well, you know, I've just started streaming myself, and I'd love it if you swung on by. I've only got like 3 people that watch, but like it's a party. I played the music I like, and it's a good time, and it'd be cool to chill." She rated me with like 200 people.
Holy shit.
And I was an account with like 10 followers at that time. And I pissed myself. And so live, like I started crying. I'm like, who are you people?
Oh.
And then I
I mean, that's
actually
really
decided to look at who she was, and she was like a 30,000 follower account. I'm like, oh, oops.
hey. I mean, that's kind of that's awesome. Honestly. I
I
think the
was
idea too
I
is like
was
you just come at
embarrassed.
it from like a
I was embarrassed by my audacity.
you know what? I think sometimes people can respect that. How do I describe it? I think there's a difference between putting somebody on a pedestal and then just seeing them as another person. That kind of like
Hmm.
makes you friends. You know, you want to become more friends with them because it's like, oh, there's just, there's no barriers between us. You didn't look at me for like the 30,000 follower VTuber I was. I was just a person, and that actually kind of like means more. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
but you know what? Out of like a ton of people that rated, like stuck around, and to this day, like 5 years down the line, a lot of them are like really close friends. Like, and
Mhm.
we through thick and thin, and like me and her have interacted a few more times after that, and then this lead to that, and I went from GFX botting in her DMs to living next to her in the other room.
Life works in mysterious
Life works in
ways.
mysterious ways, yes. It was only for a short period of time, but it was a very nice time. And she
Of
genuinely
course.
is just the most sweet, silly person. And I
Very
recommend
supportive
if
too.
you have time to watch more of her, give her
Yeah,
some love.
absolutely. Of course.
Hmm.
I think in general too, like I said, I'm a huge Hololive fan.
Hmm.
And I watch Face Connect too, and I watched a lot of like Selene from Niji, but like
Ah.
I kept myself I'm a huge fan of Selene, by the way. I kept myself to like the Hololive corner of the VTuber sphere. And like I
Hmm.
knew indies existed and but I never watched them. Until you came around.
Ah.
And then from there I was like, oh, there's, maybe I should be giving a lot more of these indie VTubers a lot more attention. I've been watching a couple. Then I ended up doing stuff for Atlas, and then so on and so on. And I'm following a lot more like smaller indie creators. I'm like, hey, this is like really awesome, and I'm kind of happy to be exposed to that kind of side because a lot of people say they love indies because it really feels more intimate. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, no,
there's no other
it's
barriers.
every faucet of VTubing has its own different appeal. I love corporate VTubers and watching corporate VTubers because I love character work, and I
Same.
love the working within the constraints that they have to. There is an appeal. I am
Yeah.
always thoroughly, consistently entertained. And I also like indies because it feels like when I support them directly, there is an immediate and an important effect that happens. It's like the difference between going to watch a movie because your favorite actor is in the movie and going to watch a stage play because the person that you went to high school with is on the stage, you know?
Uh, Wait, that's actually a great. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great. You're right. That's exactly how it is. Because I think in general, it's just I want to see people doing their best, and it's
Hmm.
always endearing to see like I know a big part of like Hololive's early days was like, oh, there's so much scuff, but like everybody loved it. Like everybody loved the scuff because it's so human
Oh,
in the way
absolutely.
that like we're all struggling. We're just trying to make it all work. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was about to say something stupidly cringy, but it's
Say
like,
it.
yeah, yeah, okay. It's like, sometimes the real genuineness you get from streamers is through these VTuber avatars than from the real people that you meet. You know what I mean?
I mean, here's the
There's
thing.
a genuineness to it.
I mean, I say this as somebody who prefers being a VTuber over face. It's liberating to not have to worry about perception because you have already
True.
erased that entirely. It's off the table. The only thing they can judge you off of is what you say and what you put out into the world. Because, like, fuck, if they don't like the way that your hair is designed, whatever, because you think it is genuinely perfect the way it is and it doesn't bother you. But
True.
if it bothers you enough, it is theoretically easy enough to change. But if you are a human person, some things like the hair texture you're born with, you can't make you have go from super tight ringlet curls to silky smooth things without a lot of time, effort, and then maintenance, right? Or sometimes you
True.
have skin imperfections, like I have really bad acne.
Hmm.
But as a VTuber, I don't have to have bad acne, right? And
Yeah.
so it takes away those particular stressors and it just allows pure personality to filter through.
That's really the most important part too, because like I think that's what I really got into when I saw your content, where I was just like, you really came off as like, I'm just a person and I just want to vent like how I feel in this moment, and like I was like, that's without sounding pretentious, right?
No,
Without sounding like very very pretentious, it's like it's very raw, right? It's a very raw feeling. Like you have your frustrations that you're talking about, you have what you like and what you're angry about. Uh, like I wouldn't say it's like oh god, I can't. I'm starting to like lose all these literary terms. It's not like you're just spitting out everything like a stream of consciousness. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It's not a stream of consciousness. It's still deliberate, but you are actively choosing to reveal parts about how you feel, your insecurities or stuff like that. And it's just like, wow, that's very very compelling, because I can tell, and anybody who's watching your stream right now has already seen that like you're being legit about it. And I think that's kind of like what made everybody like, oh, we want to follow you because you're not bullshitting us, because you're not bullshitting yourself. You know what I mean?
Like, hey, I spent 4.5 years previously not as Midas and trying to fit a perfected perception, kind of like how I was in real life, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't hitting emotional notes with people because there was nothing to hit. There was nothing there. It was hollow and it was shallow. Um, Once I just started to say fuck it and throw everything at the wall because I'm going to enjoy myself, and also I am genuinely frustrated. It was surprising to me to see the fact, like, when people came into the community for the first time, a lot of them said, oh, I haven't seen this before. And it's just like, but there's such a huge volume of people. I'm sure there has been people before, so why me specifically? I'm just saying heinous shit, and I'm saying real swear words, right? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It always confuses me because I don't feel like a different person. I don't feel
Yeah.
worthy of any position in the slightest. So it's eternally humbling. Hell, even when you say that you're shocked, you're surprised, I'm looking at myself and I'm looking at the character model. I'm looking at the stuff I post and I go, why? Why are you shocked? Why are you surprised? Like, interacting with people like you is what I live for, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is what makes life interesting and entertaining to me. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just rambling a bunch of things that are not even
No, it's
slightly
cohesive.
connected. I could make
No,
this short.
they really are. I think again, I think one of your more recent videos, you said something that I was like, this is so real. Where you were saying like you guys are all coming around when I'm here at my lowest point. And I'm just doing all these videos just for myself. But you're here at my lowest point. Are you here to make fun of me? Why are you here? And I was like, damn, that is a feeling that, it's not just, not to diminish your experience, but to kind of give a camaraderie that like that is a feeling that a lot of people have, especially with terms of like success, where it's like, why am I getting success now for these things when I couldn't do it before? As the world mocking me for my efforts, is everything that I've done up to this point a joke,
Yeah.
right? Because you felt that for VTubing. I have felt this multiple times as an artist, because I have been rejected from jobs. I have been kicked off of productions. I've had like quiet firings at this point, right? And it's and then like I'm so down, and I post stuff to avoid that gets no attention. And then I do like a random piece, and then it gets attention. I'm like, why are you coming here for this piece? What is this one doing that none of my other things have done before? Why now? Am I being made fun of? Is this a joke? Like why? Like, and those are questions that we all kind of have in terms of like success and being seen by others in a zeitgeist. But like,
Mm-hmm.
the way you've tackled that feeling by just accepting it and talking about it, I mean, like, it's just very relatable. I wouldn't say it's a niche, but
But it's human.
it's human. Exactly. Again, like,
Yeah.
without being cringe, it's like, how is it that the anime avatar on the screen is more human than humans? Kind of
Yeah.
cringe
For me, as
saying,
soon
but
as I
it's true.
started seeing any particular growth, I started seeing change within myself as well, and just maybe
Yeah.
my point of view and my cynical worldview didn't change, but my desire to be a bit better,
Yeah.
started to evolve. And again, it might sound parasocial, but when I say that my audience is literally me, that they echo back a lot of the sentiment I have. And so it was like, well, some of them are miserable and they're looking for, somebody to latch onto. If they're going to choose to latch onto me, maybe I should make a conscious effort to work on myself and be slightly less miserable. I can never truly erase my misery, but maybe I can encourage them to do things and in turn try and honor those as well. Like I had terrible hygiene going into Midas. Embarrassingly, like
Yeah,
I
I
was
remember
losing
too.
my teeth because I wasn't brushing properly and I was like flooding it with acid energy drinks. And so after I started, having eyes on me, it's like, okay, well, I nearly lost my teeth. You guys have helped me with my teeth. I'm going to start actually properly brushing, properly flossing. Okay, my acne's really bad. What if I want to see these people one day? I'm going to start properly washing my face. I've never done this before, but I'm going to do it. Okay, my hair is falling out. I'm going to start taking care of that properly. And every time I would do one of these things, I would talk about it on broadcast or I would make a short. And people would also go, well, I've never done it either. Is it worth doing? And I'd give them updates and I'd be like, okay, well, this is what I'm doing. You can try it too.
Mhm.
And so I feel like over the last year, my community and we're slowly working ourselves out of horrible depressive pits. I don't think any of us are 100% out there, but I
And you
think
never
it's
will be
really
either,
nice.
to be
Yeah.
100%.
I'm not going to be
Uh,
like as obscenely god complexy to say that I'm saving everyone, but it's more like these people have given me a reason to improve myself. And I
That's kind of the beauty.
can't, ever be thankful enough. Like, hell, there's a duder that lost a lot of weight, started working out a lot, and he's posting awesome selfies. You might have seen him around. His name's Vinyl.
I know that one.
My strongest duder. No,
I know Vinyl.
he has an impeccable drip.
Yeah.
But like, as soon as I saw that he was like also on that self-improvement grind, I was looking at myself. I was like very heavy set. I was
Mhm.
trying to lose weight, but I wasn't trying very hard. Like I was just dieting. I was looking at him. It's like, man, he is putting in the effort. And like, I'm just looking at the comparison pictures. It's just such a short period of time. He
It's amazing.
cares, and he's
Yeah.
doing it. It's possible. If he can do it, I can do it, right? And so
And that's the crux of it too.
yeah.
This whole thing is that like we were just talking about parasociality, and I know that that term gets a lot of bad flack online, justifiably so. But like that parasociality of like he- we, uh, and it comes also too at the fact that the Midas journey kind of started at your low point, right?
Mhm.
And then a lot of people who came to you were also at their low points, myself included, right? And it's kind of like we're all kind of pushing each other up little by little. Very small progress each time. Every short, every art, every post, every stream, every comment, or just watched view hour. You know what I mean? Like it's just, but that's kind of the beauty of it. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of people saying parasociality is really bad, and there are very bad dark sides to it. But the idea of that, like somebody outside of me is doing something, and it's inspiring me to do something, and then in turn that person's also seeing what you're doing and being like, hey, I want to get better. It's kind of like a net positive overall. It's kind of the beauty of the entire community that you kind of built around you in the
And
first place.
again, like you're another person that's also inspired me. Like, hell, fuck, when I posted that little doodle where I'm ripping out my heart and giving it to Apollo, you posted this art immediately after.
Oh, nice
'cause
segue.
you were inspired by it. And I went, holy shit. I never would have thought that like my concept could have been like executed in a non-meme way and done so beautifully, almost biblically. Like
I do
that,
love this piece, yeah.
and like with the light and the glowing, it was like I've got to fucking glow. I gotta draw glowing now. Like I gotta work on my like localized light sources. Like this fucks. I need to take some
This was
notes.
definitely a very experimental drawing because we were just talking about like trying new things. This one, I don't think I've ever worked with light to this degree before. Like since then I've done a lot of lighting things, but I think this might have been the first piece where I was like, I need to, how the fuck do you render light? Instead of just like I just like, oh, you're all yellow, but certain parts of you are glowing more than others. How the fuck do I accomplish that? And I noticed like, oh, just because I put like the most whitish yellow does not make it bright.
Right.
it is not doing something. And I started thinking, I'm like, oh, wait a second. Is it about how that yellow color seeps into others and gradients and subtle glows around and then rim lighting? And I discovered a lot of these, or I took these specific techniques into practice on this piece
Mhm.
specifically. And like you could go layer by layer on this one, starting from the sketch. I think this is like one of the roughest sketch.
uh,
Very adorable. But
oh, and then there's mine.
yeah, there it is. There's the inspiration. I kept that as the reference on here.
Like genuine. It's just it's silly,
What did
right?
she even say to you? Did she say just give me your heart
Yeah,
or
no,
something?
straight up. She said, "Oh, you could give me your heart." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Oh, that's cute. So
There we
yeah, so the
go.
sketch here, this is super loose, comparatively. I literally just went there to like set up the shapes and then the composition. I
It's
was
still
trying out
kind
a
of
lot of
fine.
things
It
too.
still kind of follows the Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah. I fucking love you, Fibonacci. The I think here too, I also challenged myself because like I feel like a lot of pieces I had done up to this point are very straight facing. So I'm like, I have to draw you with your head at a slight angle. It has to be how I do this. And then there I used this one's sick. So here I actually didn't do line work outside of the sketch. I think I might be wrong and I might be proven a liar later down the line, but I actually just used the lasso tool to create the shape, fill bucket it, and then trim it down with the erase tool to get the shapes that I wanted. And so that was the
Lasso tool,
final
my beloved.
sketch. Love the lasso tool. And then yes, we get here, and then what was it? If we get down to like the first, yeah, if you go to the flat, all the way at the very bottom, yeah, there is no line art in this piece. I practiced and I challenged myself to do a completely lineless illustration after that. So these are all just shapes, and then that's it. I carved it out. I just carved it out with the erase tool or using other colors and stuff like that. But yeah, this is 100% lineless, and I've never done that before this piece.
It really
So
was. I was sold. Like you did a spectacular job, and the haunting little. I like the
yeah, I like the
backlight,
light.
like the splash light of like the rib cage here.
Hmm.
That
And
that
that
was.
wasn't there before either. Like I didn't get to that right away. I actually went back to the shadow layer to do that because before that entire area was just bright. But I thought it didn't have that creepy energy if all of that was bright, even if the light source is coming out. And that's what I started using. Like, yeah, see like those gradients to like add the brightness without making the entire area illuminated.
Hmm.
Uh I challenged myself a lot on this piece. This is definitely one of those big like growth illustrations where like I learned a lot coming out of that. And then I think after that, I kind of approached a lot of my illustrations like this in terms of just like, let's just loosely settle in with blocks of color or shapes and then piece it out afterwards. It's because like sometimes when you're sketching and you're sketching specifically with lines, you get so like bogged down in like line placement when you should really be thinking about the whole face or the whole
Hmm.
pose
Like
in general.
the final idea. Yes.
Yeah, like I think the best example is hair. Sometimes we'll sit there and we'll do like each swoosh to get the little lines. But if you're thinking in shapes and only in shapes and paintbrushes, you just do one swipe for the hair strand and you're done. And you can just keep going and thinking about the whole shape.
Yeah. Think about it in
Uh,
chunks.
exactly. And I wasn't really doing that until like around this piece and then subsequent pieces afterwards that I was thinking in chunks. And then I really do love this piece. I'm glad you like this one too. I'm glad this one stands out among the ones that I've done
Oh,
because
absolutely.
the exposed rib cage with the heart being pulled out, it's fucking sick. I've actually
Oh, I
had
love that
ideas
shit.
about this piece recently after you introduced
Really?
your blue Midas.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
The Blue Midas
with the
thing
with the
was.
heart, I was like, what
Yeah.
if blue Midas is the heart that you ripped out in this piece,
Ooh.
and that heart became its own homunculus and became blue Midas? Like the golden heart as it died down and became blue in color, just became blue Midas. I was like,
I mean, I love a good lore tie-in.
yeah, you're
Yeah.
getting your own fan lore. How's that?
I'm honored. I'm honored. Actually, I could pull up the Blue Midas design. So
Yeah,
the
do
the
that.
actual design page is very roughly sketched, but um, what I had done is I had purchased an outfit adopt a while ago because I have massive folder of characters that I've personally designed, but also a few adopts that I had for future projects because I really love the outfit or I really love the design. And Blue Midas's outfit was an outfit from an adopt, and I tooled it with permission. And one of the things that I hated about the original was that it had the most obscenely massive binocular knockers, like just out of this world massive mammaries. You could kill a man with these things. So I cut them off, and I was trying to figure out what to put in its place. And so initially it was like this, if you look on screen. And I went, hold on, wait a second. What if I, like, went further and I just cut everything? And I'm like, wait, that fucks. And so I showed it to the original artist that I bought the design from to ask for permission, and they went, oh, wait, that fucks. And then they did a whole bunch of adopts with this as a concept.
Yeah, I mean, it's sick. It's a great, like, change in the design. But also, damn, that outfit fucking... It rocks.
Oh, yeah.
What is an adoptable?
An adoptable is something that a lot of artists like to do for quick cash, or in general, if they have too many character designs that go unused and rot in their folders, they put them up for adoption, basically. They go, hey, I have this outfit or this character design I've created that I'm not using, or I have a batch of them that I've designed under a theme but I can't use, and I would love somebody to be able to use them. Here is a list. Some of them will have like a flat fee, like a listed price, and it's first come, first serve, and some will be like, I have an auction, and the highest bidder gets the design. Another design I own from this person is this one.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. Personally, I have plans to retool it to hide the exposed thighs because shorts are sex. Shorts are sex.
Yeah, shorts are really fucking nice. Yeah.
Yeah. But this one, the tooling I did, I added the design, the little droplet on the boots. I gave it gloves. I cut the entire chest off and I had the little X's. But I wanted something dynamic and floaty and not a suit, but still had full coverage, if that makes sense. And I think it would look really good in motion. So I did this, and I had the little 3D model I made. And it just had that little extra fun, detailing of the heart in the exposed ribcage.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to do a zombie design, so technically this is a homunculus or a zombie, one or the other. It did have a dead patch of skin under the X under the hair, but the design was getting too complex, so I got rid of that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's just a really fucking good design. I also kind of like how you mentioned this a couple of times talking about your design process, but you're like very, very particular about the skin that's shown on your characters.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's some or none at all. And I don't know. I like that. And what I'm about to say is not literally at all against any VTubers with it, but like I really do respect the whole like keeping it like subtle, tame. Don't want to show off too much skin. There's something more. It's very, very alluring about that kind of choices for your character design. Very, not restrained, but like
it's strategic
or held back. I don't strategic. Thank you. That's the best way to describe
it. My favorite $5 word of the day.
Nice. Can't put that in Wordle though, so
I
not
can't
really
put that in
useful for
Wordle.
me.
Yeah, but like here's like an actual proper rendered illustration I did of both the regular Midas and we've cheekily called her Sadim because that's backwards for Midas, but also it sounds like Saddam Hussein, and that's endlessly funny. The Saddam Hussein. Anyway, that's horrible. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. But yes, again, the less skin you show, the more effective it is when you do eventually show it. Truly.
Yeah. Or where it's shown in general, too.
Exactly. Because all of a sudden it goes from, well, I've got massive boobs that are 90% shown with only the nipples covered and arms are fully exposed and midsection fully exposed, to like, oh my god, get a peek at the thigh? And the thigh is a tasteful mole? Holy shit, where are my napkins?
Wait, napkins?
I mean, what?
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. I respect that.
Anyway. Yes, but then also it means like, if for some reason I get rid of the jacket, it's like, oh, skin tight dress shirt, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
If I get rid of the skin tight dress shirt, it's like, oh, salacious.
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you know that my character design canonically, and you haven't seen it yet because there's not been an instance of it where it has been needed yet, canonically has a mole on the left boob.
Interesting.
Yes.
I'm going through my own art folder. I'm like, do I know this? Have I ever referenced this at all?
Well, there's no way that anybody would know because there has not been a naked Midas reference.
No reference. True.
Mhm. Though
I will send you my cases later though. I'll send you.
that's crazy. There's though there is for the live 3D concert. The 3D concert, I was going to say live 2D. The 3D concert that I'm putting on with the Syndicate, where we all have matching 3D models that we're getting, and we have multiple costumes that we're doing. But you've probably seen that floating around. There is now an official reference sheet that will have naked, albeit with no genitalia, so Barbie doll naked Midas. So that will be the first reference sheet with the actual mole on the boob that you'll see. And it's in the style
I'm gonna
of my
cross-reference that. That's gonna be very funny.
Yeah, it's my current.
If I'm correct.
It's my current live 2D model. We're gonna have that in 3D, and it's actually been started already in the last 2 days, which is crazy.
Wow.
And it's gonna have multiple costumes, and it's just gonna be a whole hull of a baloo. Hull of a baloo.
Weren't you fully funded on the first day of this whole donathon thing, anyways?
Yeah, which is fucking insane.
That's amazing. That's awesome.
I didn't.
Congratulations.
Thank you kindly. Because of it, honestly, we're going to be doing an off collab. The Syndicate.
I heard.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very exciting.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty great. Yeah, it's gonna be.
Did you find that Ouija board?
Find that Ouija board. I'm sourcing it currently. I do
nice,
live in the middle of
perfect.
nowhere, but I actually have plans to go outside of my town tomorrow. Village, basically. I'm gonna go to a
Village.
city tomorrow, and I'm going to be buying one.
Sure. That
Yeah.
sounds exciting.
Yeah. A Luigi board, yes, Para. Oh, fuck, speaking of the chat, I should probably catch up on that real quick.
Hydration time for me. Let's
Hydration
go.
time for you. Go drink water, you thirsty little flower. I don't fucking know.
Wait, sorry.
You Joes. The Joe Rose. Anyway. Catching up. Justin Curry, thank you for the 2. Bangs are just the flaccid dong hair. The VTuber bang are flaccid dong hairstyles. I guess? Question mark. Nick somebody, thank you for the 10. Makes me wonder if Blue Midas model open chest wound was a callback to the artwork of Giving Your Heart. As you have heard, as we have gone on, it was not. Again, it was another coincidence, but a great one. Dingus Khan, thank you for the 20. Damn, he right. The piece does go immensely hard. Fuck yeah, it does. Leafy Lemon, thank you for the 2. Same, subtle is sexy. Fantasy to build up. Hell yeah. Oh shit, we had 2 raids! Jade, hello, and Charity Goblin Ruby, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. And Farrell, I saw that, and you cheered some bits an hour ago. Let's catch up there. Gotta head to bed. Gotta get up early tomorrow. I'll catch the VOD. Love both of y'all's art. You guys are such an inspiration. You're very sweet. But Jade, you're doing well. You're doing very silly. Hell yeah. I once out with the missus and saw a Ouija board for sale and joked about getting it so we could summon the ghosts at home. Yeah, she wasn't fond of the idea. Your wife sounds boring, and I think you should summon a ghost anyway, just to see what'll happen. But yeah, I hope that you guys had good streams, both of you. Welcome to the broadcast. I am here today with Joe, the absolute godly creature that he is. And we have, in the last while, gone over beautiful artworks. Make sure that, backwatch the VOD. We've done a lot of cool breakdowns over all these pieces, and this has been a blast. All right. I'm time to summon him from Waterworld. Joe, I'm using my Ouija board powers, and I'm slurping you out of your water zone.
I fucking love Water Zone, though, man. I want to go back.
Get out of your fucking water zone! It's broadcast time.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oy, oy, oy.
So what were we talking about before break time?
Uh, just character design in general.
Oh yeah, I would imagine that you've just been that's kind of like your. I know it wasn't your focus specifically in like college or art school, but like you always had like a knack for character drawing. I'm guessing
Oh,
since you were
absolutely.
younger.
I've always had this
Mhm.
fascination with just character design and development and specifically remixability. If you think of Mickey
Mm.
Mouse, you can always recognize Mickey Mouse no matter what outfit he's in. You can remix him to hell and back, and he will still be recognizably Mickey Mouse because of certain parts of his design. And as well, Miku, Hatsune Miku, we brought her up earlier. Exact same. You can remix the fuck out of her. You can even change the color, which is still an iconic part of her design. But if she has the twin tails,
Ooh.
most of the time you will recognize that as Hatsune Miku.
Yeah, I think I did a Filipino Miku actually. Let me just
Really?
send that to you. Yeah, I did a
I'd love to
Filipino
see.
Miku. We just send you the. I'll just send you the image. It's easy enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's interesting to me. I actually did not get into character design until like 2021, I think.
Oh.
Because I actually went to school for comic art. So I wanted to be a comic artist.
Mm-hmm.
And then the comic industry in America is kind of fucked if you don't know
Oh
who you
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And
No,
like
Sisyphus is actually
I'm
trying
not
to
a
break into
writer.
the comic industry in Canada,
Nice.
and it's
All right. I wish her nothing but the
daunting.
best. It's daunting. And the worst part is I'm like a comic illustrator, not a comic writer. And
Mm.
so like I can't really I've never really worked off of an original idea. I've done adaptations. Though I've done like 2 professional comic works and they were all adaptations of existing material.
Oh.
Um and so like I just, I've always struggled like I can't if I want to make it into comics, I can't get in through Marvel because I'm not Marvel enough.
Mm.
Even though I think that's changed in recent years. But like I was like, oh, I have to go indie, but I'm like, I'm not a writer. I can't do this shit. And so I kind of dropped out of that, and then I got picked up by a studio who hit me up. They wanted me to take a test for storyboarding for animation, and so I tested for them, and I failed. Unfortunately, I actually didn't get the job, even though they were the ones who hit me up about applying for this job.
That's fucking
And
abysmal, by the way.
it's fine. It was with I mean I could say it. It's not really NDA or anything like that. It was
Mhm.
with like the animation studio Titmouse. And
Mm.
that was like one of my first tests I've taken with them, and I've taken a bunch, and I still have yet to get a job with them, sadly enough.
That's
But
unfortunate.
it's not even on them or on me. It's just the scene right now, especially
Yeah.
right now in the animation scene. But like, so I worked with them on that, and I did storyboarding. And then while I didn't get the job with them with storyboarding, I ended up storyboarding for other studios afterwards. And so that's why I kind of primarily worked for the last couple of years. And then in the deluge, again, I'm using a word I don't even know what that word means. I kind of thought it sounded like it worked. Anyways, in the drought of storyboard work, I applied for character gigs because I just needed something and I can draw a person relatively okay. So and then I got hired for a couple of gigs to do character design work. And then I think at this point, I think I've done like 5 storyboard gigs, but I've done like 15 plus illustration and character design stuff. So I'm more of a character. I've kind of like fallen in the lap of being a character designer more now than I was before.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that's kind of like been my journey as terms of character designing, and I love it now. Like if I reapply to like some of these animation studios I apply to as a storyboard artist, I would come back as specifically as a character designer, probably do
Potentially.
applications for that. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
So, and it's fun, and that's where I told you like I got rejected some not from the job, but I've gotten rejected designs because they're like, yo, this shit's too fucking complicated. It has to be like
Oh
simpler.
yeah, the curse of can you repeat it? Is it recognizable?
And I'm at the crossroads where it's like too complicated for an animation character design, but not detailed enough to be a accurate VTuber design. At
Oh
least in
yeah.
some cases.
I think it's an issue in the VTuber scene these days where people do like simpler designs, but it's almost expected of you to have a complicated design these days. Like
Yeah.
before I was Midas, I had a very, very, very simple design that's just as simple as Midas, like simple palette. And I was encouraged by all my peers. The reason nobody wants to look at you, the reason nobody wants to see your content is because that you don't look like a VTuber. You do not have an interesting dynamic design. Nobody's going to look at you and think that there's something there, right? So I redesigned my whole thing, my whole setup. I made new live 2D model from scratch, everything, new overlays, and I went so fucking balls to the walls, way too much detail, which is not something I was used to, but I mean, it was a pretty baller design, all things considered. And my engagement was just as bad. I just wasn't getting fan art like I was before, because I got like a tiny bit of fan art before, but now that was entirely gone. So I think my engagement actually got worse. It's interesting. I don't think that they were telling me to do that because they wanted to sabotage me. I think they genuinely believed that getting a more complicated design would make me do better, because that's what is expected of a VTuber design. But no, in my experience, if it's not simple, you need to be able to simplify it with toggles, or you're fucked.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway,
like I said,
I want to
at
show
least
off my
for your
little
fan
sister's
artist
artwork,
thing.
because my
hell
little
yeah.
sister's based. This is my sister's artwork.
Oh my god, I remember this. So she drew this one?
Yeah, she designed Craximus the High Wizard, or Amphetamestius the Enlightened.
Amphetamestius, I see.
Yes.
I understand.
There's a third picture that wasn't posted, but his wizard staff is actually a massive crack pipe.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I fuck with it.
I went to her and I'm like, hey, so chat reached a threshold and the reward is I need a meth wizard, and can you work with that as a prompt? And she whipped out an iPad and she said, okay, I'm about to go into the woods for 2 weeks, but I mean, I can do it. And she sat down. She gave me literal gold. I mean, look at this.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, did you say 2 weeks in the woods?
Yes. She does hard labor. She does hard labor in the woods. She does
Oh, wow.
tree planting in Canada, which is not as kind and foresty tree hugger as it sounds. Tree planting, you are
It has
given a
no
massive
easy.
sack, kind of like Amphetamestius here, and in it you
Yeah.
have 1 billion like little trees, and you have to plant 1 tree every 2 or 3 seconds.
What? They time it?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so
Damn,
these
okay.
plots of land that you're given, they're usually on a steep like angle in the forest,
Oh,
and
jeez.
you're given like a
Okay.
small pointed shovel with a long handle. You have to stab the ground and throw these things in there, and you have to fill an entire plot of land by the end of the day, or you don't get paid. And you do get paid per tree, and the spacing is measured. It is very, very painful, hard work, but she loves it.
Okay.
A lot of her contemporaries, though, do a lot of hard drugs, because it's hard to
Okay.
do that without doing hard drugs. So she sees a lot of interesting shit. She'll come off of her shit, and she'll shift, and she'll go into her camp, and somebody will have rifled through all her stuff. Like it's a rough thing.
Jeez.
Anyway.
So I guess she's drawing this literally from experience.
Oh yes. Yes. No, she
Goddamn.
has met many meth wizards.
Wow. That's actually very, very
Yes,
impressive.
but this also means that she's fucking shredded.
Oh, really?
Yes, she wants to break into the comic industry, and so she has like these are like rough
Awesome.
sketches,
Sure.
but she does like whole comics of her characters doing absolutely horrible things. She is unfortunately unfathomably based, and so all of her
Nice.
takes are very edgy and would get me banned off of every platform. So I'm not going to show them right now.
Of course. I have one suggestion for her. It's not
absolutely.
anything art. It's just she should check out the artist of a comic series called Luther Strode. Like LU. I'm gonna just type it in your DM, but Luther
Excellent.
Strode. It is a sick ass comic, very gory.
Ooh.
Art is absolutely insane. I'm like looking at her inking, and I'm like, it kind of reminds me of like how his guy has like really strong shape language. I need to remember the name of the artist because it's gonna bother me if I can't get it.
But yeah, she does like full page like traditional like comic book format. She's very vitriolic and anti-webcomic. What's the point of a comic if you can't have it printed out? What this is bullshit. Phones are fake
a lot of
and gay.
webcomic artists will get their shit printed, which is always exciting for me. But I understand how she feels about that too. I love having like I have like my own like huge like comic book collection. I just read them from time
Mhm.
to time.
Yeah, and
So
she loves like ridiculous over the top like camera angles. So a
mhm.
lot of her stuff is fascinating to read because it gives you a little bit of vertigo while looking at it.
Yeah, like really strong energy too. I'm gonna guess.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's exciting. I wish her luck then. Comic scene is crazy, but it's also super
Oh,
fun.
yes.
Super fun.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's so funny to me because she's like this tiny, cute little white girl who's like looks like a supermodel, albeit she's really tiny, but she's
Isn't
also
she
really
also jacked? You
fucking
just said?
shredded because she
Oh, there
spends
we
all
go.
her
Yeah.
times in the forest, and she also likes to do taxidermy because that's her hobby,
Mm.
and she's also a comic book artist. Just I couldn't make my sister up because she sounds fake.
I mean, when you first talked about it, I think the taxidermy part was like, is that true or is this a bit?
No, no, this
That's
is not a
very
bit.
interesting.
When I talk about my family, I am being 100% serious here. She's actually also, her and my mother both ganged up, and they were the ones that told me to play Postal.
Wait, wait, your mom too told you
Yeah,
to play Postal?
yeah. My younger
Oh wow.
sister bought it for me as a gift, and I was torn on what to do for a broadcast idea, and my mother was the one who said, play it. Mhm.
That's fucking awesome. I did not expect your mom was in on that too. That's
My mother
hilarious
somehow
actually.
always is in on it. It's crazy.
What was her opinion of the 15-hour stream?
She was impressed. She was impressed, but also
Very impressed.
confused and concerned.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's something else. But that's crazy. Your family's just nothing but base takes and good taste.
Sometimes a little bit too based for
True.
my own good. Anyway,
That's true.
returning briefly to your art here for a second.
Oh sure, yeah, me too.
She
Just we are
is
just talking about character
adorable,
design,
but
so
also I love that you gave her a karaoke microphone.
golden karaoke microphone. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that's the one thing that I viscerally remember from any time meeting my sister-in-law and her family is that they always had the
Mhm.
fucking karaoke machine out.
Bro, yeah, I have an uncle where like the machine is also the microphone itself, so he just goes around with the microphone. It's just
That's
yeah, we love karaoke. It's just
I
I
can
don't know,
tell, yeah.
karaoke and line dancing, two of the most Filipino things like ever, every party. But I don't know. In terms of character design, this was fun. I actually loved this trend on Twitter when it was going around where everybody was making a Miku for their respective country or
Mhm.
something like that. I mean, it started with like the Brazilian Miku, and then somebody made like a Canadian Miku, and she's just wearing like it's just like wearing hockey gear and stuff like that. It's like it's so stupid, but it's so fun. And then in this one too, I was like, oh, Filipina. I'm like, I wanted to go for like a very more elegant Filipina design, so chic
Good, clean,
pants.
wholesome fun.
Yeah, but God, I'm gonna be embarrassed to not know the name of the exact outfit for her top. Because I know for
Eh.
men it's called the barong, but I forgot what it's called for women. But you know, it's like that see-through
Yeah.
dress because it's fucking hot and humid in the Philippines, so definitely want to wear something that's airy and stuff like that.
I'm just looking at it, and you guys like your see-through tops. When my brother had to
We do.
marry her, had to, as if he didn't have a choice. When my
Had to.
brother
Can you wear
married,
a barong?
he wore like it was some sort of embroidered white wedding shirt with like transparent center, and it had
Yes,
like
it's a barong.
okay, yeah. I
That's
remember
awesome.
looking at it, and it was I'd never seen anything like it before, but it
Oh man.
also kind of mirrored the kind of embroidery that we do on Ukrainian dancing shirts. Because
Oh,
Ukrainian
I know
dancing
exactly
shirts,
what you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, it's it was a little weird because I was seeing the wedding pictures and it's just like he's getting married in a Ukrainian dancing shirt. No, it was really nice though,
Looks like Ukrainians and Filipinos aren't that different after all.
or something, or
Or
something,
something, I
or
don't know.
something.
And then, that
They
ear
both love
thing,
to
I found on
drink.
Pinterest. Yeah, we do.
Yes.
I'm not man. I see it you post about drinking, I'm like, I am so bad with my liquor. I just don't drink anymore
Ah.
because
I remember the
I'll get
first
drunk so
time
quickly.
I met my sister-in-law, my brother had tasked me to make Jello shots because she wanted to hold a karaoke party for all of the Filipino friends in their space. And they
Mm.
just invited everyone over, and my brother was like, "Okay, I know it's your first night here, but could you do like an emergency run to the store and make some Jello shots? I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. Do you want it in like a color pattern or anything? He's like, could you make a massive Jello sculpture that is in the shape of the Filipino flag?
Wait, what the fuck? What happened to this being about Jello shots? Why are you making the Filipino flag?
Out of Jello shots. I got multiple flavors of
Oh,
Jello.
out of Jello shots. I thought you were
And
making
I
one
got
giant
like
piece of
clear.
Jello that's a
I
flag.
got clear plastic cups, and I arranged I made a fuck ton of Jello shots that day, and I arranged them in the shape of the Filipino flag, and it was like on like the big fold out table. That was the first day in my where I met my sister-in-law. Yes.
That's really fucking sick, actually.
Yeah, it was pretty good. The
Filipino
liquor
Jello shot
choice I
flag.
did though was wrong. It was bad. It tasted terrible, but nobody cared. It was liquor.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Liquor is liquor, so who cares?
Liquor goes quicker. Yes.
Was there any like Ukrainian like Miku designs? I don't think I ever looked up any.
There
but-
was quite a few. There was some like very traditional ones, and then there was some that were like just I'm blue and yellow.
That's
But
fair enough.
I think that was a trend though with many of the countries. You can tell when an artist came from the country they were trying to represent because it was always traditional garb.
True.
Whereas if somebody just wanted to do a design that was roughly themed to that country, it was always just the color of the flag.
True. That's also true. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a subtle mole placement, by the way. Eyebrow.
It's your fault. It's your fault. I don't know what to say. Like I don't think I actually cared this much about moles until I started. There's also one on her chest, on her like
on
right
the
below her
arm and on
ribs.
the stomach. That's so
On-
peak.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. I don't know. We gave her 2 actually. I think on her arm. Yep. There it is. Oh no, I didn't.
One on her arm there. Yeah. But yeah. We went to art school at wildly different points in art school history.
You went during the COVID era, didn't you?
Yeah, through the COVID era, I started art school like a year and a half before COVID hit. So I got to see a
Okay.
little bit of it pre-COVID, and then the rest of it was entirely through COVID.
Oh wow. How was that? So for me, art was so important, at least when I was in college, which was from like 2014 to 2017. Where you had to be, it was important to be there, like in the moment. You know what I mean? Especially with like live model drawing and stuff like that. So how I know you said you had your first year was still in school, but how was it like for like the junior and sophomore, junior, and I'm guessing senior years?
Well, the very first year we got to see live models, right?
Okay.
But then once COVID hit, no, none of that. It was entirely taken off the curriculum. But we still needed it to graduate. And so everybody in my year for that particular year, we didn't have it. And we had to take those particular classes later when they were offered again. Like we couldn't physically graduate. But they also stopped offering those classes. So we were all kind of stuck taking an extra year and a half in university. And the classes that they did hold, they all did it online, and it just isn't the same when you're doing a painting class online as opposed to in a studio, right?
I know, it's hard to get that feedback. I think the biggest part was that like there's a difference between getting feedback when you're done with a drawing and you're submitting it, and when you're getting it while you're working on the piece. And I think-
Exactly. Yes, because then you can make the little tweaks live while the person's there and get like them to check up on it. Just
exactly. Like
yeah.
not having that would have been extremely dead. I mean, for me, just for me specifically, in how I absorb knowledge and how I learn from others, is that like I need it to be very immediate. I need to hear them. I need to see what they're doing, and like I was thinking during the entire time, I was like lucky to just be working professionally during that time during COVID, because I was like, oh, I have my tablet. I'm here. Give me my project. I'm good, and it's professional. But like when I'm learning, there's something about not having like, just being able to like talk to people. I don't know. It must have been really tough.
Oh yeah. During the second year of COVID, they were starting to let us come back to some physical classes, but it still
Okay.
wasn't the same because teachers wouldn't do shit. They didn't want to be there. They didn't want to do anything. It was
Yeah.
so bizarre. And as well, second year into COVID, that's when the AI generators became really prevalent and started being a real talking point. They were around before,
Mm.
but now they were very easy for the public to access. And
Yeah.
it was so weird because going through art school, I was expecting teachers to be upset. I was expecting students to be upset. No, I was a fucking outlier in art school of all places. Everybody else was so excited to use it. Like, I was in a painting class and an elderly woman, for some fucking reason, who was taking the same class as me, because I guess she has money to burn and time to spend, she came into class and she's like, oh my gosh, guys, so I want you to see this painting I painted. It's based off of this AI-generated image I got, right? And so she held up like a print of something she generated off of like early, like, I don't know, the early Hugging Face generators. And a whole class was oohing and awing because this is revolutionary. And I'm just sitting there feeling a little bit like a pit in my stomach. It's like, are we really normalizing this at art school of all places? I get like the novelty of it, but like, does nobody else see how this is like inherently wrong? This feels upsetting. And the teachers even were like praising her for her ingenuity and creativity on this. And it's like, but it's not. No, it frustrated me. I've learned to
it feels maddening
Yeah.
almost.
I've learned to
know,
like cool down about this kind of shit, but back then I was
Exactly.
passionate. I was angry. I think I sent like I was screaming that we should kill all AI users.
Yeah.
Like unironically, like, I was on Twitter on my past life account screaming that if you get caught using it in a professional setting, your career should be ruined and you should be doxxed. I don't feel that way anymore, but like I had strong feelings.
Yeah, I definitely know that there's been some work that I definitely know I didn't get because they switched out into doing AI, which
Yeah.
is like, it's unfortunate. I'm just not like it's too much energy to sit around and cry about it. At least for me, just got to keep on going, keep on doing what I'm doing, finding work where I can. I do remember I was working on a character design gig. Production and company won't be named, but like I was submitted like, oh, we need you to work off of these character designs, and I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, this motherfucker AI generated it. And I definitely know that the superiors at the company, at the studio, did not know that. And I was like, is it my place to say that the guy that they asked who did the previous designs did AI? Do I even say anything? So I was like so basically I was working off of an AI generated character design, and I tried to like pull back and do, like
There's a time and a
not,
place.
yeah. And I did my best to like break all out of the design and like do my own thing with it as best as I could. I mean, that entire story is like absolutely one of the worst experiences I ever had in art as a professional career. And it's not even the AI part. That was horrible. Like that was one I mentioned it earlier. That was like one of the experiences where I literally just got ghost fired. Like they just stopped messaging me. They stopped giving me projects. I started hitting them up. I'm like, hey, where's this? Where are you guys? There's a meeting. Can I make a meeting? No response. No one shows up to meetings I organize. And I was like, oh, I think they're just fucking. I think they just fired me without telling me I got fired, and that was it. Very unfortunate. But I don't know with the AI thing. Again, yeah, it's tiring to like fight back. But all I can tell for myself at least is that like the whole rise in AI and a lot of these people who are like, haha, fuck you, like you're losing your jobs, or I get to make this in a minute. It takes you an hour. And like you can have your victory there, whatever. For me in this moment, I am happy that I have evolved in my own way to make art the way I want to. And I won't yell at you for using AI. I won't scream. I won't even denounce you. I will just continue to be proud of what I make with my own hands.
It
And
took
that's
me
all
a
I can do.
long time to get to that point, but I'm
Yeah.
much in the same boat these days.
Yeah. Just like you know what? You did it with your thing, sure. I doing it my way, and I'm doing it how I want to, and I like what I'm doing. I'm living my life, and like that's it. No, yeah, exactly. I don't have the energy for the internet fights, so fuck that.
Yeah, I have energy for internet fights, but only ones that I know that I'm going to win.
I mean, I respect you for being able to do that. I see so much drama on VTuber Twitter, on Twitter
that shit
Twitter.
is ridiculous.
And I'm sitting here, I'm just like, man, can't everybody just shut up or just not talk about it?
Just
In
enjoy
my head,
being
I'm
in
just
your
like,
little hole in the internet for real.
yeah, or just like for me, the only time I really post, I'm just talking about I'm talking about the things I love. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I post about I love this VTuber. I love doing this. I love blank. that's it. If I have a thing I don't like, I just don't engage with it, and my mental is honestly way better than some people's
Did you see
from that
me
shit.
accidentally stirring up all of like Star Wars Twitter accidentally?
Yeah, I saw that. I was sitting there, I was just
Ah!
like, "Oh, Midas, you and your 30,000, 1,000,000 views." Like, what the oh my god.
1.4 million. I'm just sitting there. And when you turn off notifications on Twitter, did you know that that doesn't turn off notifications for quote
Oh,
retweets?
I know. Oh, I know, Midas. I've been in my own things too where I'm like, "Oh, I muted the thread. I'm still getting quote retweets, so I'm still finding out what people are saying."
Yeah, no, it was.
Did you end up deleting that post, by the
I
way?
did, not because I couldn't fight back, but because I was trying to go to sleep and I was still being dinged, and I don't like turning off my notifications just in case there's something important that happens. So
Exactly.
it was just like, fuck it. It isn't worth it. Get rid of it.
It's true.
Yeah.
Also, I never took you to be a Star Wars fan. That was a very funny discovery. I'm like, "Oh, you're not only a fan of Star Wars, but you're like passionate to say something." I saw that shit. I saw that same video you saw, and I was just like, "Damn, that's weird." All right, well, I guess that's what they're doing now.
No joke. Star Wars was like one of my three main obsessions growing up.
Mhm.
I'm in my childhood room right now, and across the room from me, on the wall adjacent to me, I have a life-sized wall sticker of Princess Leia
It's awesome, actually.
and an R2D2. And I've got like on the bedposts, I've got like all the logos and stuff from the different factions, like the Empire and all that.
Did you
Um,
ever make a Star Wars OC since you like character design so much?
I did, I
You
did,
did?
but it was
Were they like
basically.
the most powerful Force user?
No, they
Did
were a
they
Sith. They were a Sith, and it was literally
They
just
were a
me.
fucking Sith. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
It
Okay,
was a
okay.
self-insert of a Sith, but it was me with green
Self-insert.
hair.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're edgy. I think I just cut myself with that. Oh my god.
I can get worse.
You can get worse.
Mm,
Did you do fan ships? Did you
no,
ship your character with like
I never
Kit Fisto or
really.
something? I don't know.
Nah, nah, nah. If anything, I was a Carthonasi stan from Kodor. He was
Mm.
he was my little Mew Mew.
You and Gigi Murin have said that I've never heard of a Mew Mew until like the last 2 weeks of my
You're
life.
fucking with me.
No,
I,
no, we're
I
too
have been
gen.
saying
We're like
Kaya Ulbrich is my little Mew Mew for like 2 years straight.
I guess I'm not either. I'm not in the stream, or I'm getting water for Hydration Nation
Me
while
me
you're fucking
me.
talking about your Mew Mews.
My little Mew Mew. To be fair, I
That's
probably
hilarious.
say it more off stream than broadcast than on broadcast. Fuck you. I was good with my streaks and you got me saying the wrong word.
I have said nothing in like the last minute. That was all you on that one,
No, this
actually.
has to be your fault. I can never be held accountable.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Shift the blame. But damn. So yeah, that's actually kind of awesome. I actually didn't even get into like OCs and like thinking about OCs until like the last year on Twitter. But I was
Really?
always not jealous, but I was always like, oh, I guess it is jealous, right?
Man,
You can admit to
envious.
jealousy. Envious. I was like, though, that's so cool. But I just haven't really, like I said, I was never really a writer, so I had
Mhm.
never thought like, oh, I can't write, so I just won't make OCs. I'll just draw fan art. But I'm like, oh, it's actually been kind of fun just to make an OC that doesn't have like a big story. Like they don't have to be part of like a big universe of things that you've written. They could just be a person that you think is cool and you drew them.
Oh,
And I'm like, damn,
absolutely.
that's actually very free.
Actually, I loved character design and storytelling so much that I wrote an
Mhm.
entire novel. I wrote two novels actually in high school, and they were massive fucking things. These weren't dinky little 3-chapter novels. These were like 30-chapter epics. Um,
Oh damn.
it was entirely based off of I've got these character designs I love and a world that I want to put them in, but also I really fucking hate Twilight. Like with a passion. It's stupid. It's badly written. The love
Uh-huh.
story is garbage. So I wanted to write a
Yeah.
vampire romance novel that was good. That was my entire
The right way.
motivation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now the virtue of me not being a writer but being an artist is very evident in the writing. It's very, very cringy. And unfortunately, part of the Donathon rewards was that I would read it on broadcast with some
That's
people.
tomorrow, right?
That's tomorrow. So
That's fucking hype.
I'm prepping to die inside because it's very evidently written by somebody who really liked Black Butler.
When I was in college, I used to be part of a radio show.
Oh,
Because our school had a radio station, so I would be part of it. Uh
and I had a segment on that radio show where I would go on AO3. What was it? AO3, right? Archive of Our Own.
Yeah.
I would go on there and I would click like the top fan fictions in different categories or viewer recommended ones, and I would read it. So I like one of my first streams I did, like I read My Immortal.
Oh, okay, but that's a cult. That's a hood
It's
classic.
a cult classic. No, that's the point. But I was always very fun with that. I read like Sonic fan fictions. I had some people like they literally just wrote fan fiction so I could read it on the stream and stuff
Oh, I
like
love
that.
that.
That was a really really fun time. But I'm like, fan fiction is crazy and very fun and it's just knowing that you did that is really cool.
Yeah, no.
Also, you
my
talk bad about
originals.
Twilight. I used to as well until somebody was like reverse the roles, and it's like a guy and there's a hot vampire girl and like a tomboy werewolf, and they both love you. And I'm like, that's just the plot to like any successful fucking manga. Honestly, like
Okay, but
if you
here's
think about it,
the thing
role
that
reversal.
bothers me about Twilight is just how it's written. It's not even necessarily the plot. It was just very hard to get through, and it irritated me.
Did you read her? Is she the one who also wrote 50 Shades of Grey?
No, but 50 Shades of Grey was a Twilight fan fiction, and then it was
So
retooled.
fan fiction.
Yes,
Oh, how
it
about
was
that?
originally a Twilight fan fiction where the character names then were retooled to original ones, and then it was published.
That's awesome, actually. Like, jokes aside about 50 Shades of Grey, but that's like you wrote a fan fiction, then you just replaced the names of like canon characters, and now you have like your own fucking series. That's kind of sick.
True.
Very successful too.
Yes.
Gosh.
Yes. No, I've got 2 victims that are going to voice act part of my vampires tomorrow. It's
That's exciting.
I've got Bomi and I've got Umi Kyoko. 2 very lovely pink VTubers.
Oh.
I'm sweating though thinking about it because I'm just remembering all the shit I wrote.
You should do what I did with my pieces and just like do a quick skim, just in case anything.
Well,
absolutely crazy
regardless, I
comes up.
gotta commit to the bit. I can't change it.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
What were we talking
Scotty in
about before
chat
this
says
tangent?
that I've read some of it. Yeah, and Scotty was so mean about it, deservedly.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, Anyway, let's. I think we're getting close to time, but I want to do some final stuff. I want to talk a little bit more about your experience in art school, and then once we're done with that, I would like to do a brief overview of the stuff that I was really passionate about in school, which was the organic artwork. And that will be a topic that is further elaborated on in a unique original video upload that won't be done on broadcast. So for those who want to see the process of that, that is where you can expect it.
That's exciting.
All right. But yes, you were in the system a little bit earlier than me. What was it like?
So I went to art school in the big city, right? And so how would I describe the experience? I guess I'll keep it anecdotal, right? Specifically from my viewpoint.
Yeah.
But I came from high school doing art, and I was quote unquote good at it, right? And so I was like, at least among my peers, like my teacher was like always complimenting me, and I was like, I had it in my head, I'm like, oh, I'm a good artist, and I think office work sucks, and engineering is too confusing, and I fucking hate calculus. So I was like, let's do art school, and so and art school is expensive as fuck. I can't deny that part. But I was able to get what's the word called? I got scholarship, so I was able to attend this pretty big art school in the city, and during my time there, it was kind of like the you get that huge immediate humbling experience that you're like, oh, you're not the fucking top dog, bro. You're not even in the running. I was meeting people. They were like, yeah, dude, this is my 3rd sketchbook in the month, and I'm like, you filled up your sketchbook, and like you filled up 2 sketchbooks in a month already, like.
There
And this
are
other person's
some
like,
people
oh,
at art school that were fucking insane, I will say.
yeah. And it's like, I was very much jealous of them. And I was like, but I also came at the point where I'm like, I just started out in art school. So I really don't know what I can improve on or where to improve on. I just got to start doing things, right? And then, but I'm also like, I'm a fucking teenager, man. I'm like 17, 18 at the time. So I'm like, I'm not really fully conscious of like everything.
And what I mean by conscious of everything, I mean like awareness of how to be a proper artist slash person,
Mhm.
right? Like I skipped out on classes because I didn't want to do some classes. I didn't do some homeworks, and then like sometimes if I had an assignment, I kind of just cheesed it. I didn't really care too much to do something crazy. I still loved art, but I'm a teenager and I'm in college and I'm living by myself. Let me start doing other things, and so part of me I kind of like regrets uh that I didn't do enough in school. But I'm like, I was a young kid that time. Like, was there ever really gonna be that expectation that I was gonna, be where I'm at now back then?
Yeah, no,
Uh,
it was nobody really knew what the future was.
exactly. So, but in art school, as the art school, and the classes that I took, I like I said, I went into for cartooning and illustration. That was a department there. So I was doing comic art and I was also doing illustrations. And this is coming from me back when I was in high school. I took like, and I'm not even saying this to brag, it's just my stupidity. I took all AP classes my last 2 years of high school, because you could say like, oh, Asian parenting kind of gets you pressured to just do all these things, but it's also partly on me too. I wanted to take the hard ones because I thought I could do it, right? And I did that. And so when I got into art school, I was like, there were two sets of classes really. Like there were classes that were taught by teachers that were mad chill, and then there were classes taught by teachers that were like mad harsh.
Oh,
And
hard ass ones.
I always went for the hard asses. Um, and like that was like my first humbling experience that I had a teacher. Like I was doing okay in the class, not like the stellar, but I did one piece that he thought was really good, and I was like, oh, like he thought I did really good. I'm gonna work really hard. I'm gonna do another piece for the next comic thing, and I'm gonna wow him. And he fucking hated it. And
Ah.
he talked down the shit, even though I was thinking like, oh, these are all like great ideas, and he talked every single one of them down. He shat on my life, and it made me so sad, and it made me so angry. And then like in that moment, I was like, you ever watch The Simpsons or see that Simpsons clip where Bart is crying because he studied for a test and he failed, but he was telling people like, I actually tried this time. I actually tried.
Oh.
And I was like, that was kind of me for a bit. And then I was like, I want to keep trying. Like this hard ass liked my stuff at one point. I got to make him like me again. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so like
Yeah.
that kind of directed me towards all of my art school time. Is that like, I mean, like again, I still slipped up and I didn't do, but I always tried to get better. I always tried to like take the classes that would challenge me. Uh and like, I like again, I learned a lot more things outside of school afterwards. But it's not like I didn't learn anything in art school. It's just that it clicked. You know what I mean? Like taught me these fundamentals in art school. I kind of heard them. I kind of understood them, but it wasn't until I was working and trying to be a professional that I was like, this is what they fucking meant.
Mhm.
And it clicked.
It was like
And
mindset
I'm like,
training, less than skill set training.
exactly. Exactly. And I was just like, but like, I mean, art school was like really fucking good for me in terms of that. And like, sometimes I think, oh, I could have tried harder and it could have been even more beneficial. But like,
But I mean, hindsight
I
is
did
2020.
my best. Exactly.
Mhm.
But I did my best in art school.
I
I
feel
just
like
tried.
I definitely missed out on that formative experience, and art school was just an expensive waste of time because it was COVID for me. But I don't
Mhm.
know. I kind of envy the position that you were in for this. Yes. No. I think
I think
near the
the
very end,
ability
we
to,
were allowed back into the buildings, and
that's
the very end,
important.
we had, a little bit of proper stuff. And I remember I had a prof that was kind of like that, like the one you described earlier. I did a triptych of massive wall paintings that were part of a series about money and how it affects people. One I had I had a mummy that was encased entirely out of Canadian dollar bills because I thought Canadian money is like very colorful and like the fingers were unraveling and the inside were filled with coins, and it was like a top down angle,
Wow.
very claustrophobic and
Wow.
cool. I thought that was great. Prof was like neutral on it. The second one, I literally just traced a $5 Canadian bill and I swapped out all of the text on it for quotes from Dante's Inferno. They fucking loved that one, and it was the shittiest thing I'd done yet. And then the third one, the one that I was the most proud of, because I was so creative. I was putting everything into this one. I spent like 40 hours painting this one. It was which in grand scheme of things isn't a ton of time, but it was a ton of time for me at the time, especially when I had a billion other assignments. It was a man that was mounted to a wall in a blackened, inky void, massive piece. And he was melting down the side like a candle, and his flesh was melting. He was made out of gold, and he had like a cattle brand for the alchemical symbol for gold. And he was in anguish, and the piece was titled The Price of Gold. And it was a deep cut reference to something that my family does, which is we track the worldwide price per ounce of gold. And every week we all, put numbers into a hat, onto a sheet. We try to guess what the price of gold is going to be. And whoever wins at the end of the week wins the pot, because we all put in like a toonie. Okay? So we gamble on the price of gold, and we have ever since I've been like a tiny child. And why this is significant is that what we found as a family collectively, whenever there is tragedy in the world, whenever there is a massive event, the price of gold goes up. And so when a war breaks out, the price of gold goes up. When there is peace and stability, the price of gold goes down. So the price of gold is quite literally tied to human suffering. And I thought, wow, that is such a powerful statement that I could make with this artwork. And so I did it. And I explained all of this to the prof. And she looks me dead in the eyes and she said, okay, but why did you paint it as a man? Why is it not a woman?
I've had experiences like that, bro. Like they complete. Oh my god, yeah.
And I was docked points, and that one I got like a D.
Wow.
And I was so mad. I was so fucking mad because I was so proud of the metallic rendering. I did this it was a painting. It was a hand-done fucking painting. It wasn't digital. I was beside myself that I was nerfed because it didn't have tits on it.
I fucking, oh my god. I had that kind of experience.
This is why women have
classes.
no rights. I mean, should have no rights.
Yo, word. Oh, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not on that one. I didn't say anything. I will say that I had painting classes like that where I guess I think a lot classically, right? Where I want to represent something when I draw, when I paint. One my and I'm coming from a comic artist, and even the comics that I like to read weren't really abstract. They were like comic serials. They were like the detective comics and shit from the back then. It's I always had a very realistic output, right? And so when I'm in my painting classes, I'm painting and I'm trying to be realistic, or I'm trying to be accurate. And then my teacher's like, oh, it's just I don't know. And then I draw fucking splatters of paint, and I'm not giving a fuck. And they're like, now this is expressive. And part of me, I think in hindsight, I'm like, oh, it's important to know that, to understand being free, and being more outwardly expressive, in terms of not concept but execution. But at the same time, I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I don't want to do this. This shit fucking sucks. And then I think the best classes in terms of my mental growth was I took a character design class, and I took a bunch of comics classes, and they were just your assignment it's very professional coded. So my character design class was just hey, okay, you are being asked to do a concept. You have to draw Viking characters. Go. That is your assignment for the week. Submit it under these things as if you're doing an actual project. And I'm like, that's awesome. That prepped me for actual professional work. Same thing with comics. You have 2 weeks, get these pages done. Here's the script. Follow the script. You go against the script, you got to do revisions. Revisions are knock down your score, because in a professional sense, that's kind of exactly how it would be professionally. And I'm like, that's solid. That shit made sense. It was the abstract stuff that didn't get to me, but I guess again, you say hindsight is 2020. Maybe not in your case. Your case kind of seems like bullshit.
Canadian art schools, I'm going to say, when I was in class, they are, well, some of it was technique, but none of it was practical, and it was very pervasive, the mindset of everything has to have a political statement, and it has to be the political statement that we like.
I just cared. Yes, I just cared about the technical. I needed to, if I wanted to learn something, I needed to learn how to do that technique. But a lot of the times you're graded on concept, but I mean, at least in my line of work, your concept is somebody else's concept. You are just the executor, right? Okay. And I'm just and in fact, if you try to go a step beyond, even if you pulled off a fucking sick ass piece, and that's the humbling part professionally. Oh, I pulled off this fucking sick piece. They're gonna love it. That's not what I asked for.
rejected. And I'm like,
Pretty
wait, what
much,
the
yeah.
fuck? But like, it's a cool piece though, right? It's like, it's a cool piece. It's not what I wanted. And I'm like, well, I just learned something today, kind of thing. Like I
Yeah.
mean, that's just how it is. At least professionally for an artist. And I'm glad that my school kind of taught me that with some of its assignments. But there is some, I don't want to call it too much bullshit because I do respect the idea of understanding concepts, executing concepts,
Mhm.
and like theory, not art theory, but like the theoretical, the blah 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 blah. Blah. I can't even. I'm bullshitting myself trying to talk about this kind of
You're all
stuff.
good. There was
But
one other incident that really sticks out to me. There's a billion of these because it was a Canadian
mm,
art school, right? But I remember specifically they asked us for our own personal political opinion, like pick one issue that you're very passionate about that is important to you personally and represent that in artwork. And for me,
mhm,
it was the disproportionate amount of uh, men in the labor force and how they are mistreated and how they like maybe women are underrepresented not because they are being held back from these jobs, but because they don't choose them. And as such, them complaining about not being sanitation workers is a disingenuous argument. And so for this, I was referencing my experience, personal experience with my older brothers and my father, taking horrible jobs that nobody ever wanted to do to afford to put food on the table, and the fact that they were constantly being met with harassment from women going, the why aren't there women at your workforce doing this, that, the other thing. It's just like, lady, I'm a sanitation worker. I have no say as to gender politics. I'm shoveling shit. So I spoke on that topic because people near and dear to me are affected by this. And the professor, no shit, looked at my artwork of a sanitation worker with broken limbs and went, okay, but your point would make more sense if this was female.
yeah, yeah. I think that there have been I've not at least not for me because like I said, I didn't really take a lot of these like conceptual classes. I took a lot of like practical classes and technique classes because that's what I wanted.
Oh, these were just like
But
painting 101 and 102.
oh Jesus Christ. I've heard stories like that from like some of my peers too, where it's like they didn't care about my execution, they didn't care about my technique, they just cared about like the politics of the piece, and they were it's just like okay, like politics, art has art is political in its own way. I won't deny that. I'm just saying if you're gonna grade somebody specifically on their politics and not the way they execute and like do the techniques as an artist, it's just a little not fair because they're not learning anything except to have a different opinion, not like a new technique or a new style or a new way of thinking in terms of like drawing. It just I don't know. That's it's bullshit, in
Mhm.
my opinion. Whether I agree with the politics or not, it's just not. Yeah, guttural sounds.
Guttural sounds. I think the issue is that we are in such we're in a strange period of time in history where everybody is being forced to be political when they don't necessarily want to be, and no
Mhm.
matter what side of the argument you land on, you will be punished for it.
Yeah.
Whereas there has been like periods like this in history before, but I think with technology being as pervasive in our lives as it is, I feel like the punishment is a lot harsher for us than it ever has been for people in the past. And our contemporaries, in like 100 years ago, 50 years ago, let's say our parents and grandparents, they did not have this kind of pressure. Like our great grandparents definitely did, but we're in unfortunately interesting times, and I wouldn't wish that upon anybody.
True.
But hey, you know what it means? It means that I can say random shit on YouTube and people might get angry, but then that means I can find excellent artists like you.
I mean, yeah. Hey, the world works in mysterious ways.
Yes.
So, I would ask you something.
Mhm.
Especially coming out of art school, because I was just talking about specifically like me taking practical classes, technical classes, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Um, one of my frustrations, and I'm going to bring the floor to you afterwards, but one of my frustrations when I was studying in art school was that like I had peers who were above me in terms of skill. Like they were just so much better, and I struggled because I wanted to stand alongside them, and it was frustrating that like
my understanding or my technical execution could not match up to their level. And at the same time, I was also surrounded on the other side by artists, artists, people in general that just didn't give a fuck, or they wanted to be not coddled, but like, if I that experience I had with that one teacher I just mentioned, where I was like, I did my best, and they said it sucked, or like you didn't, like, I know you didn't do your best, even though I thought I did. I know that there were some people among my peers that would not have liked that. They would have fucking absolutely trashed the teacher, left the class or something, or they would have taken classes that they could easily pass, just doing their own thing. You know what I mean? So I was, my frustration is that I was like, I want to be challenged, but I'm also I don't want to be challenged. I want to challenge myself.
I
And
want to be challenged. Careful where you say this.
I know, right? Oh my god. I want to challenge myself, and I'm struggling with those challenges, and I'm kind of afraid of like taking it easy or being told I'm good already.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like
You want to feel like you've
you
earned
find that
it.
too. I want to feel like I've earned it, but also being told like it's good now when you know it's not in your head, or you feel like it's not already. That dissonance creates more frustration. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like I submit something and my teacher's like, "Okay, this is good." But in my head I'm like, but it's not that good. I don't think I spent enough time on this piece. There's something here, and I need to know it, and I'm scared that I don't know it. You know what I mean?
It's frustrating to
Uh,
get blanket, it's good, it's bad, it's
mhm,
whatever. Because what you're
yeah.
looking for is it's good because of X, Y, and Z. That is
Mhm, mhm.
actually genuinely helpful and it makes things better. But if you just say it's good, it comes off as dismissive and flippant to try and push you away and move on to the next thing.
Yeah. How did you feel? So my question for you is like, how did you feel? Were there any artistic frustrations among you and your peers, or your general like my goal, my strive to be a professional in this space? What were like your frustrations while attending school, if you had any?
For me, it was lack of clarity as to
Yeah.
with just technique in general. Like to get into this school, I had to submit a portfolio and it had to be good enough. I was told they didn't just accept anybody. And so I put
Same.
my all into it and I submitted and I got in. I was so happy. And then I got there and I see all my peers are so much better than me. And I was very intimidated. Like, wow, I must have got in by the skin of my teeth. And then I turn around and I see some of my fucking classmates drooling on their canvases, drooling on their art tablets. They are not producing anything of value. I say this in the meanest way possible. They are not doing anything. And the worst part is they weren't even there to learn or be better. They were just producing shit and garbage. They were clearly doing this because they were just trying to entertain themselves. And it's like, well, how did you even get in here? Canadian universities very, very literally have a diversity quota. And I'm not saying this in a political way. I'm saying this is like an objective truth. They have a diversity quota. You are not allowed to have a class unless it has a certain distribution of students of any perceived race, gender, sexuality. And these are things that when you apply to a Canadian university, you actually have to put in your application. And this is how they sort you. And so because they didn't fill the quotas for my art classes, they did quite literally let just anybody in to fill that quota. And it drove me fucking insane because these people would roll up to class like 2 hours late with Starbucks, and they would sit down and they would loudly play music while everyone was trying to focus. They would talk back to the profs like they were in high school. They would not do assignments and then get like confrontational with the prof when midterm grades came in. Or during crit days, if somebody, did a proper crit, like you remember crits, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember Chris.
Like these
I have some
fucking
stories
people
for
had the
Chris.
audacity to break down into tears because they got a proper crit for once in their life. Like, I
Yeah.
swear to fucking God, I nearly lost my shit so many times. I nearly lost the plot. I nearly went postal so many times in art school because of these bozos.
Yeah.
And
I
there were
agree. Yeah.
genuinely people that were good. We did have a diverse range of people and experiences, and including those in the upper echelons. I'm not saying that all the diverse people sucked, because there was very good diverse people that made some of the most incredible massive wall-sized murals
I don't even think you have to consider it in like diversity of anything else beyond that. The school just accepted people who didn't really care about art because they just need people.
Entirely it. There was,
I've had people who
yeah.
went the whole 4 years and they never got better. And like
Mhm, mhm.
every at the end of our time, at the end of our 4 years, we have our chairman review our portfolios before we go out, and he kind of says like, okay, you're good to go out in the world. You've got your portfolio set up and stuff like that. The dude's a dick. The dude's a huge dick. I've got like a bunch of stories about how much I don't like this guy. But there are also stories of like there are some students I knew who did not, they just never challenged themselves. They never got better. They never focused to care to get better and stuff like that. I heard there was one story where like the chairman like straight up just took the kid's portfolio and threw it in the fucking trash. I was
Jesus
like, holy
Christ.
shit. Yeah, it's that guy was a hard ass. I do have one story for him I'll bring up in a bit. But like I understand that frustration a lot.
Mhm.
Literally just because like I'm not gonna speak for you, but for me and maybe you, we are in a part where like we don't see ourselves as professionals, and we see people above us who are better. We see them as that's the goal, and I'm not
Oh,
there yet, right?
absolutely.
And you see, and it's scary because a lot of times you find yourself like, am I closer to them or am I closer to the ones who are just gonna like kind of just say fuck it and give up or didn't care in the first place? And it's like, no, I do care about art. I actually care about this. I want to get better. I'm pushing myself because I want to be on that side. And I'm every stumble, every roadblock, everything kind of makes you feel like, am I just like a person who doesn't give a fuck? Am I just lying to myself? I understand. That's a frustration that you can kind of get. I've
Yeah.
I've had that a lot of times. It's tough.
It's
Uh
it's just so disheartening to be so
yeah.
passionate and care so much about something and then see somebody in the same position as you be so flippant
Just not give a
and
fuck.
and
Especially
throw
when you're
things
like in your
away.
junior and senior year. If you're a freshman or a sophomore and you're still trying to find it, I get it.
Mhm.
I'm so honest, but I'm like, you are a junior or taking thesis, or you are a senior making your portfolio. How are you not more like I don't want to say stressed out. You don't have to be stressed out, but like how are you not taking this more
Passionate.
seriously? We are about to graduate and have nothing but our work to get us to make a life for ourselves. It's it's scary. That's like
Mhm.
part of the thing with like art school. Would I recommend it to people? It depends. Where I'm like, it was beneficial to me, but it's also expensive, and I'm still paying it off to this day. But it was beneficial because I learned a lot of techniques that I don't think I would have been able to learn on my own because I just don't know. Right? Sometimes you don't know until you encounter it. So I'm glad art school made me encounter some things I didn't know I needed, and I meet people. My best friends are all artists from that school, and
Mm.
we have helped each other out always. Like my first gig in animation was because my friend recommended me. Then one of my first big studio productions, I that same friend who recommended me in the on my first animation gig, I was like, bring that guy on the animation team. I love him. Do that. And then he did that for another friend, and and then like all the work I get is from like these people vouching for me, and then not only but there, it's two sides. It's not just nepotism because it's like they vouched for me and my portfolio
Yeah.
could like work.
Yeah.
And
No,
that's
it's never
the
just
thing that's a big
nepotism
part of
because
it.
they could
It's
recommend
never
you
just
till their
nepotism.
face is blue, but if your portfolio is shit, why would they hire you?
Yeah, why would they hire you just because somebody recommended? Yeah, exactly. But like, and then people can accomplish that without art school at all. There are so many amazing artists that didn't need art school.
Mhm.
They knew what they wanted. They knew how to adapt, or they figured it out pretty quickly without school. That's just as viable, and they save a fuck ton of money.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's good. But like for me, I don't think I would have been as good an artist without taking art school. But there were so many frustrations with it. But there was also a lot of good moments.
Yeah, I
Uh,
personally, I think for me, I shouldn't have gone to art school. It was too much money, too much time wasted,
yeah.
and I,
And the
again, because
timing, man.
COVID,
I
I
that
never
COVID.
made those
Yeah.
connections. Genuine,
That's a big one.
I have zero friends from my time at university,
I'm kind
and I
of
went
having
for
that
6
right
years.
now. Oh well. I'm kind of having that right now actually because I started working professionally like for studios around COVID,
Mhm.
but I never had I never had hydration nation in the break room with my coworkers because if I'm done with the coworkers for the day, we just log off and I'm at home alone. So I don't have coworkers. Like
Yeah.
the friends I have are friends from school, but like my coworkers or people who worked on the same production as me, I like for like half of the shows and productions I've worked on, I don't know anybody. I don't even know my producer. You know what I mean? Like they knew me with the art that I made, but they don't know me as the person. And I think I mean it's tough. You know what I mean? Like it's and you experience that at a different level in school where you didn't know your classmates. It's like
And luckily, you're and look, oh, fucking
Oh,
Christ.
what? No, what's the
Luckily,
problem,
you
Joe?
have you know what? In the wake of COVID and all this stuff, like that's why these VTuber communities are kind of really, really nice, especially
Oh,
for your
yes.
engagement with them, because like you're making up for your lost time by making connections here with the people. I mean, you already talked about the opportunities that you've been given, that you've
Oh,
taken advantage
absolutely.
of. It's something. Like we both said, hindsight's 2020, but like
Hindsight's 2020, and so was
community.
COVID.
No one's alone. Community is really important. Go to art school if you want to make a community. If you can find that community outside of art school, then do that and follow your dreams. Uh,
Mhm.
if you're gonna study art, you got to think about it professionally. Okay, that might be too sweeping of a statement, but it helps to think professionally. Like I said, a lot. Like I said, fucking 2 hours ago. Finish your fucking finish your pieces. Just finish it. That's a professional mindset that I took when I took over time. It wasn't like immediately.
Mhm.
But, like, once I started adopting, like, I just gotta finish it like it's a project and get it done within a reasonable time. Even if it's not perfect, it just made me better, it made me feel better. Just do it, you know?
Does Joe know that you played Postal for 15 hours straight the other day? Yes, Simon, he does.
I slept, I was balling. I woke up refreshed, and
You
I was all
snipped. You slept like a baby, huh? Like a
yeah,
little
I slept
bitch while I was
I have a
suffering.
fucking king size bed, I have soft memory foam pillows and a fleece blanket, it's luxury. I'm fucking
Listen to this bozo.
I'm fucking balling. Sleep is awesome too. This is just a side note coming from a guy who's almost 30. Fucking sleep. Get sleep. It's so important. I not even in college, I have done projects for studios where I fucking pulled an all-nighter just to get it done, and I regret every single all-nighter I've ever done in my professional life. Every single one of them has been a detrimental, and it took off a year off my life. I am
Woof.
dead by like 45. It is.
Joe
Oh,
found dead in Miami at 45.
you won't catch my ass in Miami. I'm not going to Florida. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to Florida. I don't care how cool Disneyland is. I can watch videos online about it.
I'd rather deep throat a shotgun than go to Disneyland.
Deep throat shotgun. All right, fair enough. Uh, and
What a
yeah, Disneyland.
visual. What a visual.
Oh man, Disney. Oh man, I've
Disney.
applied for Disney a couple of times. I've done tests for them.
Hmm.
They're
Yes.
jarring. They're mad. They
Can
like.
you imagine an alternate universe where you have participated in adding to their secret porn vault?
I I could do that right now. Who do you want me to try? uh, Dude, they're crazy. I've taken so many tests for different studios. I first of all, side note, testing for art projects, I understand why it exists.
Mhm.
I understand why they do it. I hate every single test I've ever taken. It is the most stressful shit ever.
Oh
But
yeah, because it doesn't
Disney
even guarantee anything for you. It's just
doesn't guarantee
stress.
anything. But Disney was funny as fuck because I had to get into like a secret server. They're like, we're gonna show you the prompt for only 2 hours, and then the prompt is deleted forever, and then you have to work off of that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I just want to draw cartoons. What is this shit? Like it is.
Oh my god.
And
They
then
they CIA'd this shit.
yeah, you're gonna if you work professionally as an artist, you'll take a lot of tests until you get so good or you're famous enough that people are like, oh, we know what you're about. We don't need to test you. Which I would love that, but one of my most stressful. I think I had my first anxiety attack because of a test because I
Ah.
got hit up by an animation studio. I applied to them earlier in the year, but they didn't hire me for that. They rejected me, but they keep all these studios, all these art studios, they keep your art in their like list or something. And so I guess they were hiring. They needed to hire for a new project, so they hit me up. They're like, "Hey, can you do a test in under a week? Can you get it to us by Friday? And then if you're accepted, you can start working for us on Monday." But I was working a part-time job at the time,
Ah.
so I was like, I have to get a whole ass test done by Friday, and I do it. I'm a little stressed out. But they're like, "Okay, we'll let you know by Monday." Monday comes around, no word. I'm like, "Oh, okay." That's
Fucking I hate that.
It goes up until I asked them, they're like, "Oh, no, no, we're still taking time." They don't get back to me until, like, the following week that I didn't get the job, and I'm like, "Yeah, I kinda understood because,
Because they
a
were a
week
dick
passed."
and they didn't, do what they said they were gonna do. I
Yeah,
fucking
and I'm
hate
just like,
that.
"Man, if you I was like, the whole and it was a process of literally you be hired and working in a week, and I'm like, "If I do that, I have to quit my job, like, right away." or like do something, like figure something out. And I'm like stressed about that, and I'm not hearing back. But they told me just wait. Like they didn't just say no. They just said just wait. We're gonna give you a response. And I'm like sitting there. I'm like every single day, stressed out. Just absolutely,
Total
absolutely
dick
hate tests.
move.
Total dick move. But like I mentioned it on a tweet earlier this week. But I applied for an internship at another animation studio, and they responded back to me a year later. They're like, "Hey, just so you know, unfortunately, we will not be moving forward with you for our internship program." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I'm fucking 25 now. I can tell. I can tell I didn't get the job. Why did you even respond back to me? It's been a year."
That tells me that they accidentally lost your email and they just found it.
It's something else. Yeah, working for people.
Yeah, no, but yes, the lesson that we can take away from this is that not only is art pain and drawing pain, the bureaucracy around art is worse.
Yeah, it is.
But fuck it, we do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. And then I mean, you'll find your niche however you do. Like I have a bunch of friends who are like go into art in one thing. They still stick to art, but they're doing it in something different. Like I have a lot of friends who moved into tattoo art, or
Ooh.
someone who went in as a painter, but now he does strictly digital graphic design and he loves it more. You know what I mean? Like you're like, fuck, I didn't know what a VTuber is back in 2017. I didn't think I'd be talking to one right now while we talk about my illustrations. You know what I mean? Like we don't know what's gonna happen.
We don't know where life takes us. Well, and well, in such a beautiful maid dress too.
Yeah, I forgot that you put me in the Maid dress. I'm getting too used to it now. This is getting stressful.
Do you know what? I'm just gonna thank Raiders real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Dragonon. Thank you for the raid. And earlier, there was a raid on YouTube. Ah, shit, where was it? I did acknowledge you in chat, but I just want to say, Lauren. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Played Doom Eternal. That's pretty baller. Right. Now Joe is now technically a PNG tuber. Oh shit, that's right. I've accidentally PNG tubed you. How does that make you feel?
I don't know. Between the Maid dress or being forced to be shirtless on stream, I don't know.
Which is your favorite of the three forms? You being literally me, being cat maid, or being Chad?
I'll take the clothes. I'll take the clothes.
Okay.
There we go. Oh wait, no. Oh man, I should have been more specific. That's on me. All right, you win. All right, let's stick to the Maid dress.
All right. It was made for you.
Oh man, it really is Jover.
We've never been more Jack.
You can't make that work. It's not gonna work. Jack isn't. It's a different name. It's a whole ass person's name. You can't just say Jack. No one's gonna think.
Chat. We are so Jack. It is so
no
Jack.
One's gonna
chat.
Think, I bet you there is at least a non-zero chance there is a Jack in this chat who's like, Joe's right. You're actually wrong. Like I'm thinking about myself.
Jack, do you to the Jackson chat? Do you think that this is off? Jack, is this off? Jack, is it off? Jack off?
No. Oh no!
Midas is jacking it.
Oh my god. We are so Jack. Oh no.
Welcome, Jack, everybody.
Just noticed too that on the Maid outfit you tilted my head too slightly, so I'm cutesy. Oh, god. I see.
This is the cross we must bear as artists. We have to make things work, you know.
This is not the cross I bear. This is the Maid. This is the apron I bear.
The apron you bear with the tasteful chest window to show off your glistening pecs.
Man, you know, I can appreciate a boob window, man. I try really hard with like a lot of the pieces that I do to be like, let's go for cool, and let's go for like something that's like it emotionally speaks out on a level that like people can relate to. And then other times I'm like, I just kind of want to draw like you in a tank top or something,
Real?
or like anything like just remotely horny. But I'm like, I don't want to be. I know
these kids, they're gonna say the word unk, they're gonna say goonslop, they're gonna call me an unk goonslop artist. And I was like, man, I cannot let that. I remember there was a duder, and I don't mean this with hate. I mean this with genuine love. But they made me fucking have a existential crisis for 2 minutes, just 2 minutes.
In just 2 minutes?
Because they were like, "Oh, Joe, your art is really cool. It's so bustable." And I paused there. I was like, "What did you just say?" He says he called my art bustable,
Was this
and I
the
was like,
tank
"That is a
top artwork?
compliment." It might have been the tank top
Yeah.
artwork or something, but I was like, "Bustable?" I was like, I've never heard like I've as a fucking compliment. I have never heard bustable. Like I've heard, "Oh, I bust your artwork," which is probably you should never say that to me in public. But
I mean,
but
somebody
to
has called
say
my voice creamable before, so I get
and
it.
somebody in chat just said it. They said bussin'. I'm like, I've heard art. Yo, your art's bussin'. I'm like, okay, we could take that. But you said bustable? Oh my! I was like, all right, you know what? Because of that, the next 5 illustrations have to be like, it just has to be cool and like chill and laid back. I cannot be called unk, goonslop, bustable art or something like.
Layman says busting potential highly likely.
Busting potential highly likely. Like, oh my god, that was something. Or during, or like that.
You
like I
deny
mentioned to
your
you
blade
during-
its purpose.
there was another moment. It made me laugh. I do love this moment, but it was, remember, I think I told you during your anniversary stream when you're reading all of the notes from all the duders.
Mhm.
And you're like, "Oh, Joe, like this art's really nice. I really appreciate that you draw me." And I'm like, "Oh, that's a really nice thing that Midas said. I'm really happy she said that." And then somebody followed that up with, "And he draws you with massive badonkadonks." And I was like, "Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I do. He's right. I do. I need
Okay,
to
but here's
pull
the
back."
thing. Even though you draw me with the most insane knockers known to humanity, it doesn't ever feel horny. If that
I hope
tracks,
so.
like it feels natural, question mark? Like it's
I
very
respect it.
the balance you do with I mean, unless it's of course actually meant to be like kind of horny, because like the Golden Week bikini and the
Golden Week Bikini was definitely
yeah no
Golden Week
you
Bikini is a great.
yeah.
Golden Week is great. May 10 for Maid Day is awesome.
Mhm.
There's another one that's specifically for bunny girls. I forgot what day that was, but
Yeah.
that's a good day too. Like, hey,
Yeah, but like
horny
even
is
the
great.
one that's on
Bustable is
screen right
cool.
now, like the chest is massive, but like I'm not looking in that and going, "Oh yeah, time to whip out my fat cock." I'm looking at this and going, "Wow, beautiful
Bro, I've never-
composition."
Yo, I don't think I've ever even said that about a Oh man, I can't even repeat what you just said without
Don't worry, you don't have to.
blushing.
No, but like you've got the skills and you deploy them meaningfully.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Not some fucking somebody says Midas and her. Awesome, guys. That's awesome. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
Awesome. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking rumble. Yeah.
Oh man. As an artist, I guess some closing questions. Like as an artist, I know your path in life is taking you other places, but I feel like at any point, whether you're doing it professionally or not, once an artist, always an artist kind of thing,
Mhm.
right? Like where do you see yourself going progressively as an artist, or like where do you want to go? What do you want to accomplish, or was there like a style you want to like attain to or something like that? Like what do you look to the future for?
This is one of those things where I've mused about it often because my artistic journey is very much so stuck in the present, but I've always wanted to kind of create something that has kind of stand the test of time ability, you know? Like participate in building a massive cathedral.
That's
Yeah.
honestly, that's kind of awesome.
Yeah, like I want to build like a big structure and I want to
Mhm.
contribute to the art that goes in it. And I want it to be an undeniable eyesore on the landscape. I want it to be beautiful. And I want it to be gothic. I want to build some gothic architect. None of this new bullshit with like big triangles and glass. No. I need something wispy and wonderful and kind of spooky. I could do something like that and it lasts for 200 years, I think that would be a fulfillment of my lifelong dream.
We had a chat in the Duder Discord one time that I was on, and we were talking about something like that. Where like we're talking about Catholic churches, specifically cathedrals,
Hmm.
and we're like, oh, these Gothic cathedrals, these Victorian cathedrals, like all these different styles. And then somebody was like, don't look at the cathedral in L.A., bro. Don't look at it. It's like the most modern. What do they call it? Modern slop, minimal slop.
It's it just it's I
it's
don't
it's just like
understand the
damn.
obsession with both minimalism and just triangles or big flat squares with nothing on them, you know?
I think minimalism as a concept is starting not dying down, but like in the wake of COVID, where everybody was forced to live in like spaces, like the minimalism of the spaces kind of like made people feel like afraid. It felt too clinical.
Hmm.
They wanted to like, if this is going to be a space that I'm going to have to inhabit in a more permanent basis, it needs to be more. And so I saw like a huge rise of maximalism, I guess is the opposite of
I suppose.
minimalism, but like more
Yeah.
individualistic stuff like that. And
Like I saw a lot of like as well like an uptick in certain aesthetics that were Japanese in traditionally non-Japanese communities. Like
in Japan.
like Jirai Kai
Okay.
Decora Kai. There we go. That's what it was. Which is like a billion colors, a billion hair clips, stripes, leopard print,
Wow.
obscene,
Yeah.
like rainbow everything. It's just like over the top. Like if you think maximalist, you're thinking G-Rike. I mean, yeah, not G-Rike.
Decora.
Decora Kai, yeah. And
Wow.
also, people were experimenting with being emo and goth again, although most of those people ended up going back to being normies and went, haha, how cute and cringe of me. Fucking posers. Fucking
Damn,
posers.
okay.
I,
What
I
about scene kids? I don't see scene kids anymore. Nobody does the scene aesthetic anymore, man. It's
a,
over.
a few people try it, but it just doesn't stick.
It doesn't stick. I miss scene.
I miss
That
it
was
too.
honestly a sick time
Actually,
because
did you ever see the design I did? Is it? No, it's not.
is it Gyarudis?
Yeah, the Gyaru.
Yeah.
It was like a mix
Yeah, I
of
saw this
Gyaru
design.
and Scene, and initially it was I could do this for Gyaru Midas, but eventually I actually ended up tailoring it for Pixie. So this would be a
Oh,
an alternate Pixie
okay.
outfit. Yeah.
Oh man, Pixie would rock this shit
Oh
actually. Holy
yeah,
fuck.
Pixie fit.
I
Yeah.
love that scene hair. I don't know what it is. It's just really cool, especially like
Mhm.
when it's drawn. I don't know, like anime hair can really handle those wisps and like those
Oh yeah.
sharp edges. It just looks really fucking nice.
Absolutely. And I was surprised at like the crossover between some of the subcultures across cultures. Like
Yeah.
because we got the American British kind of scene kid and emo punk, but then you get the Gyaru from Japan and they have a surprising amount of like crossover. And
Overlap.
these
Yeah.
cultures never typically interacted with each other in the slightest except for sometimes being online, especially with like the colors and the leopard print and the zebra print, the bright pinks, the browns, the over detailing of the over the top makeup,
Mhm.
the hair clips, the nails. Like they had their own like specific like
I think
things. But
Gyaru, if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, so I'm not gonna say it's law what I'm saying, but like, Gyaru is like a rebellion movement kind of in Japan. It rebels against cultural perceptions and stuff like that.
absolutely, yeah.
And one of the biggest parts of that iconic look is that they took that from America. They see like a lot of these American fashion, and they're like, "Hey, it's so freeing, it's so different from ours. We want to emulate that." And this is the
Specifically,
interesting thing
actually,
is
I
it's
I
their
know something about
interpretation
this.
of that. Oh,
The
sure.
darker skin that specifically started as a trend because they were trying to quote unquote
Kuro Gyaru, right?
be Californian.
Oh,
Like they
like
saw
the
Jersey
tans and
Shore and
everything.
they saw Snooki specifically, and that's where
Oh,
the
Jersey
Gyaru
Shore.
fake tan comes from. That is where it
Ah.
all centers from. Is the like the
Oh.
quote unquote perfect Californian look, the blonde hair and the
Especially
tan skin.
when you consider like in Asian cultures that like light skin is very very favored, so kind of like, oh, let me go against that. Let me be tan. Let me
Hmm.
be like darker. Let me go against it. Let me look different. You know,
Yeah,
it's very awesome. It's very awesome to see, and it's also too, like I said, like they pulled from American culture, but it's not American culture. It's American culture perceived through a Japanese lens, right? That's actually interesting. Um,
and I've talked to a couple of friends about this, specifically like how other cultures interpret something. Like how does K-pop or Korea interpret American pop culture, and turn it into its own thing that's distinctively K-pop. Even though it's got its influences, it's through a lens of Korean culture, and that's how that's how it comes out. Rap culture in Japan completely different from rap culture in America, even though they come and they pull like some ideas from it and some inspirations, but it's a wholly uniquely Japanese experience.
Hmm.
Very interesting.
God, I love art. I love art across culture. I love cultural
Yeah,
exchange. I just it, I just wish the
I think
rest
it's
of
just
the
fun just
world
talking about
was
art.
having as much fun with it as we are, you know?
It's true.
People are too serious these days.
That's also true. I think the grind set that was like the 2010s to 2019 or t- the whole 2010s and the grind set culture kind of like made it so it's like we just got to get the bag. This might be too like not related topic. It's just like, you're so focused on the bag. I make art, I want to do it for the bag, which is not wrong,
It's not a crime.
but
Like
like
everybody has to eat.
yeah, everybody has to eat. I completely get that. But sometimes like we were talking about earlier today with how we view ourselves. We kind of like get lost in the sauce and we lose that part of ourselves that wants to make things creative or be creative or have that enjoyment of it. So like I think one of the darkest,
Hmm.
very edgy of me. One of the moments I really regret as an artist is that like I love VTubers, right? That's very fucking apparent from the very beginning of this stream. But I like for Hololive, I did a lot of Hololive fan art and it started out, just me doing fan art for the Hololive VTubers I like.
Yeah.
It got some traction as it does because it's Hololive, whatever. And then there reached a point where like I did art, and I could say them. I did art for like Narissa specifically, right?
Mm-hmm. I
And
remember that.
oh yeah, thank you.
I've,
I did art for Narissa, and it got a like, and I'm like, that's good, but it didn't get a retweet. And then in that moment, me like that dark part of my head was like, well, why didn't she retweet it? Doesn't she understand how important this would be for me if she retweeted my art? Like, and I was like,
uh,
and in that moment, I grabbed it and I was like, fuck, you can't think about it like that. Like
uh,
this is a thing you like. How could you even think that of like a thing that you like, right? And I'm admitting this out now because like I saw that, I caught it, and I was like, I can't think this way. I have to reframe how I think because like how can I'm taking something that I really like and then I'm commoditizing it. I'm not thinking about like a fun art piece for Narissa because she's a great singer and a fun VTuber. I was like, oh, it's a piece for this popular artist, and she didn't like it, even though she should. Like it's completely toxic, very selfish, and like,
mm-hmm.
and the thing is like, I you know I saw it, I had that moment, and I tried to cut it, but like I had that moment. I think
Every artist goes
everybody
through
has that.
that, and
Everybody has a
again, it's
dark days, and
human.
it's
But
not
you
like
know
you
what?
stop.
What
Yeah.
separates the men from the mice is being able to clock yourself, check yourself, and take a step back and reevaluate yourself. And I think that
Yeah.
is very admirable of you. And I think that
Thank you.
people should aspire to this. No,
Somebody said it in
it's
chat. That made
from
sense,
the
but oh,
opposite
sorry.
side of it. Like, as a VTuber who gets fan art, you do recognize that as well. Although I'm definitely smaller than Narissa, like I get I get fan art from all sorts of very talented, lovely individuals, but some of it I know that I can't retweet because it is incredibly pornographic, and I would love to, but I don't have a pornographic alt for Midas. So, for
Yeah.
example, like 80% of the stuff that Callow draws for me, I
Yo,
immediately
Callow's
jump to
the
like
best,
that
by the
shit.
way.
But oh, is he? Let me.
I think he was here on the YouTube, but he's awesome.
She hates me. Hi, Callow. Yes, I despise you. Lovely
There
to
it is.
see you. But I know that I can't retweet it because, well, first off, my mother likes to stalk my socials.
Real.
Um, to a degree. She only briefly flicks through. She only looks at the pretty pictures. She doesn't like to read what I write. Um, but there's that angle. But there's also the other angle of, God, I would love to retweet some of these. It's an interest. As an artist, I have been on your side of it as well. Like, I drew this and you left a like. Why couldn't if it have gone further? I could have benefited from the exposure. And then again, clocking yourself. But now being on the other side of it, it's like a whole different battle of like, I would love to fucking retweet this, but I would get myself in trouble. Or sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's totally wholesome and it's, I would love to retweet this, but I have a percentage of my feed that I know that if I retweet more than X amount of non-posts that I have made a day, that affects my reach. And that's is like a very recent development of things that I have learned through my other friends, right? It's being online is unnecessarily complex for no fucking reason, and it really does hurt everybody. And I do my best to fight back against that kind of stuff, and it does nerf
you
me,
can't
but
nerf it.
yeah.
You can't cut that feeling out completely.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big thing that people think is that like, oh, this guy never thinks that. They must have it all together. It's like, no. These feelings are, they hit you even when you think you're pretty in control. It's just like you gotta nip it in the bud if you can. You gotta handle it. But it'll be an ongoing thing. It's not you gotta be active. I think Danette in the chat said it.
Yeah.
You have to keep yourself in control.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's a big part of it. And also like part of it too is like, with that toxic mentality that I had cross my head, it's just like nobody owes you their time. Nobody owes you anything. But because nobody owes you anything, anybody who chooses to like interact with you, like that's important. Even the small things, just like any other artist in an online space, anybody trying to make a career out of their art, I've had like my gripes with like, oh, why do I not have more followers? Oh, this person got more followers than me. They probably did something fucking cheap. They got it the cheap way. Like fuck them. And it's just like, no, it doesn't matter. Like just
Genuinely, at the end of the day, it's just
work that you make.
Yeah.
And then the people who stick around with you and who support you in any way you can. But it's like not even just artists, people in general. We play the comparison game so hard, so often, and it's and it won't stop. Especially if I just tell you right now to stop it, it's not going to stop. But you gotta fight.
What do you mean? I am in control of the entire internet, Joe. Didn't you know that? I could Thanos snap everything, and in an instant, it would be different. I just choose not to because I like to cause misery.
She's monologuing. Oh my god, she's saying the whole ass evil plan right now. I can't believe it.
Didn't you guys know that Joe is the main character? I'm here to make Joe's life a living misery.
First of all, don't make my life misery. And also, main character syndrome, bro. Bro, everybody's living their own life. Everybody's the main character in their own life.
Oh yes.
So now I got Greendus on the screen.
You got greened. It gets stick bugged.
Did you? I know that pink is the Gyaru side, blue is a homunculus. Have you thought about the lore for the other colors?
Well,
as extensively.
Well, red one is based off the Butcher Vanity song, but it would be like in another life, I did want to be a butcher. Quite literally, like I applied for being a butcher and whatnot. Even if art didn't work out, if VTubing didn't work out, I would probably be behind the counter right now being a butcher. So red Midas reflects that, but also all the edgy shit that I like. And I mean, to be fair, red is my favorite color, best color. Green Midas is kind of like the ego, the obnoxious snot bag. The part of me that likes to LARP as Artemis Fowl and use long words and pretend that I'm better than everyone.
Nice.
Yes. So I'd say this is smug, obnoxious bratness.
Smug of Midas?
Smug of Midas. Of course. There's so many ways to remix the name.
It really is. It's actually kind of very fun, honestly. And so I know your sister is Sisyphus.
Yes.
Was there a Narcissus in your family? I don't know.
All of them. But if we want to, we want to assign one to somebody. Probably my older sister is probably the closest we get to a Narcissus.
And then Momdis. Does Momdis have a name, or is it just Momdis?
Chat named her.
What did they name her?
They just named her Momdis.
Oh, Momdis?
And she thought that was very cute, so she keeps that.
Aw.
Narcissus implies delicate flower. No, Narcissus implies what it implies. It implies a massive raging narcissist.
Oh, hell yeah. Yo, tell him.
Yeah. I love my older sister. I really do. But she is very fitting of that title. Fun fact, actually, Sisyphus picked the name for herself. I don't know why she picked Sisyphus, but I actually had a different name for her. I don't even remember what it was. It sounded a lot cooler. But she's like, no, since you're Midas, I want to be Sisyphus. And it's like, okay.
Dude, she's so cool. She really is based.
Oh, she is, yes.
Actually awesome. And it kind of fits too because she's fucking shredded that it would be Sisyphus pushing the boulder
Pushing the boulder uphill at all times. Well, I
emptying the
mean, it kind
seeds
of
up the
feels like
hill.
that talking to her.
Yeah.
Did you see the broadcast I did with her? The one broadcast where I had her on the whole time and we played Liar's Bar together.
Yeah, I saw part of it. Yeah.
Did you see the part where she went to go take a break to get some water and use the washroom?
I guess maybe. I guess I just don't remember that part specifically. Why? What
Oh,
happened?
you would remember because we
Uh-oh.
were playing an online lobby and I didn't realize that I was supposed to like mute everybody else when it was an online lobby because I don't play many online games. And they realized that I was broadcasting. And so the guy brought up a soundboard and he started spamming the N-word and screaming noises really loudly. And so I had to shut the shut the whole thing down. And my sister runs back in after I reboot the broadcast and I'm apologizing for everyone and I'm fixing the VOD. And she gets like she's so fucking upset. She is furious that she missed the N-word spam because she would have like that would have made her day. That's the kind of prank that she
Yell at
likes
this
to
random
pull.
person
What do you
online.
mean I missed N-word spam? And I
Oh
had to
my
end
God.
stream after that really quickly. And I had to yell at her for getting me in trouble.
Yeah, online games. That's why we have to mute. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, when I say that my family is, I am probably the most liberal of my family, which is hilarious when you hear some of my takes, but I'm genuinely like the most
Mhm.
liberal of the people in my family. Everyone else is very, very hard right.
Yeah.
And they are also all very big edgelords. I think that I'm probably very edgy myself, but politically, you know, there's a difference. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's quite something. Because I feel like my chat at times would quite rather my family members than me.
Gosh.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there, though.
Sure.
Me being slightly more left wing means that I got to go to art school, which is interesting. Midas was liberal. I didn't say that I was liberal. I said that I'm slightly more left, which
The
is
liberal Midas is affecting the media.
they put chemicals in the water that turned the Midas into a frog, and frogs have turned gay. I don't know. Midas confirmed the wokest in her family. Midas and DB confirmed. I can't believe you guys are slandering me like this. You guys fucking
I'm pretty
suck.
sure
I hate
somebody
you.
somebody in the Discord said core of wokeness at some point.
Yeah,
That still
that was
sticks in my
Pixie.
head.
That was Pixie
That was
said
Pixie?
that.
Fucking
Yes.
awesome. She's the best.
Yes, she is quite something.
Quick question about Pixie, 'cause I've always wanted I'm pretty sure you've explained it before too, but like you came up with the Pixie design before you got Pixie on board,
Yes.
or was it that
I
you
came up
designed
with the Pixie
after?
design before Pixie came on board. I actually opened a casting call for
Yes, I remember the
Pixie.
casting call. I just didn't know if what came before the other.
100%. Yeah, no, it was made the design. I got the low poly model. I made the live 2D model, and we
Mhm.
casted for that. Bomi helped me behind the scenes with stuff, and I also designed something for Bomi. Bomi was along for the process, but I still made all the assets, and Pixie
Mhm.
came in later. It was quite the thing, for sure. Very proud
Yeah,
of
that's
both of
awesome.
them. They are the hardest
I feel that
working
you
bitches I've
modeled
ever
and
seen.
then rigged it. And you've never done live 2D before this process, or?
No, I do a live 2D hobbyist.
Oh, okay.
I've done quite a lot of live 2D. In my previous now graduated life, before I was Midas, I did my live 2D model. I drew it and I rigged it multiple times.
Okay. Oh, so you've had a lot of experience. Even then, still, without even being considered, that's still kind of amazing that you just did 2 models and everything all set up for your own little syndicate.
The artwork for these, for Bomi and Pixie, I did not draw those. I just rigged them. I commissioned them from a Japanese artist called Kuwori. Very talented
Yeah.
individual.
But you did the designs though. You just sent the designs and they did the render.
I made the
Yeah,
reference sheets and all that. Speaking of, earlier you mentioned Selene and that you really like Selene's design and whatnot. Did you
I
know?
heard what you said yesterday
Yeah,
or the other day.
the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. How did the kids say? I was fucking pogging like a lot actually. As soon as I heard that,
Yeah. What, you think that I'm gonna
That's
leave
awesome.
to go get milk and not come back with cigarettes as well?
I fucking love cigarettes, bro.
Fuck
Let's go.
yeah!
Fucking Newports. Motherfucking Newports. Let's go.
Daddy's home with
Uh
his Marlboro Reds.
yeah, as soon as I heard that I was freaking out. I've always been a big fan of like
Mhm.
I love tomboys, Midas. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before,
Oh, I've never heard of
but
that. What a novel
the Selen
concept.
model, the Selen model was like fucking peak tomboy. Like just it was one of the best VTubing models of its time. And so I love that. And then I love that,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
still continuing to do art with Doki Bird and stuff like that. And like
Oh, yes. No,
super
it's,
sick. And then I heard you mention that and I was just like, this can't be real, bro. Can we truly be winning this much in life
can
right
we
now?
truly be winning this much? Now, what it would be, I would be coming back with new assets. That would be for a live 2D. If I manage to make enough over the Donathon, I would also be getting a style-matched 3D to go with it. So I would have
Oh
the
wow.
classic Midas model, which is the one that I've illustrated here, and I would have a 3D that is in that style in particular. But
Mhm.
that is a super-duper stretch goal, and I don't expect it to happen. So what's likely is that I would be coming back around December with that model and still be using this one. Mhm.
Man, December, man. I need to learn to read more. I fucking I was telling the duders in chat in the Discord, man. I'm like, I'm stupid. I need to learn to read to the end of a sentence because I saw the word hiatus and I just like, it's over, bro. Midas is gone. I gotta do something. I gotta draw something. It's fucking over. It's over. It's
It's
done.
over. No, if I
It's
was dying,
over.
I would straight up say, graduation. I made sure the first sentence I defined what hiatus meant for me.
I don't read.
I
I
can
just
tell.
saw hiatus and it was done. Oh, same thing happened with Ame. Like it said affiliate, but I'm like, oh, it's over, dude. She's being shot outside. That Dorian, bro, it's nothing. She's being thrown out into space and then dying there, bro. It's a void out there. It's terrible.
Mm.
Oh, such an
Artists never
animation.
end their hiatus. That's crazy, maybe. No.
It's true.
But yeah, I really wanted to make sure that people saw that goal at the end of the donathon so that they knew that there was like I wasn't like bullshitting and I am actually definitively planning on returning. I'm not going to leave you forever. This is
Mhm.
temporary settling into my position.
It's true.
Yeah,
I mean, it also just goes to show that, like, you built up such a strong community. Like, people really care about your presence here. You
which
know?
is I still it's so hard to fathom. Like as somebody who was tiny, like infinitesimally tiny for four and a
Mhm.
half years in the VTubing space, my brain is hardwired for 5 people, 5 to 10, 20 at maximum at a time. In my brain, even if I have hundreds of people watching, there's only 5 people watching. Like I can't fathom numbers bigger than that. And so everything is very personal. Everything is very parasocial. Everything is very like just one-on-one because I don't know anything different than this. And so whenever it actually dawns on me, the reality when 50,000 dawned on me on YouTube, it was like
Mhm.
I felt like I was gonna throw up because I didn't understand what that meant until that moment. And it's like there's 50,000 people? What do you mean? Yesterday I woke up and there was like 4 people in the bedroom. What do you mean there's 50,000 standing outside my door? How am I going to entertain every single one of you? I don't understand what this means. I don't know.
It's true. That's a one of those like I can only empathize. I can't even understand the kind
Mhm.
of pressure that kind of like must have brought to you in one go, but like at the same time, elation that like it means something. Like I've achieved something crazy here, but at the same time, there's just a
Mhm.
lot of things going on. It's really amazing, honestly, the way that you've kind of like handled your way through all of this.
Yeah. Some people know, and I've watched it in real time, when numbers grow, who they are fundamentally changes and it
Yeah.
adjusts to suit their environment. And I'm not going to bullshit and say that I'm exactly the same. I have also evolved and changed for my environment, but I still definitely think that I haven't changed the same way that my contemporaries have. I definitely still feel at the core um, that I am mentally in a space that a small indie would be in. which has its benefits, but also its drawbacks. It definitely causes me issues because, again, everything is way too personal. I get one guide all the fucking time. I look on forum websites. I can't help it. Funny Green Clover website is my fucking vice. It is something that I need to quit cold turkey. But, like, I read every comment. Every YouTube comment.
I go on the sometimes I'll occasionally go onto like the VTuber specific board and I'll be like, okay, what kind of bullshit are they trying to spin this time against people? Like,
Yeah,
it's crazy.
But like, again, it's so hard not to take it personally, especially when you're not used to such huge numbers. It feels like when it's one guy, it feels like it's your whole audience because for a long time it was. Anyway. I'm
It's
just
true.
saying,
There's a
like,
piece. Yeah.
it's, I don't know if I'll ever get used to numbers, but I'm gracious that there are people here that connect to me. And you know what? Maybe people connect to me because I'm not used to the numbers. I feel like that could also be part of it.
Like there's a relatability to it. I
Yeah.
completely get you. I saw a comic recently online that I thought was pretty nice. Specifically about like putting people on pedestals. It's like the pedestal. If you put people on a pedestal and it gets higher and higher, they get so far away from you they can't even hear you anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's that idea of like you lose. I don't even know if this analogy is working in the way I think it is, but it's kind of like you try to keep yourself close to the people who are your fans, the people around you. You know what I mean? Like you don't get an air about you, and you try to think on the more personable level, and it keeps you relatable. It keeps you engaged, honestly. Because when the numbers get too high and you start to lose who is the individual, it happens a lot. It happens to anybody with those numbers. But at the same time, like we were talking about, like fighting our own toxicity. Maybe you fight that kind of veil that kind of shrouds your audience, and you think, no, there's an individual person. There's these duders. There's this guy in my audience. There's these people. There are individuals that I know, or they are, and they exist as an individual, and see them as that, relate to them as that. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I think my biggest downfall is that even at this size, I am going through every single YouTube comment, and when ones that piss me off pop up, I can't help myself but reply. And so I'm constantly like trying to defend myself, like to people that might not even have watched more than one piece of content. Like it's
or who just comment without even caring about, like they don't care. They just put
like,
down the one comment they thought.
yeah, or they put the comment down assuming that I wouldn't see it. Because why would I? I've got X amount of numbers. But like when I said the other day that I scroll so on YouTube channels, on your phone, there is a YouTube app that is like a back-end app where you can do the studio stuff. And there is an area where you can see all of your comments that pop up. I scroll that shit like a social media feed every day. And it is detrimental 100%, but like it's also enlightening because I can see the personal stories that people put down there in the comments. But like, no, I do read every fucking comment. And everybody watching, I want you to know that if you have ever left a comment on one of my YouTube videos or shorts, I have read it 100%. Some of you guys are fucking freaks.
Getting called out on stream, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, comments are also, they're nice. I do the same thing too. Whenever I see comments on like any art post I do, like I read through all of them, just because like I don't know, it means something more when somebody says something, you know, for better or for worse. But like I don't know, I think everybody kind of does that, right? Everybody kind of just like looks through the comments, even if they say they don't. There's just something about it. It feels like I'm having a conversation with somebody.
Exactly. I think some people are quite genuine when they say they don't, because I can see how this would like fall into a doom spiral, because sometimes I post content that people hate. Genuinely, like when I posted the open sex isn't a feminist thing video where I was very critical about body count, a large amount of people took that very badly. To be fair, like it's a divisive topic, but I wasn't mentally prepared for the level of backlash I got on that, because up until that point, most of the responses on many of my videos were positive. So being confronted with kickback for that first time really let me feel, okay, how do I handle this kind of situation? Am I going to handle this gracefully? Thankfully, I was able to get over myself and not succumb to it, but I can only imagine a larger creator than me putting out a bad video and getting that level of comment section, but 10 times worse. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be able
exactly.
to scroll through that. And so after a certain point, it really is impossible to read every comment, you know?
Hmm. No, it's true. And yeah, and you're right. Like, bigger people who get that kind of situation will experience that kind of hurt at like 10 times more, maybe even 50 times more. You can
Mhm.
only imagine. It's tough. It's tough. And then, I mean, I mentioned it way earlier in this chat too. It's like that's why I don't, I do my part in the zeitgeist by like I just keep it to myself. If I don't agree with something, I just move on. Doesn't need to add any hurt to anybody, even if I disagree with them or if
Mhm.
I don't like them, you know?
Yeah.
Uh but yeah, but not everybody's like that. So but yeah, that's harrowing. Any kind of pushback online is scary.
Mhm.
Uh especially with how like out of control it can get a lot of the times. Like, oh, I disagree. Oh, I disagree too. Oh, I disagree and I hate this person. And then it starts spiraling and getting like
Mhm.
scarier.
You know, I
To the
found the
point, yeah.
best method of mitigating these things is filtering your audience. And by filtering, I mean like say something that you may believe in, but not as strongly, but say it with full conviction and your full chest. And those who hate you will come out of the woodwork. Like,
Yeah.
say anything with passion, and they will remove themselves from the conversation. Um, or make a bad
Or
taste joke and say it with your full chest. If you make a bad taste joke, those who cannot handle your sense of humor will also weed themselves out.
yeah, that's fair
Like,
enough. That's true.
that's why I so heavily go, I think women should have no rights.
Oh, my face is on the screen when you said that.
I think women are my favorite object to sexualize. Oh, it would be nice if one day they made one of those, but they were human. Like say shit like that.
Oh my god.
And those
That
who
on the
are
stream.
too sensitive to handle a joke, those who do not understand a joke, um, they get angry and then they remove themselves. Like, yes, it's tasteless, but like, or I'll say something like, trans
Hold
people are cool and
it.
based. And then the
Okay.
other
Yeah,
half
yeah.
of the audience will filter themselves out. Just little things here and there.
Yeah, you make it known where you stand, and then just if they want to stay, they want to stay. If they don't
Yeah.
want to stay, then yeah, that's fine.
Gatekeeping is always the meta. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's why
Yeah.
funny rat tomboy woman with massive knockers in Zenless Zone Zero was so important, and why it is one of the chillest Hoyo games out there.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
she
much. I
she
fucking love
filtered
it.
out all the fucking normies because they couldn't handle her jiggling ass and her very
Wait, people
sensual
left
foot play.
Zenless because of the rat because of Jane
People
Doe?
fucking hated her. They were
What the
so put off from her and they left. They're like, oh, stupid Gooner game, ruining this beautiful landscape of, I don't know, I'm a journalist and I like to suck my own dick in the mirror. Anyway.
I always think to myself, I'm like, oh, am I too terminally online? But then I hear about this stuff, I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm not, because I never heard of this. I just played the game. I didn't
Yeah.
even know people had that opinion about Jane.
No,
But she's
some
dope. I fucking
people
love that rat.
despise Jane. And I remember when she came out, I was on the side of the internet that was like backlashing hard. Like, she is so anti feminist. She is everything wrong with the gaming industry. Look at how they goon to her. Everybody, look at how they goon to her. When will there be? It's just like, so the door is this way. Make sure it hits you on the way out. Maybe you'll be a better person with a few knocks in the head. And no, Zenless is literally chill. All those people stuck around for Genshin and whatnot, so they're very irritating. But no,
Mm,
it's anyway. I digress. I think it's time we wrap up because we're getting to 4.5 hours. Well, we're getting closer to 5.
holy
Um,
shit, really?
yeah,
Oh my
time
god,
flies when we're
actually.
having fun.
I didn't think we'd have things to talk about. Lo and behold, 5 hours in, almost. God damn.
I literally just joined in here. Midas is saying jiggling ass. What's happening?
You just joined in? It's 4:39, 4 hours and 39 minutes. Welcome.
A tank, release me. All right, well, let's catch up with Supas, with Donathon, all that, and we shall find somebody to raid. Do you have any suggestions, Joe?
I don't know who is streaming right now. Uh, I don't know actually. I don't
Fair
even know if
enough.
what is there like an etiquette To rating?
No, just pick who you like.
I
If
don't
they're
know.
live.
I watch Face Connect. I think Mari Mari's live. If you want to tune into Mari
Yeah,
Mari.
is she on Twitch? Because rating is Twitch on.
I
Yeah.
think so.
All right, sauce me a link if you got one. I shall run
I
through
got you.
these donos. Ratchet, thank you for the 5. This stream has ignited my will to do art. Thank you, Trial by Fire. Well, first of all, this is a broadcast, but also, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad. Everybody should draw. Even if they don't feel confident, they should do it. It's good. Dingus Khan, thank you for the 10. If it's any consolation, the job ghosting is not just an art thing. Other skilled labor has been full of that too. Drives me insane. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Galavar, thank you for the 2. Syndicate playing cards for when you get back. TBH, timer emoji. Again, I would. It's genuinely something that I'd like to do, but playing cards are very hard to find a production company for, to provide a producer for, and then you have to make a lot of custom artwork. It is a very big endeavor. I do want to do a set of custom playing cards one day, but it might not be anytime soon. Mari is also live on YouTube. All right, let's see if we can figure... I don't know how to do YouTube raids. It might be too much to figure out a YouTube raid right now. Mavra Raniel Pile, thank you for the 5. Seem crazy, have some money. I always use code Midas for 10% off at checkout. Hell fucking yeah. And Wasuzuru Zui, thank you for the 5. All right, let's grab... Okay, Joe sent the Twitch. Awesome. Oh, Ayumi's live.
Oh, we gotta rate into my Ayumi.
Yeah,
What?
we'll hit Ayumi instead. Sorry, guys, you've been cucked out of Mari Mari. Though you should still check her out in general. She's very interesting. She's very dynamic, bombastic. Yes. But let's give her the good old fashioned. I'm
Raid.
I'm storming your doors down. This is a raid.
Any final words for chat before you go?
Any final words? Yeah, follow Joe. Follow Joe on all of his goddamn Joshals.
No, it's Joshals. Fucking okay. I actually like that one. I'll go for Joshal.
I've got your
start using that.
down at the bottom. I'm not sure if it's identical over all of them, but if it's
Yeah,
not,
it's pretty much across Blue Sky, Instagram, Twitter. Instagram's dead. It's so hard to do anything on Instagram.
yeah.
But yeah, follow me anywhere. And my final word is just keep doing what you guys are doing, right? If you love something,
yeah.
do it unabashedly. And if you love art,
Ayumi's watching the broadcast.
Is she watching the broadcast?
Ayumi, I'm so sorry, but I'm filtering everybody your way. Look out. Here comes an out trade. Get out of here, Twitch.
Okay.
All right. And YouTube, thank you for sticking around.
Hi, YouTube.
Thank you for the support. You are
YouTube,
my
you are my
favorite
platform
of the
choice.
two platforms. Twitch is my bastard child, but you are always number one in my heart, the inheritor
I
of the
fucking love
kingdom.
YouTube.
Haha. Goodbye.